Wishing all dear readers great fortune. The heroine is not perfect. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Please don't judge the author for the character's actions. Thank you very much. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real people or events is coincidental. Please do not imitate anything from the story. Fong Hanjiao, who had been angered to death by her husband and his widowed sister-in-law, was reborn. She returned to the time when she was 16, a month before her engagement to Duan Zishang. In her previous life, Fong Hanjiao loved Duan Zishang deeply. Not only did she give him her heart, but her whole family also helped him with all their strength. In the end, with the Fong family's wealth and support, Duan Zishang rose to the highest official rank and became a trusted minister of the new emperor. His mother was granted a noble title. His widowed sister-in-law, Luo Man, though already in her 40s, always claimed to be in poor health and avoided all household duties. She took great care of her appearance and looked like a graceful lady in her 30s. She would often visit the bedridden Fong Hanjiao, proudly showing off her son, the top scholar in the imperial exam, who was actually Duan Zishang's and her own child. The boy had known the truth all along. Luo Man even used the Fong family's ancestral jade pendant, which held a mysterious space, to gain favor and was unusually granted the title of a county princess. She laughed arrogantly, saying she would enjoy all the wealth and honor that Fong Hanjiao had worked so hard to earn. It turned out that Duan Zishang had approached her with a plan from the very beginning, using the Fong family as a stepping stone for his own career. In the end, the Fong family, who had given everything for him, met tragic fates. Even the adopted son whom Fong Hanjiao had raised with love, who was actually Duan Zishang and Luo Man's secret child, betrayed them, leading to the Fong family's downfall and execution. After years of exhausting herself for the Duan family, Fong Hanjiao's health failed, and she eventually died from anger and sorrow. In her past life, she had been foolish and blind. She didn't blame others. It was her own fault for trusting the wrong people. She deserved her fate. But Duan Zishang's greatest sin was using the lives of her entire family to pave his path to glory. Every time Fong Hanjiao thought of it, she wished she could destroy that deceitful pair and the entire Duan family. Fortunately, heaven took pity on her and gave her another chance. Now everything could still be changed. She looked at Duan Zishang and his widowed sister-in-law, Luo Man, sitting close together. Luo Man was deliberately leaning against him, pretending it was unintentional. Duan Zishang completely ignored Fong Hanjiao, as if she were invisible. He held the mung bean cake that she had brought and placed it in front of Luo Man's sister-in-law. Please try this mung bean cake and see if it suits your taste. He had hinted to Fong Hanjiao yesterday to bring some, because Luo Man wanted to eat it. Fong Hanjiao had done as asked, which showed she was sensible. Still, he didn't want to look at her at all. Although Fong Hanjiao was the beloved daughter of the Fong family and known as a beauty in the area, in Duan Zishang's eyes, she couldn't compare to his sister-in-law. At this moment, his heart and mind were filled only with thoughts of her. His sister-in-law had married his brother just a month before. To help Duan Zishang pay for his studies, his brother had gone hunting in the mountains and was killed by a wild animal. The young widow was left alone in their home, and Duan Zishang felt it was his duty to take care of her. But their relationship grew too close. He knew that what was between them must remain secret. At least until he achieved success, no one could suspect anything, or their reputations would be ruined. So, he needed a fiancé to divert attention. The Fong family, though farmers, owned a shop in town and were well off. They could support his studies, and they had a relative who was an official, which could help his career. Therefore, Fong Hanjiao, the only cherished daughter of the Fong family, was the perfect choice to be his fiancé in name only. That was why, even though he disliked her, he still got engaged to her. Fong Hanjiao looked at the two of them treating her as if she didn't exist. They acted affectionately right in front of her, which made her feel sick, though she kept her expression calm. She had been blind before. In her past life, she had believed Duan Zishang when he said he only respected his sister-in-law as an elder. She had thought she was the one with a dirty mind. In that life, The Duan family had been cruel and heartless. In this life, she would make sure they paid for everything they had done to her. Luo Man, on the other hand, was deliberately acting close to Duan Zishang in front of Feng Hanjiao, just to provoke her. So, what if Feng Hanjiao was the treasured daughter of the Feng family? She was still being used by Luo Man and Duan Zishang as a stepping stone for their own gain. At that moment, her eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Feng Hanjiao's new clothes. Sister, you're really lucky. That outfit must have cost quite a bit of silver, right? Not like me. Ever since my husband left, I haven't worn any new clothes for a whole year. Luo Man was startled when Feng Hanjiao suddenly rushed toward her and a sharp pain burned on her neck. When she reached up to touch it, she realized the jade pendant she had been wearing was gone. That pendant was now in Feng Hanjiao's hand. Duan Zishang hadn't expected Feng Hanjiao to snatch something from her sister-in-law right in front of him. His eyebrows shot up, and he was about to scold her, but Feng Hanjiao didn't give him the chance. She had endured the sight of the two of them acting affectionately while eating the mung bean cakes she had secretly tampered with, just to take back what belonged to her, the Feng family's ancestral jade pendant. It was also the same pendant Luo Man had once said contained a mysterious space. This jade pendant was the token of my engagement with Duan Zishang. Why is it hanging around sister-in-law's neck? Isn't that improper? Luo Man, who had been pretending to be weak and waiting for Duan Zishang to defend her, forgot to cry for a moment. Duan Zishang, who had been about to question Feng Hanjiao, froze. Both of them wondered, how did Feng Hanjiao know about the pendant? Luo Man had always worn it hidden under her clothes. How could Feng Hanjiao have seen it? But when Duan Zishang noticed the faint red mark on Luo Man's neck, left by the pendant string, his heart filled with both pity and anger. Seeing Feng Hanjiao wiping the pendant with a handkerchief as if it were dirty made his temper flare up again. He stood in front of Luo Man, glaring at Feng Hanjiao with fury. Feng Hanjiao, don't go too far. I asked my sister-in-law to keep the pendant safe for me. Our family is poor, unlike yours, which can afford fancy jewelry boxes. She wore it close to her to protect our engagement token. Instead of being grateful, you hurt her. You should apologize right now. Luo Man, seeing Duan Zishang standing protectively in front of her, looked at Feng Hanjiao with a proud, mocking smile. Feng Hanjiao looked at the two of them, Duan Zishang defending Luo Man and Luo Man's smug expression, and felt nothing but disgust. But none of that mattered anymore. She had taken back the pendant with the hidden space, and she no longer needed to pretend to get along with this unpleasant pair. How do you want me to apologize? When Duan Zishang heard Feng Hanjiao's question, his arrogance grew even stronger. He remembered how his sister-in-law had looked at Feng Hanjiao's new clothes with envy. Since you know you were wrong, I won't make things hard for you. My sister-in-law works hard to manage the household, and as the saying goes, an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. As her younger sister-in-law, you should make her a new set of clothes and buy a box of beauty cream from the pharmacy to apologize. Then I'll forgive you. After saying this, Duan Zishang reached out to take back the jade pendant. Although it was the engagement token between him and Feng Hanjiao, he didn't really want it. But since his sister-in-law liked it, he reluctantly decided to let her wear it for now. He planned to give her something even better later. The pendant itself was worth dozens of taels of silver. Of course, Feng Hanjiao would never give that jade pendant back to those two deceitful people. All right, I'll bring the clothes later. I'll go prepare now. Without looking back, she ran out and returned home. As she expected, once she showed up in her new clothes, those two had followed the path she had set for them, without her needing to do much. She would make sure to prepare carefully. She had a big surprise waiting for them. When Duan Zishang and Luo Man saw that Feng Hanjiao hadn't returned the pendant and had simply left, Duan Zishang hurried after her. But by the time he reached the door, she was already gone. Women who had been working in the fields were returning home in small groups to prepare lunch, while the men were still out working. Although Duan Zishang acted arrogantly in front of Feng Hanjiao, he still restrained himself in front of others and didn't chase her further. If he went to the Feng house now to demand the pendant, Fong Hanjiao might think he still cared for her and couldn't let her go. That would be embarrassing. More importantly, if the Fong family found out that the pendant had been taken from his sister-in-law's neck, it would bring shame to her. He couldn't allow that. He decided to wait until Fong Hanjiao brought the new clothes as an apology, and then he would ask for the pendant again. He never imagined that Fong Hanjiao would actually keep the pendant and refuse to return it. Everyone knew how deeply Fong Hanjiao loved him, so much that even her family always put his needs first. She suddenly remembered that Fong Hanjiao hadn't prepared lunch today. Seeing that her parents and younger siblings would soon return from the fields, she frowned tightly. Luo Men also realized it was almost lunchtime, but the stove at home was still cold. She didn't want to serve this family anymore. In the Duan family, besides Duan Zishang, who had earned the title of a scholar and didn't need to work in the fields, she was the only other person who stayed home. First, the Duan family felt sorry for her, as she had become a widow just a month after marriage. Second, they wanted her to stay home to do housework and take care of Duan Zishang while he studied. Her being allowed to stay home was also partly because of Duan Zishang's decision. After Duan Zishang passed the exam, his opinion carried the most weight in the family. Since he got engaged to Fong Hanjiao, she had been bringing ingredients from her family every day to cook lunch for the Duans, making sure Duan Zishang ate well. But after today's argument, there was no lunch prepared. When Luo Man saw Duan Zishang return, her eyes filled with tears. "Brother Duan, my neck hurts so much. But it's already time to make lunch." In private, Luo Man softly called him Brother Duan, and he liked hearing it. He quickly stepped forward to help her up and led her into the house, not forgetting to bring the few remaining pieces of mung bean cake with them. "Sister-in-law, you're hurt. Go lie down and rest. My younger sister should be back soon. I'll ask her to go to the Fong family and find Fong Hanjiao. She'll surely bring lunch over. You don't need to worry. If you're hungry, have some mung bean cake first." Hearing this, Luo Man smiled faintly and lay down with his help, though she still spoke with guilt. "It's all my fault. If I weren't so useless, I could have made lunch myself. Then father and mother wouldn't have to wait, and you wouldn't be hungry either." Looking at her pale face, Duan Zishang felt a deep ache in his heart. Seeing how gentle and considerate she was, still thinking of the family despite her pain, moved him greatly. At the same time, he grew even more upset with Fong Hanjiao for leaving them without food. He decided that when she came to deliver the clothes later, he wouldn't treat her kindly. Seeing Luo Man blaming herself so much, he couldn't hold back any longer and gently held her close, hoping to comfort her and let her understand his feelings. "Father and mother will be back soon. It wouldn't look good if they saw this," Roman said softly, but her hands still clutched Duan Zishang's clothes tightly. Neither of them knew that the mung bean cake they had eaten had been secretly mixed with a potion meant to stir emotions. Soon, they found themselves unable to part, lost in each other's closeness. When Fong Hanjiao returned home, her grandmother and sister-in-law were already cooking in the kitchen. Just from the smell, she could tell it was her favorite food. Without disturbing them, she went straight to her room. The first thing she did was to let a drop of her blood fall on the jade pendant to make it recognize her as its owner. But after doing so, she realized that the space inside was different from what Roman had described. Roman had said the space was only for storage, but hers contained 10 acres of dark soil, a well in the middle, and a small courtyard beside it. Not only could it store things, but she could also enter the space herself, and the land seemed suitable for planting. After studying it for a while, she noticed the once glowing jade pendant had turned dull, looking like an ordinary piece of white jade. It could also be stored inside the space. So, it was just the key to open this hidden world. Once she understood how to use it, she remembered she still had something important to do. She took out a small red undergarment she had made for her wedding. Now, just looking at it made her feel disgusted, but it could still be useful. She placed it in her sewing basket and headed to Widow Wang's house on the other side of the village. Widow Wang was known for being the best at needlework in the whole village. Fong Hanjiao remembered that around this time, Widow Wang had already fallen ill, though the symptoms hadn't shown yet. It was only a month later, during the Great Flood when the villagers fled, that her illness became known. At that moment, Widow Wang had just finished preparing lunch and was waiting for her family to return when she saw Fong Hanjiao approaching. She quickly smiled and greeted her. "Jiao Jiao, what brings you here today?" It was lunchtime, and everyone in the village knew that Fong Hanjiao usually stayed at the Duan family's house to cook for them, rarely even going home. Seeing her appear elsewhere at this hour was quite surprising. Fong Hanjiao was the only daughter born in 9 generations of the Fong family. Not only did her parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law adore her, but her grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins also treated her like a precious gem. From the moment she was born, she was destined to be the beloved center of the Fong family. Even her name, Fong Hanjiao, showed how cherished she was, a girl so precious that her family feared she might break if held too tightly or melt if spoken to too softly. Because of this, people often gossiped behind Fong Hanjiao's back, saying she was always eager to visit the Duan family. The precious daughter of the Fong family was constantly helping others with chores, which became a favorite topic among the village women. However, the Fong family had a very good reputation in the village. Everyone greeted them with smiles, and even if they talked behind their backs, no one dared to offend them, especially since the Fong family was large and prosperous. "Sister Wang, I just started learning how to make clothes by myself. My mother and sisters aren't home right now, and I ran into some problems, so I came to ask for your advice." As Fong Hanjiao spoke, she took a small red garment from her sewing basket. When Widow Wang heard that she had come to ask about sewing, she looked at the bright red fabric and guessed it might be a wedding garment Fong Hanjiao was making for herself. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and stepped forward with a smile to take the small piece of clothing. It was even made of satin. "Let me take a look." Oh. As soon as Widow Wang took it, a hidden needle pricked her finger, and a drop of blood appeared. Fong Hanjiao quickly used the small garment to wipe the blood away, then opened a new box of jade face cream. "I'm so sorry, Sister Wang. I didn't know there was still a needle inside. Please use some of this cream. If it leaves a scar, it'll be my fault." Seeing Fong Hanjiao's quick and careful actions, Widow Wang shook her head. "It's just a small prick, no need for that fancy cream. That stuff costs half a tael of silver a box. Don't waste it on me." She truly meant it. Anyone who did needlework got pricked now, and then it was nothing unusual. Besides, she didn't dare use it. The box looked brand new, and even the young lady herself hadn't used it yet. Fong Hanjiao earnestly pushed the box toward her. "Sister Wang, you got hurt because I wasn't careful. Please don't refuse, or I'll feel terrible. Your skillful hands mustn't be covered in scars." As she spoke, Fong Hanjiao subtly used a clean part of the small garment to hold Widow Wang's hand and pressed her finger into the cream. At that, the small wound started bleeding again. "Oh no, now it's all stained." Widow Wang was startled, her voice trembling. She was afraid the Fong family might ask her to pay for a new box of jade face cream. Judging by how much the Fong family doted on Fong Hanjiao, they were truly capable of doing such a thing. She couldn't afford it herself. It's fine. Sister Wang quickly spread the jade beauty cream evenly on the wound. As Fong Hanjiao spoke, she closed the lid of the cream and tossed it back into the basket. Feeling flattered, Widow Wang did as she was told. Seeing that the young girl didn't argue with her, she kindly checked the small garment Fong Hanjiao had made and pointed out a few flaws. The needle had already been quietly put away by Fong Hanjiao. After thanking Widow Wang, Fong Hanjiao hurried home. She boiled some water, melted the jade beauty cream over it, stirred it with a small twig until smooth, and mixed in the traces of blood so that nothing looked unusual. Then she cooled it with cold water, and soon it became a fresh box of cream again. As for the small red garment with a drop of blood on it, the color hid the stain perfectly, especially since it was near the hem and hardly noticeable. She took off her own clothes, folded them neatly, and placed them on top of the small garment in the basket, with the cream resting on top. After finishing everything, she carefully washed her hands with fragrant soap until they were completely clean, then changed into a set of old but clean clothes. Just as she finished changing, Duan Zishang's younger sister, Duan Mingyue, arrived. Her brother had sent her to call Fong Hanjiao over to prepare lunch. When she got home and didn't see Fong Hanjiao, she called for her sister-in-law, but instead heard her second brother's angry voice coming from the sister-in-law's room, telling her to hurry and find Fong Hanjiao. She didn't think much of it, assuming her brother was just talking to his wife, so she quickly came to look for Fong Hanjiao. What she didn't know was that after she left, the two people in the room, startled by the near discovery, quickly separated and got dressed. When Duan Mingyue passed by the Fong family's kitchen, she saw that their meal was almost ready. 4 large dishes were already on the table, 2 of them with meat, making her swallow hungrily. She felt annoyed that Fong Hanjiao hadn't come over to cook lunch yet. If she had, those delicious dishes would have been on her own family's table by now. She decided that once she found Fong Hanjiao, she would make her bring all 4 dishes to her house. But since she hadn't seen Fong Hanjiao yet, she didn't dare act rashly. Ever since Fong Hanjiao got engaged to her second brother, Duan Mingyue often came over and no longer treated herself as an outsider. Without saying a word, she headed straight toward Fong Hanjiao's room. Fong Hanjiao had just opened the door when she saw Duan Mingyue about to knock. Her face immediately darkened. "What are you doing here?" In her past life, she had treated Duan Mingyue with all her heart, finding her the best husband, standing up for her when her married life was unhappy, even giving her jewelry and clothes so she wouldn't be embarrassed at social gatherings. Whatever Duan Mingyue wanted, she gave. But in the end, Duan Mingyue had known all along about the secret affair between Duan Zishang and Luo Man and kept it from her. When the Fong family fell into trouble, she not only cut ties but also made things worse. This time, Fong Hanjiao would make sure to repay every wrong. So now, seeing her again, she naturally showed no kindness. Duan Mingyue, who had been holding her head high, felt uneasy under Fong Hanjiao's cold stare. But, remembering that her brother had sent her, she regained her confidence. As long as she mentioned her brother, Fong Hanjiao would surely do whatever she asked. Thinking this, she lifted her chin even higher and said arrogantly, "My second brother hasn't eaten yet. I see you have 4 dishes on your table. Take them to him, so he can eat first. Once he's full, he can study in peace." You wouldn't want to delay his studies, would you? Duan Mingyue thought her words were perfectly clear. This trick had always worked before. She waited for Fong Hanjiao to obediently bring the dishes over. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Fong Hanjiao closed the door and walked out. So, what if she was the only daughter in 9 generations of the Fong family? So, what if she was their precious jewel? She was still completely under their control. Once she married Fong Hanjiao's second brother, all of Fong Hanjiao's jewelry and clothes would be hers. Thinking this, Duan Mingyue walked toward the main hall of the Fong house and reached for a plate of braised pork. But Fong Hanjiao was faster. She grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and struck Duan Mingyue's hand hard. A sharp crack sounded. Fong Hanjiao's sister-in-law, Madame Wang, who was just bringing in soup, heard it clearly. Her eyes widened, and she almost spilled the bowl. Seeing what had happened, Madame Wang immediately understood. It must be that Duan Mingyue had come again to take food from their house, but this time, Hanjiao had finally fought back. She had seen it with her own eyes, and she couldn't be happier. In her opinion, it was about time someone taught that girl a lesson. That family is really shameless. If Jiao Jiao didn't like Duan Zishang, and if he hadn't passed the scholar's exam, their family would never have tolerated the Duan family acting so rudely in the Fong household. "Why did you hit me? What right do you have to hit me?" Duan Mingyue's hand hurt badly from being struck with the chopsticks. She had been too shocked to speak at first, and now the pain made her eyes fill with tears. Still, she glared fiercely at Fong Hanjiao and demanded an answer. Fong Hanjiao looked at her as if watching a clown. "You're asking why? You reached for the food on my family's table in my house. What were you trying to do? Were you sneaking food or trying to take something? You're already a grown young lady, yet you come to someone else's home to take food without asking? Is that how the Duan family raised you?" Duan Mingyue hadn't expected Fong Hanjiao to speak so bluntly, even accusing her of stealing food. When had she ever stolen anything? She had simply taken it openly, just like before. When did I ever steal? Don't make false accusations. I'm going to tell my second brother. She was furious. Her hand was swollen from the hit, and she planned to go home and complain to her brother. She wanted to see how Fong Hanjiao would handle that. If Fong Hanjiao didn't kneel and apologize today and give her 2 new dresses as compensation, this matter would not be over. At that moment, Madame Wang placed a bowl of soup on the table. Oh my, I saw it too. Mingyue, you were just reaching for that plate of braised pork on our table, weren't you? Your family may be poor, but you can't come to someone else's home and take food without permission. That's simply unacceptable. Jiao Jiao, as your second brother's fiancé, is right to teach you a lesson. If word spreads that you are taking food from others' tables, it won't just embarrass your own family, it'll shame ours too. Really, I've never seen such behavior before. Taking food from someone else's home while people are watching, how shameless. Madame Wang's words left Duan Mingyue no dignity at all. She did it on purpose. She had long disliked Mingyue's behavior, and if she didn't put her in her place now, she might not get another chance. Duan Mingyue hadn't expected Madame Wang to have seen her reaching for the meat. Even though she hadn't meant to steal, being accused like that made her feel guilty. She couldn't win an argument against the 2 of them, and now her grandmother had come out from the kitchen, making her feel even more embarrassed. Her hand still hurt badly from being hit, red and swollen, and she didn't want to stay there any longer. Covering her face, she cried and ran home.
Wah.
You're all bullying me. I'm going home to tell my second brother. She was going to complain to her second brother. Carrying the basket with clothes, Fong Hanjiao followed behind Duan Mingyue. What's going on? It's almost time to eat. Jiao Jiao, where are you going? Seeing her grandmother ask, Fong Hanjiao didn't have time to explain. She was so angry that she wished Duan Zishang and Luo Man, that shameless pair, would be exposed for their wrongdoing so she could end the engagement right away. She couldn't wait another moment. Grandmother, I'll be right back. By the time she reached the Duan family's house, Duan Mingyue had already exaggerated the story. When Duan Zishang heard that his sister had just arrived at the Fong house and was insulted and hit by Fong Hanjiao, he was furious. Seeing the person responsible now made him even angrier. You still have the nerve to come here? Seeing how angry Duan Zishang was made Fong Hanjiao secretly pleased. The angrier they were, the happier she felt. This was just the beginning. Why was he already so mad? With an innocent look, she said, Didn't you tell me to bring a new set of clothes and a box of beauty cream for sister-in-law Duan? If you don't want them, I'll just take them back. Luo Man, who had been waiting to watch the scene unfold, noticed that the basket in Fong Hanjiao's hands contained the very clothes she had worn that morning, along with the box of cream placed neatly on top. Smiling, she quickly stepped forward to take them. She didn't mind that the clothes had been worn once. They were made of fine silk in a color she liked. She hadn't expected the Fong family to actually agree to send her new ones, and these looked almost new anyway. Zishang, I'm sure Jiao Jiao didn't mean any harm, Luo Man said softly, glancing at him with a tender look. Duan Zishang felt his anger rise again under her gaze. Luo Man then turned to Fong Hanjiao and said, Let's forget what happened before. Go ahead and make dinner. It's already been delayed long enough. Fong Hanjiao sneered inwardly. Make dinner for the Duan family? Not a chance. She avoided Luo Man's hand and held the basket out toward Duan Zishang. You better take a look at these clothes yourself, so you won't say later that I gave you something bad. This is the only new outfit I have now. Duan Zishang hadn't planned to take it, but when he saw Fong Hanjiao stop his sister-in-law from doing so, he reached out his hand. Seeing this, Duan Mingyue quickly stepped forward to grab the box of beauty cream lying on the clothes. Fong Hanjiao saw the chance and said, This is for Sister Duan. As she spoke, she moved slightly to the side and, taking advantage of the moment, deliberately pricked Duan Zishang's hand with the needle she had hidden. Duan Zishang winced in pain and instinctively pulled his hand back. The embroidery needle was still stuck in his hand, half of it buried in his skin. He glared at Fong Hanjiao angrily. A faint smile flashed in Fong Hanjiao's eyes. Luo Man reacted even faster than Fong Hanjiao. She hurried forward, gently held Duan Zishang's injured hand, pulled out the needle, and threw it to the ground. Fong Hanjiao, where did this needle come from? If you didn't want to give the clothes, you could have just said so. How could you hurt Brother Duan like this? He's bleeding. What should we do now? Her words clearly suggested that Fong Hanjiao had done it on purpose. Fong Hanjiao didn't explain, because she had indeed done it on purpose. There are always needles in a sewing basket, she said calmly, pushing the basket into Luo Man's arms. Luo Man instinctively tried to avoid it, afraid there might be more needles, but she didn't move fast enough. Luckily, she wasn't pricked. She sighed in relief and caught the basket. Inside were not only the clothes she liked, but also a box of beauty cream. Quick! Open the cream and put some on Duan Zishang's hand. If it leaves a scar, that wouldn't be good. He still has to take the imperial exam, Fong Hanjiao said anxiously, making it seem as if she hadn't meant to hurt him. Luo Man had wanted that cream for a long time. Hearing Fong Hanjiao tell her to use it on Duan Zishang made her reluctant. It was just a small prick. Why waste such good cream? But when she saw Duan Zishang looking at her expectantly, she quickly opened the box. It was brand new, and she couldn't hide her joy. She couldn't let him see her unwillingness, nor could she let Fong Hanjiao outshine her. So she generously scooped out a full fingerdip of cream and gently applied it to Duan Zishang's hand. Fong Hanjiao smiled in satisfaction and added, Sister Duan, you should also put some on the mark on your neck, or it might leave a scar. Duan Zishang nodded when Fong Hanjiao spoke. Sister-in-law, you should apply some too, he said. Luo Man pretended to look troubled. But I can't see it myself. Before Fong Hanjiao could respond, Duan Zishang quickly said, I'll help you apply it. Fong Hanjiao watched as Duan Zishang carefully took a bit of the cream and gently applied it to the small wound on Luo Man's neck. She smiled even more brightly. Seeing that her plan had worked perfectly, she turned to leave, not wanting to look at the two of them any longer. Just as she reached the door, Duan Zishang called out, You haven't made lunch yet, have you? Fong Hanjiao almost grabbed the broom behind the door to hit him with it. She took a deep breath, forcing down her anger. I've thought about it, she said without turning around. We shouldn't see each other before the wedding. It'll stop people from gossiping and protect your reputation, so you can focus on your exams. With that, she walked away quickly. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might lose her temper completely. After she left, Duan Mingyue saw the box of cream and immediately started arguing with Luo Man, saying she wanted to use some too. Her hands were swollen, and without it, she wouldn't be able to work that afternoon. Duan Zishang was still thinking about what Fong Hanjiao had said and hadn't recovered from it. Duan Mingyue's loud complaints gave him a headache. Their parents were about to arrive home, and lunch still wasn't ready. Luo Man quickly closed the box of cream, pressing a hand to her forehead. Oh, I feel a bit dizzy and my neck really hurts, she said, holding the basket tightly, so Duan Mingyue couldn't take it. Seeing that his sister-in-law wasn't feeling well, Duan Zishang told her to go rest. Then he turned to Duan Mingyue. Our parents are almost home, and lunch isn't ready yet. Go cook quickly, or when mother gets angry, I won't be able to help you. As for Fong Hanjiao's strange behavior today, he thought it was probably because he had scolded her earlier and made her pay for a set of clothes and the cream. It was normal for her to be upset. Tomorrow, he would just say a few kind words to comfort her, and she would probably go back to being the same as before. It wasn't the first time she had acted like this. Then he remembered that he had forgotten to ask for his jade pendant back, but by now, Fong Hanjiao was already far away. When she returned it, he decided he would make sure to set some proper rules for her. After hearing this, Duan Mingyue stopped arguing about the cream. She knew her parents would really punish her if lunch wasn't ready, so she hurried into the kitchen to start cooking. When Fong Hanjiao arrived home, her grandfather, father, mother, 3 older brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, 3 lively little nephews, as well as her 4th uncle and his young son, had all returned. The Fong family was large. For 3 generations before her great-grandfather, Each generation had only one son. Her grandfather's generation had two brothers, but after that, each branch again had only one heir until her father's generation, when there were finally four brothers, allowing the family line to grow. Her grandfather's cousin's family also had only one son for 3 generations, but the only descendant, Fong Wensheng, was quite successful. 9 years ago, he passed the provincial exam and became a county magistrate. Now, in his 3rd year as the prefect of Fangzhou, he had 2 sons, one of whom was born to a concubine. Fong Wensheng's father died young, and his grandparents passed away early as well. He and his mother often received help from Fong Hanjiao's grandparents. That mother and son were grateful and never forgot the kindness. The two families exchanged letters and gifts every year, and Fong Wensheng always sent someone home to honor the ancestors during the new year. The Fong family members living in the village now were all direct descendants of Fong Hanjiao's grandfather. Her father was the 2nd son, Fong Yui. The eldest was Fong Yuren, the 3rd was Fong Yudao, and the 4th was Fong Yud. After all 4 brothers married, they divided the household, since there were too many people to live together. Originally, the grandparents lived with the eldest son, but after the 2nd son's wife gave birth to a lovely baby girl, the old couple quickly moved in with them, mainly to be close to their granddaughter. Fong Hanjiao was the only girl born in 9 generations of the Fong family. Not only did her grandparents adore her, but even her aunts and sisters-in-law were very fond of her. When the 4th aunt gave birth to her first child, she had a difficult labor. The baby survived, but she sadly passed away. The child was raised mostly by the grandmother, with help from the other aunts. Because of this, the 4th uncle and his son often ate with the 2nd branch of the family, contributing to the household expenses each month. Among the grandchildren, the eldest uncle's 3 sons were all married. Fong Hanjiao had 3 full brothers. The 2 oldest were already married. The 3rd uncle had 3 sons, and only the eldest was married. The 4th uncle never remarried after his wife's death and lived with his 10-year-old son. In total, Fong Hanjiao had 11 cousins. Her grandfather had once set a rule that each family could have no more than 4 children, since in the past, when the family was poor, it was hard to raise many. At that time, the youngest brother, Fong Yud, was born late in his parents' lives and was only 4 years older than his eldest nephew. The 3 older sisters-in-law had agreed to have only 3 children each, but Mrs. Chiu unexpectedly became pregnant with a 4th child, a precious baby girl. Except for Fong Hanjiao, everyone else in the family was named after one of the 24 solar terms or given an elegant name. Each household chose 4 names, and they could only pick from later terms, not earlier ones, to make it easier to remember which child belonged to which branch of the family. The great-grandchildren were named according to the month they were born. If 2 shared the same month, they used alternate names or added the time of birth to tell them apart. There were 9 great-grandchildren so far, all boys. The oldest was 8, and the youngest was 2. The 4 branches of the Fong family together had 35 members. If Fong Yud hadn't passed the scholars exam the year he got married, making their farmland tax-free, the family would have struggled to make ends meet just by farming, let alone own a shop in town. The shop was a joint business run by the 4 branches, selling local farm produce and goods from the mountains. It was managed by the eldest sons of the 1st and 3rd branches. Fong Hanjiao's 2 older brothers weren't interested in business and preferred farming. Her 3rd brother was a scholar preparing for the imperial exam next year. Her younger cousin from the 4th branch was still a child, and her 4th uncle, also a scholar, wasn't suited for trade either. It was now March, the season for transplanting rice seedlings, so everyone was busy in the fields. When the family came home and saw Fong Hanjiao there, they greeted her warmly. They were especially curious that she hadn't gone to the Duan family that day, but no one asked. It was better that she didn't go. Their beloved Hanjiao, whom they cherished dearly, had been learning to cook for the sake of an outsider. The family felt both angry and helpless, yet they still helped her. Grandfather, father, mother, brothers, sisters-in-law, and younger brothers, come wash your hands and eat lunch, Fong Hanjiao called out. She took the hand of her youngest nephew and said with a smile, "Come on, let Annie help you 3 little mud monkeys get cleaned up." In her past life, these nephews had lost their lives because of her. Now that she had been given another chance, Fong Hanjiao only wanted to cherish every moment with her family. Unlike other families in the village who spoiled their sons, the Fong boys were raised to work hard. Even those who studied had to help in the fields when they were home. They were never allowed to become idle just because they read books. Even her 4th uncle, a scholar, and her 3rd brother, a student, were out working in the fields that day. The children in the family started going to the fields with the adults as soon as they could walk and run. Even the 2- or 3-year-olds would play in the mud until they got tired and fell asleep on the ridges. As they played, they gradually learned how to do farm work, became more capable, and were easier to raise. Seeing this, the 2nd sister-in-law quickly went to fetch water. "Sister, let me do it. They're too dirty and I don't want your clothes to get messy." At the mention of clothes, Chiao, the mother, noticed that her precious daughter was not wearing the same outfit she had on that morning. "Jiao, why did you change your clothes? I remember you were wearing your new outfit this morning, weren't you?" Chiao asked because she was worried something might have happened to her daughter. The rest of the family also noticed the change and stopped what they were doing, waiting for Fong Hanjiao to answer. Her 3 brothers, in particular, were thinking the same thing. If this had anything to do with that boy from the Duan family, they would definitely teach him a lesson tonight. Seeing everyone's attention on her clothes, Fong Hanjiao naturally didn't tell the truth, that she had changed into the new outfit to get back at a certain pair of people. "It's nothing. I just got the other one dirty, so I changed. Let's eat first. After dinner, I have something important to tell father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother." Hearing how serious she sounded, the family didn't ask further. They washed their hands and sat down to eat. After the meal, Fong Hanjiao called her parents to go with her to her grandparents' room. She was worried that what she was about to say might frighten her grandparents, as they were old and couldn't handle too much shock. "Grandfather, grandmother, please don't be nervous or scared no matter what I say or do next, all right? What I'm about to tell you is very important. It concerns the safety of our whole family." Fong Luran and Madame Chen straightened up when they heard this, feeling uneasy inside. Could their granddaughter have done something extraordinary again? They both wondered if it had something to do with that boy from the Duan family. However, they didn't show their thoughts on their faces and simply nodded seriously at their granddaughter. "All right, grandfather and grandmother promise not to be afraid, no matter what you say." Seeing that her grandparents were ready, Fong Hanjiao turned to her parents and said the same thing. Fong Yuyi and Chiao, seeing how serious their daughter was, also felt a bit nervous, but they nodded and promised that no matter what she said, they wouldn't be afraid. Fong Hanjiao had already thought it through. Breaking off her engagement with Duan Zishang was a small matter. She could handle that herself. What truly mattered was the flood that would happen a month later. Since she now had such a wonderful space, passed down from her ancestors, she believed that perhaps her forebears had foreseen this disaster. In her previous life, she had been foolish and caused her whole family to suffer. Now that she had been reborn, she decided not to hide the secret of the jade pendant space from her family. In her past life, her family had treated her with great love. Even when food was scarce, they would rather go hungry themselves than let her starve. She knew that even if they learned about her extraordinary treasure, they would never try to take it from her. They would only be happy for her. Fong Hanjiao stretched out her hand before her grandparents and parents. With a single thought, the jade pendant passed down from the Fong ancestors appeared in her palm. This scene startled her family. At first, they thought she was performing some kind of trick. But when they looked closely at the pendant, they realized something was wrong. Madame Chiao spoke first. "Isn't that the engagement pendant between you and Duan Zishang? How did you get it back?" Fong Hanjiao didn't hide anything. She told them she had taken it from around Duan Zishang's sister-in-law's neck. As soon as she finished, her grandparents and parents turned red with anger. Their beloved Hanjiao's engagement pendant had been hanging around that woman's neck. Even though Fong Hanjiao hadn't said more, they could already guess that Duan Zishang and his sister-in-law had behaved improperly. No wonder their faces darkened. Seeing her grandparents so upset, Fong Hanjiao quickly went over to calm them down. Grandfather, grandmother, didn't you promise me that no matter what I said or did, you wouldn't get angry or scared? I've only just started talking, and you're already upset. If that's the case, maybe I shouldn't tell you the more important part. Sure enough, when the four of them heard that she had something even more important to say, they quickly told her they weren't angry anymore and urged her to continue. Right in front of them, Fong Hanjiao put the table and even her grandparents' bed into the space, then took them out again 2 or 3 times. Her family was completely stunned, staring at her in disbelief. I didn't learn any magic tricks. This is the power of our Fong family's ancestral jade pendant. It holds a special space inside where we can store things freely, and it even has land and water. Let me try to see if I can take you inside. Don't be afraid. In the end, Fong Luran and Fong Yuyi were able to enter, but Madame Chen and Madame Chiao could not. At first, none of the four really believed Fong Hanjiao's words. But after Fong Luran and Fong Yuyi went in and came out again, they finally realized she was telling the truth. Their first reaction was happiness for Fong Hanjiao, glad that she had such a treasure. Even though the father and son could enter, they never thought of taking it for themselves. They knew it rightfully belonged to Fong Hanjiao. To enter, she had to bring them in or touch them first. However, the two could not go into the small courtyard inside. They could only walk around on the black soil. That reminded Fong Hanjiao of the courtyard. She had been busy earlier and hadn't taken a good look at the space, so she couldn't resist going in to explore. Inside, she found a main room with an altar table. Above it hung a painting of an immortal-looking man in his prime. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. She realized she shared some resemblance with him. Looking at the painting gave her a warm, familiar feeling. On the altar table lay a handwritten book. After reading it, she understood everything. 1,000 years ago, one of the Fong ancestors had been a cultivator, the very person in the painting. Note: this story does not involve cultivation. This is only to explain the origin of the space. The jade pendant had been left by that ancestor as the key to the space, just as Fong Hanjiao had discovered. The space was created by the ancestor when he ascended, using his power to make an independent world for his son, who had no spiritual talent, so that he could live a better life. He left it for all Fong descendants to use, but only those with Fong blood could enter, and even then, it depended on how pure their bloodline was. The stronger the ancestral connection, the more complete the space would appear after being recognized by a drop of their blood. Those with spiritual roots would gain a method for cultivation. Those without could only use the space to grow crops or store things. The weakest connection would allow only storage, without land, spring water, or the courtyard. It turned out that the well water inside was actually spiritual spring water filled with energy. The immortal ancestor set it up this way to prevent any ill-intentioned or immoral descendants from obtaining the space and bringing harm to their own family or others, which would also burden him with unnecessary karma. The more Fong Hanjiao read, the more surprised she became, and she finally understood why she had been reborn. If a descendant of the Fong family obtained the space, but used it to harm their own kin or commit evil deeds, time would turn back once, giving them a single chance to start over. However, this opportunity would only come once. After returning, the Fong family members must do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Those who continue to do wrong would lose their lives and disappear completely from the cycle of reincarnation. Fong Hanjiao did not find any cultivation methods, which meant she had no so-called spiritual root. Still, being able to obtain a space with fertile land and a spiritual spring was already a great blessing. Moreover, the land contained a time acceleration formation. Crops that took a month to mature outside would ripen in just half a month inside the space. If watered with a spiritual spring, the growth would double in speed, and the crops could mature in 7 or 8 days. The spring water not only benefited plants but also improved human health, healing illness and strengthening the body. Crops grown with the spring water became more nutritious and effective. Because of the spring's miraculous power, the immortal ancestor warned in his notes to use it carefully, as possessing such a treasure could bring danger. After reading the notes, she let out a long breath, worried that her grandparents and parents might be waiting anxiously outside, and quickly came out. She had wanted to bring the ancestors' notes out to show them, but they could not leave the courtyard, so she had to give up. When Fong Luran and the others saw her come out, they all looked at her intently but did not ask any questions. Fong Hanjiao told them what was written in the notes, leaving out the part about spiritual roots. It would only cause unnecessary regret. Having died once, she now only wished to live peacefully with her family, keeping everyone safe and happy. As for the Duan family, she only wanted them to face the consequences of their actions. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, I want my brothers to come in and try it too. There's such a large piece of land in the space. It should be used to grow food. You and father can't possibly handle it all alone. But the four of them immediately replied in unison, no. No one else can know about this. Fong Hanjiao hadn't expected such a strong reaction from her grandparents and parents, but she was deeply moved by their concern. They were only afraid that someone with bad intentions might harm her. She waited until the four of them had calmed down before explaining things properly. Don't be upset. Although anyone with the Fong family's blood can enter this space, it has already recognized me as its master. I have full control and can decide who may come and go. If anyone has bad intentions toward me, I can sense it through the space. Besides, my brother and uncle have always treated me well. I'm sure they, like grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother, would never be greedy for it. The four of them agreed that what Jiao Jiao said made sense, but they still thought it would be safer if fewer people knew about the Jade Pendant's secret space. Fong Hanjiao then revealed her strongest argument. A month from now, there will be a great flood. Several nearby counties will be destroyed, and we'll have to flee. The journey will be hard, with many refugees along the way. The ancestors' notes say that those who gain such a space must do good deeds and accumulate virtue. So from now on, we must keep planting crops inside the space. Even if not for others, we must at least make sure our own family has enough to eat and drink. After she finished, she gave them time to think it over. She thought they would agree, but grandfather and grandmother still shook their heads, and even her parents disagreed. Fong Luran felt that nothing was more important than his granddaughter's safety. Doing good deeds could be done in other ways. The land inside can speed up time, right? Your father and I can handle it. Fong Hanjiao brought out another strong point. Second sister-in-law, fifth sister-in-law, and sixth sister-in-law are all expecting babies now, and the little nephews are still so young. If we don't start planting more food and saving money now, it will be dangerous for them when we have to flee. In her previous life, all three sisters-in-law had lost their babies, and second sister-in-law's youngest son had fallen ill and passed away on the road. Although the Fong family had divided into separate households, the grandchildren were still ranked together. Ever since Fong Hanjiao had learned to speak, she would call out brother, and all 9 of her older brothers would rush to answer. Her soft, sweet voice calling brother was so adorable that everyone loved to hear it. But every time she called out, all 9 cousins thought she meant them, and they would start arguing and fighting over it. Even real brothers wouldn't give up the title so easily, and their quarrels often turned into a lively scuffle among 9 little boys. In the end, Fong Luran decided to settle it by ranking them according to age. The eldest branch has children 1, 2, and 4. The second branch has 3, 5, and 7. The third branch has 6, 8, and 9. In her past life, Fong Hanjiao had suffered too much to speak of it, but when Fong Luran and the others heard her words, they could sense the danger behind them. Seeing that her grandparents and parents were still hesitant, Fong Hanjiao once again used her final argument. In my previous life, Luo Man became the master of the Jade Pendant space and used it to gain the favor of powerful people. I was deceived into raising the child she had with Duan Zishang, and after I helped that child grow into a capable person, he turned against the Fong family, causing our downfall. What did you say? That wicked Duan family truly met a bad end. They made my poor granddaughter suffer so much. Hearing this, Madame Chiu and Madame Chun were so angry that they wished they could punish the Duan family right away. They also realized that what Fong Hanjiao had mentioned about her dream was actually her own past life. Thinking about it made their hearts ache. They wished they could have taken her place. What kind of hardships had their dear Jiao endured in that past life? Fong Luran and Fong Yui also understood now. Their eyes turned red, and if not for Jiao's presence, they would have already burst into tears. Both men were furious, veins standing out on their foreheads, and they stood up, ready to confront Duan Zisheng. I'll go teach that ungrateful man a lesson. How dare he treat my Jiao like that? Fong Hanjiao suddenly realized she had said too much in her eagerness to convince her grandfather to let her brothers enter the space. Seeing her father and grandfather heading for the door, she quickly stopped them. Grandfather, father, please don't act rashly. Those things haven't happened yet. We can't ruin our future because of people like that. They're not worth it. What they owed me in the past, I'll make sure to reclaim one by one. What we need to do now is store food and supplies to prepare for the coming disasters. That's what truly matters. After much comforting, she finally calmed them down. We must not only store food and water but also gather as many herbs as we can find. A month later, a flood struck. Over the next year, life across the land grew difficult. Floods and droughts alternated, refugees filled the roads, and hunger spread everywhere. Just hearing Fong Hanjiao's warning made Fong Luran and the others shiver, but in the end, they agreed to let the 3 sons of the second branch enter the space first. After all, they were Fong Hanjiao's own brothers, and they would never harm her. With Fong Yui and Madame Chiu keeping things under control, the 3 brothers couldn't stir up any real trouble. It was better not to let the other 3 branches of the family know about the secret space or Jiao Jiao's rebirth. After all, people's hearts are hard to read. Seeing that her grandparents and parents were so firm, Fong Hanjiao stopped insisting. Fong Luran took out the family record and turned to 7 generations before. There was a great-aunt who married into the Luo family. That explained why Luo Man could bond with the jade pendant. But since the bloodline was so distant, the pendant space could only serve as a simple storage area for her. She's truly shameless. She stole Jiao Jiao's jade pendant and still tried to charm her uncle. How disgraceful. Those 2 will get what they deserve. And that Duan Zisheng is no better. He lived off Jiao Jiao's kindness and still did such heartless things. How could someone like him even pass the scholar's exam? He'll never escape his own downfall. Madame Chen and Madame Chiu scolded Luo Man and Duan Zisheng fiercely. It was the first time Fong Hanjiao realized how sharp her grandmother and mother's words could be. But those 2 really did deserve it. Deep down, they were selfish and cruel. In her past life, they had hoarded food without helping anyone. Instead, they used it to make a fortune and supported the exiled Prince Kong in overthrowing the crown prince and taking the throne. In this life, they would never rise again. They would be despised by everyone. Fong Luran told the servants to call all his sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons to the ancestral hall. Kneel. 43-year-old Fong Yuan saw his father's stern face and felt his heart pound. He wondered which unfilial child had angered his father so much that even he had to kneel at his age. Whoever it was, he swore he'd teach that child a lesson later. He wasn't the only one thinking that. Except for Fong Yui, who knew the truth, Fong Yudao and Fong Yud also glared at their own sons and grandsons suspiciously. The 10 young men were all guessing whether it was their father or son who had upset their grandfather. The 9 younger ones were silently complaining, wondering if their father or grandfather had angered their great-grandfather, dragging them into this punishment for no reason. It really felt unfair. Because the oldest was only 8 and the youngest just 2, the 2 little ones didn't think much about it, but the other 6 couldn't hide their curiosity. Anyone could tell what they were thinking, which made their father glare at them in anger. Still, no matter what they thought, even the 2-year-olds knelt down smoothly, back straight, ready to listen and see who had upset the elder. Fong Luran first gave a long lecture, then took out the family record book. You must all kneel before our ancestors and make a sincere promise to treat Fong Hanjiao well for life. You must never betray her. Anyone who breaks this vow will be expelled from the Fong family. The ancestral hall was full of people, young and old, all kneeling. Hearing their father, grandfather, and great-grandfather scold them without naming anyone, they began to recall everything they had done recently. When they heard they only needed to promise to treat their niece, sister, or cousin kindly, even the two little ones sighed in relief. So that was it. Everyone immediately made the vow before their ancestors, as Fong Luran demanded. The younger ones didn't understand much, but the adults sensed something unusual. Fong Yud, a scholar, quickly asked, "Father, did that boy from the Duan family bully Jiao Jiao?" At his words, everyone's faces turned fierce. If Fong Luran confirmed it, they were ready to storm the Duan household. Fong Luran was pleased with their reaction, but remembering Jiao Jiao's plan to enter engagement, he quickly interrupted. "Not for now. In the next 2 days, finish the farm work quickly. Don't waste time. Right now, the wild vegetables and fruits on the mountain are at their best. Go pick as many as you can. If you can't eat them all, dry or pickle them. In winter, you can sell the extras for some coins to buy the children writing tools and sweets." He mentioned selling them to encourage everyone to take it seriously. Although Jiao Jiao could grow food in her special space, the mountain's produce was free, so it would be a waste not to gather it. With more than 30 people in the family, it was wise to store extra food. If hard times came, they would be prepared. They couldn't rely on his good granddaughter for everything. That afternoon, the women would take the children to the mountain to pick food, while the men would finish the fieldwork in 2 or 3 days. As the eldest, Fong Yuan always felt something was wrong with the Duan family, but seeing that his father didn't want to talk about it, he was the first to show his support, and his 3 younger brothers followed by nodding. Fong Yud wasn't married yet, so he planned to go with his sisters-in-law to help look after the children and keep them safe. "Don't take this lightly," said Fong Luran. "I think this year might be tough. You all have many children at home, so try to gather as much food as you can. If you find herbs or useful plants, pick and dry them. Don't be short-sighted and sell them right away. They may not be worth much now, but in winter, they'll be valuable and useful for us." After speaking, Fong Luran waved his hand. If he kept talking, he was afraid he might lose his temper and tell his sons to go deal with the Duan family directly. "Did you all hear me clearly? Go to your work and don't be lazy. If I catch anyone slacking off, don't blame me for being strict." At the same time, Madam Chin was giving similar instructions to her daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law. However, she didn't make them kneel. She simply said that the weather might turn bad soon, so they should go to the mountains to gather wild vegetables, fruits, and herbs while they still could, just in case. The daughters-in-law all listened carefully. Whenever something important happened in the family, it was always the elderly couple who made the decisions. Besides, Madam Chin was not a harsh mother-in-law, so everyone respected her. Since marrying into the Fong family, their lives had been better than in their own homes. By following the elders' advice, the whole family could live well and eat their fill every day. The Fong family was one of the largest in the village and also one of the best off. With so many people, it wasn't easy to make sure everyone had enough to eat and wear, but the elderly couple managed it well. After the midday rest, Madam Chin led her daughters-in-law, granddaughters-in-law, and the children up the mountain, each carrying a basket or a bamboo backpack. Fong Hanjiao tied her sleeves and pant legs tightly with a rope, then helped her little nephews do the same. This way, they could avoid insect bites and scratches from branches, making it easier to walk in the mountains. "Me do it myself." "Me too." The 2 little boys, just over 2 years old, struggled to do it on their own, refusing help from their mothers. At that age, they loved to imitate others and were curious about everything. Seeing how adorable they were, Fong Hanjiao couldn't help but smile. After tying her own clothes, she went over to help the 2 little ones. "Auntie, can you help us tie our pants?" The 2 little ones, who had just refused their mother, quickly changed their minds and nodded eagerly, then started arguing about who should go first. Fong Wuyue said, "Me first." Fong Zhongxia protested, "I'm the older brother, I should go first." Fong Wuyue pouted, "I'm the younger one, I should go first." Seeing that the 2 little ones were about to start fighting, Fang Hanjiao quickly stepped between them. Let's do it together. So she tied one pant leg for one child, then turned to tie the others, switching back and forth between them. Oh, sister, someone teased. Why do you bother helping them? Let them fight it out. Whoever wins can go first. That's right, another agreed. Boys are always restless, and you're the only one who spoils them. Fang Zhongxia's mother, Madame Wang, nodded in agreement with Madame Lu. If someone didn't know better, they might think these women weren't the children's real mothers. But the Fang family had many children. Even when 8-year-old Fang Ziyue argued with his 2-year-old brother, the adults rarely stepped in. They never said things like the older one should give in. Whoever was right stayed right, and if no one was wrong, they were left to sort it out themselves. The boys usually solved things with their fists. Whoever was stronger got the final say. They're still little, Fang Hanjiao said with a smile. In a couple of years, I won't spoil them anymore. She smiled politely at her sisters-in-law, but in her heart, she thought, they're still babies. I just want to love them a little more. I only hope they grow up healthy and safe. After tying the sleeves and pant legs for the 2 little ones, she gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. The 2 toddlers, delighted, stood on tiptoe and kissed their aunt back, leaving her face covered in drool. She couldn't help but laugh. Proud of themselves, the 2 little ones looked triumphantly at their 6 older brothers. Though only a bit over 2 years old, they were clever. Usually, they couldn't win against their older brothers because they were too small. But now, with their aunt's attention and kisses, they felt very pleased. Sure enough, the 6 older brothers looked on enviously. But since they were about to go up the mountain to work, they knew it wasn't the right time to compete. They decided to wait for a better chance later. Before everyone left, Fang Hanjiao quietly added a bit of spiritual spring water to the drinking water they were taking up the mountain. From now on, everyone in the family must drink it every day. After a month, when they start their journey to escape the famine, their health will be much better. Especially the 3 sisters-in-law who are already expecting babies, though they don't know it yet. But now isn't the right time to tell them. After everything was packed, the whole family, young and old, headed toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, at the Duan family's house, since Fang Hanjiao didn't bring any extra food today, they could only eat coarse grain buns with wild vegetables and pickled radish. Because of the good food Fang Hanjiao had shared before, Luo Man couldn't eat the rough food anymore. Not only her, but Duan Zishang also found it hard to eat. The others forced themselves to eat enough, so they could work in the fields. Luoman's neck was still injured, and with Duan Zishang speaking up for her, she didn't have to work that afternoon. After Father Duan and Mother Duan took the younger siblings to the fields, Luo Man went back to her room, ate the leftover mung bean cake, and even saved a piece for Duan Zishang. Duan Zishang was still hungry. From afar, he saw the Fang family members either going to the fields or heading to the mountain. After waiting a while, he decided to go to the Fang house himself. Everyone in the village knew that Fang Hanjiao didn't have to work, so she must be at home. Duan Zishang wanted to get back his jade pendant from her and also show her how her stubbornness had left him hungry. He even thought that when Fang Hanjiao married into the Duan family, she couldn't stay lazy. She would have to work in the fields. His sister had said the Fang family's lunch was braised pork and meat soup, yet Fang Hanjiao had made him eat wild vegetable buns. He decided she should cook a chicken for him later. He could bring the chicken soup back to share with his sister-in-law, who was weak and needed nourishment. But when he knocked on the Fang family's door for a long time, no one answered. An old man from the village saw him knocking and kindly told him that Fang Hanjiao had gone up the mountain with her mother and sisters-in-law. Duan Zishang knocked on the Fang family's door for a long time with no reply. When the villager saw him, he felt deeply embarrassed and returned home with a dark expression. At the same time, his dislike for Fang Hanjiao grew even stronger. Through the window, Luo Man saw Duan Zishang coming back alone. She quickly shut the courtyard gate with a loud bang, noticing that Fang Hanjiao was not with him. When she saw Duan Zishang's darkened expression, she immediately knew that Fang Hanjiao must still be angry with him and hadn't come over. She worried that Fang Hanjiao was still upset because of the jade pendant she had given Duan Zishang, and that she might have skipped lunch out of anger. Her eyes turned as she noticed the new clothes Fong Hanjiao had given her, and she decided to put them on right away. She thought that once she wore them, she would surely look better than Fong Hanjiao. Then, if she acted a little gentle and considerate, Duan Leng wouldn't take his anger out on her. But as soon as she picked up the clothes, she noticed a bright red piece of fabric at the bottom. She reached for it and saw that it was a small garment. Could this be something Fong Hanjiao accidentally left behind? It looks like a new piece she made for herself. What fine silk she used. Well, it's mine now, she said with a sly smile. Her eyes flickered with a mischievous thought as she remembered the excitement of being close to Duan Zishang that morning. She decided to wear the red garment as well. After changing into the new outfit, Luo Man dabbed some fragrant balm on her neck. Feeling satisfied, she picked up the piece of mung bean cake she had saved and carried it to Duan Zishang's room. Duan Zishang, still hungry and frustrated after being turned away by Fong Hanjiao, was in a foul mood. When he saw Luo Man bringing him a snack, he quickly opened the door and let her in. At least someone still cared about him. When he saw Luo Man in her new clothes, his eyes lit up. Indeed, fine clothes made a person look even better. "You look wonderful in that outfit," he said. The new clothes made her look like a young lady from a noble family. Luo Man blushed and explained softly, "My clothes got a bit dirty earlier, so I changed. I noticed you didn't eat much at lunch, so I brought you this cake." As she spoke, she lifted the piece of cake and offered it to his lips. Duan Zishang didn't refuse and took a bite from her hand. Luo Man then thoughtfully handed him a cup of water, and he felt a little less hungry. Seeing him like that, Luo Man's eyes filled with concern. "You must still be hungry, Duan Leng. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten mine earlier." Duan Zishang couldn't bear to see her blaming herself. "It's all right. I'll ask her to buy more tomorrow." Since they were standing so close and no one else was home, Duan Zishang looked at Luo Man, her new clothes, her gentle expression, and remembered their closeness that morning. His heart stirred again, and he found it hard to stay calm. "Manner, you smell so nice." Luo Man blushed and tried to resist, but the man in front of her clearly enjoyed her shyness. "Duan Leng, no, we can't do this. You're about to marry Fong Hanjiao if someone comes back and sees us." Before she could finish, Duan Zishang silenced her with a forceful kiss. He held her close, his eyes filled with emotion. "It's fine. Everyone's out working in the fields. Come, let me take care of you, Manner." Meanwhile, Fong Hanjiao had just gone up the mountain to gather wild vegetables and some common herbs. Suddenly, she felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen. It was that time of the month. Mrs. Chiu, who had also gone up the mountain, kept an eye on her daughter while working. Her daughter had never done much physical labor, and usually just played around when they came to the mountains, so she checked on her often. She was the first to notice something was wrong. Seeing her daughter's pale face, she quickly went over to ask what was wrong. After learning it was her monthly cycle, she urged her to go home right away. She told her sisters-in-law and personally escorted her daughter down the mountain. Fong Hanjiao didn't insist on staying. After all, if her clothes got dirty, someone else would have to wash them, and she felt embarrassed about that. It wasn't that she was lazy. Her family never let her touch water during her period, and her mother always insisted on washing her clothes for her. In a bit of a hurry, they took a shortcut straight down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the hill, they happened to pass behind the Duan family's house. The two were focused on getting home quickly when they suddenly heard a strange sound from a woman nearby. The noise came in bursts and grew louder. Mrs. Chiu immediately realized what kind of sound it was and where it came from: the Duan family's house. Her face darkened instantly. Fong Hanjiao also felt it was unpleasant, but a faint smile appeared on her face. What a coincidence. Just then, they saw Widow Wang carrying a water jug, heading up the mountain. Fong Hanjiao quickly stopped her mother, who looked ready to storm toward the Duan house, and whispered a few words to her. Mrs. Chiu, her face still dark, stepped forward to block Widow Wang. "I heard strange noises from the Duan house. It's not proper for me to go in with my daughter. Could you come with me?" Mrs. Chiu didn't bother to hide her meaning. The noise inside was loud enough that anyone who got close would know what was happening. She had no intention of covering up for the Duan family. The daughter was already planning to break off her engagement with the Duan family, and now they almost wanted to call the whole village to come and see what kind of shameless man Duan Zishang really was. But most of the villagers were out working in the fields, which made Mrs. Chiu and Fong Hanjiao feel a bit disappointed. Still, having Widow Wang with them was a bonus. She was known for her big mouth. As soon as Widow Wang heard what Mrs. Chiu said, she agreed without hesitation. The closer they got to the Duan house, the louder the sounds from inside became. Widow Wang's eyes grew wider and wider, and she didn't need Mrs. Chiu to say another word. She looked at Mrs. Chiu, then at Fong Hanjiao standing nearby, and suddenly felt excited. Something dramatic was about to happen. Unable to hold back, she rushed ahead and pushed open the Duan family's gate before anyone else. Duan Zishang had been careless. He had only closed the door but hadn't locked it. In the countryside, people rarely locked doors during the day anyway, since those working in the fields often came back to fetch water or tools. Duan Zishang and Luo Man had been secretly meeting like this more than once. Usually, they could hear if someone came near, but today they had eaten some special mung bean cakes that made them unusually distracted. When they heard a small noise, they thought it was Duan Mingyue coming back for water and didn't pay attention. Now, the two were completely lost in their own world. When Fong Hanjiao and the others entered the yard, they could clearly hear Luo Man's cheerful voice from inside. Widow Wang's face turned bright red with shock and excitement. Oh my goodness! That woman's calling him Duan Lang. Could she mean Duan the scholar? She whispered. It couldn't possibly be the 14-year-old Duan Sanling, who was out working in the fields with his parents. While pretending to be shocked, Widow Wang didn't slow down at all and headed straight for Duan Zishang's room. At the door, she kicked it open with force. Inside, the two people were caught in a compromising position, their actions clearly visible to the three women at the door. It was an embarrassing and shocking sight. The two inside had thought it was Duan Mingyue returning for water, but at such a critical moment, the sudden intrusion by Widow Wang startled them completely. When Chiu and Fong Hanjiao arrived, Duan Zishang quickly turned to Fong Hanjiao and said anxiously, "Jiao Jiao, it's not what you think. Please let me explain." He didn't dare to move, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. Luo Man kept screaming, "Oh no! My goodness!" Widow Wang's voice was even louder than Luo Man's. "Oh dear! What's going on here? Duan Zishang, Luo Man, how did you end up in the same bed? This is so improper." As she spoke, Widow Wang ran to the bed, picked up a pillow from the floor, and started hitting them with it, though she was really just trying to get a better look. Duan Zishang, though thin, looked very pale. Both Duan Zishang and Luo Man were now fully awake, their faces turning even whiter. They tried to get up, but couldn't. The more they struggled, the more panicked they became, trying to find something to cover themselves, but the quilt and pillows were all on the floor. Luo Man hadn't expected to be caught by others. Embarrassed and frightened, she looked around for something to cover herself, but finding nothing, she clung tightly to Duan Zishang to hide. Duan Zishang pushed away the pillow Widow Wang had thrown and tried to grab it to cover himself, but she quickly snatched it back, seeing through his intention. He looked at Fong Hanjiao, who stood at the door with a calm face, and at Madame Chiu, whose expression was dark. "Jiao Jiao, please, let me explain later. It's not what it looks like. Could you at least bring us a blanket?" "Ha! How shameless!" Someone interrupted. "You were caught being unfaithful, and you still have the nerve to ask your fiancé to help you cover up? If they cared about decency, they wouldn't have done such a thing in the first place." Fong Hanjiao remained calm. She had long known about their affair, and now that it was exposed, it was only the beginning. Widow Wang, seeing that Fong Hanjiao showed no sympathy, was delighted. Exactly. Let everyone see what kind of people these two really are. She remembered how that very morning, Fong Hanjiao had come to her with a wedding dress, asking for sewing advice, only to find out her fiancé was such a disgrace. Thinking about her hand being pricked, Fong Hanjiao immediately applied jade face ointment to her. Such a good girl shouldn't be treated like this. She immediately stood up for her, scolding Duan Zishang and Luo Man without even needing Fong Hanjiao and Xiao to speak. As the saying goes, rabbits don't eat near their burrows. Luo Man, even if you're lonely and restless, you shouldn't harm the people around you. There are so many single men in our village. None of them are enough for you to enjoy, yet you choose to flirt with your own brother-in-law. If your brother-in-law were single, then maybe, but he's engaged. You're just being mean and bad. I'm not saying this to you, but why are you having an affair with your brother-in-law? Why did you sneak into his bed in broad daylight? Are you in such a hurry? Usually, I didn't see anything special about you, but now I realize you're such a flirt and troublemaker. At this point, Luo Man also decided to give up. She thought that if her and Duan Lang's affair was discovered, it would be good because then Duan Lang would have to marry her. So she didn't say a word and didn't bother to speak up now. Duan Zishang, I can't believe you're still a student. Jing Jiao treats you so well. She always brings her family's meat to cook for you, and when you run out of ink and paper for your studies, she buys them for you, without hesitation. Yet, you can't even protect your own modesty and have betrayed her. Who do you think you're fooling? You went to hunt on the mountain to raise money for your exams, and your brother's wife tragically died. TSK. They say brothers' wives shouldn't be bullied, but you insist on messing with your sister-in-law. Aren't you afraid your older brother will come looking for you at midnight? I think your studies are a waste. You and your sister-in-law are just a pair of scoundrels. Perfect match. She scolded for a long time, and Fong Hanjiao and Xiao couldn't interrupt or even speak. While Wang Guofu was cursing, she saw Duan Zishang and Luo Man still struggling to separate. She rushed forward to pull them apart, which caused both of them to scream in pain. Luo Man's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. This shocked Wang Guofu. She saw that they were clearly unable to separate, and her voice trembled with emotion. Bah! Shameless. They're about to be separated, and they still won't stop. Oh my God, this is terrible. I need to call someone to help carry them to the clinic, or someone might get hurt. Most importantly, Wang Guofu was afraid Luo Man might really die, and she didn't want to be blamed for it. She was shouting loudly, as big as she could be, almost wishing she had 10 mouths, so everyone in the village could hear and come quickly. Duan Zishang was nervous when Wang Widow said she was going to find someone, and he froze even more. Please don't call anyone, I'm begging you. He looked at Fong Hanjiao with pleading eyes. She loved him so much that she wouldn't want anyone to see him like this now. If someone took him and his sister-in-law to the clinic, his sister-in-law wouldn't survive, and his reputation would be ruined too. He absolutely couldn't let anyone take them to the clinic. Wang Widow had already run out the door, but she kept talking. You can't just ignore the situation. People might die. After saying that, she ran out to call for help. Qiu and Fong Hanjiao didn't say anything. They just stepped outside and waited for help. Qiu thought about her daughter's little life and was worried that seeing such a messy scene might upset her, so she decided to send her home first. Go home quickly. Mom will watch here. Don't worry, today's wedding is cancelled. Even though Fong Hanjiao wanted to stay and see what was happening, her body wouldn't allow it, so she obediently went home first. Wang Widow quickly called many villagers to come, but most of them were old men and women, along with a few young boys playing around in the village. When they heard there was a commotion, they all came to see. The young people had already gone to work in the fields. In the village, only Duan Zishang and Fong Hanjiao didn't have to work in the fields every day. About 6 or 7 elders came, including one who was a senior from the Duan family. Seeing Duan Zishang and Luo Man caught in an affair and discovered, then immediately getting angry, their faces looked very upset. This is so embarrassing. Our family is unlucky. Why are those two fighting naked on the bed? Did that woman get beaten to death? One after another, innocent voices started talking quickly. Hey kids, go outside quickly. This isn't something you should see. One of the old ladies, after seeing what was happening inside, looked at Duan Zishang with wide, gossiping eyes, and suddenly, when she heard her grandson ask a question, she quickly covered his eyes in fear. The elderly woman realized her grandson had also arrived and quickly shooed away the other children who had come along. Duan Zishang was also in great pain, and feeling hopeless. When he saw so many people suddenly arrive, he felt like giving up on life. Fortunately, an elder from his family picked up a quilt and covered both of them. Please, everyone, don't make things worse. This is our Duan family's matter. Everyone, do your own thing and don't gather around in the yard. Chiosha listened to the old man from the Duan family telling people to leave and sneered. She grabbed a few children who had gone outside. Help me call my men back home and tell them something big has happened. My daughter Jiao Jiao was bullied. The first one to come back will get some candy. When the children heard about the candy, they all rushed to call people from Fong's family in the fields. Seeing this, the elders from the Duan family knew they could resolve things peacefully today. But Duan Zishang was the most promising young man in their family. They had high hopes for him to bring honor to the family. Now, they felt like they could just die of frustration over him. Still, since he was their most promising son, they couldn't really let him die. So, they went to find a doctor. Luckily, there was a barefoot doctor in the neighboring village. It's better to embarrass yourself by calling a doctor from next door than to carry someone 10 miles to the town or to a whole village. This was a serious matter, and everyone heard the news. Not just the Fong family, but even those who just heard the wind, all came to see what was happening. Fong Hanjiao's 3 brothers and her little uncle were the first to hear she was bullied by the Duan family. They ran the fastest and arrived at the Duan house first. They saw Duan Zishang and Roman secretly meeting and immediately got angry. The 3 brothers wanted to beat Duan Zishang to death, but were stopped by Fong Yud. Stop right there. Do you think it's worth causing trouble over such a disgraceful thing? Chiosha remembered her daughter's warning and also held back her 3 sons. Listen to your little uncle. This has nothing to do with our family. First, we should break off the engagement with the Duan family. Do you want to ruin your future over such a worthless thing? The Duan family isn't worth it. Fong Yud gave a subtle signal to Fong Qingming and his brothers and whispered a warning. Those 2 are already in a mess now. We can't let anything happen to them. Otherwise, any trouble will be blamed on our Fong family. Sister-in-law is right. It's important to withdraw the engagement first and deal with them. Later, there will be plenty of chances to catch them off guard. Just after calming down the 3 brothers here, the other 6 brothers and uncles also arrived. When Duan Zishang's parents returned, the scene quickly turned chaotic. Mother Duan was especially furious and wanted to drown the eldest daughter-in-law. That shameless fox is always out and about, and she's been trying to charming my son at home. This wicked woman must be drowned. She married my eldest son less than a month ago, and he died suddenly because of her. Now she's ruining my second son's reputation too. I must drown this unfaithful woman. Mother Duan's eyes turned red with anger, and she tried to rush into the house, but Father Duan stopped her. Enough. Are you still craving more trouble? Father Duan said firmly, forcing a smile, and apologized to Fong Yi. Brother Fong, I will give you a satisfactory answer today. Look at how chaotic things are now. It's better for us to close the door and discuss privately, so others won't laugh at us. What do you think? Darn your mother. This is just making a joke of your family. What does it have to do with my Fong family? Fong Yi pushed Father Duan aside without hesitation, showing no respect, and took out an old broken jade hairpin that Chiosha had already given him. This is your worthless, broken jade, and I'm giving it back to you. Your son is morally corrupt, shamelessly involved with his sister-in-law, and caught in the act. It's all over now. Do you still expect us to pretend we don't see? My daughter will never marry, not into a family as dirty as yours. Return her fate to us. Let's forget about the past blindness of our families, and from now on, don't contact each other. The children's marriage is off. Hearing this, Duan Zishang inside the house was panicked and quickly shouted, I don't agree to break the engagement. Seeing that Duan Zishang still dared to shout, Fong Yi couldn't hold back anymore. He punched Father Duan in the face, giving him a black eye. That dirty, pestilent thing can't be beaten now, but can I hit his father? As the saying goes, if you don't teach your children properly, it's your fault. Take a punch from your father. You don't agree? I'll beat you to death today, you little brat. Fong Yui threw punches left and right, each one aimed at Father Duan's face. Before long, he had beaten him into a pig's head.
Ah, darn it!
How dare you hit my husband? Mrs. Duan saw the situation and was about to hit Fong Yui. Mrs. Chiu couldn't just watch and quickly grabbed Mrs. Duan's hair. She also took off her shoe and started hitting her face from side to side. After hearing her daughter's story about her past life, she had long wanted to come and fight this family of bad people. Her daughter had been so kind and sincere to the Duan family, but the family had treated her daughter so badly. At first, she thought they hadn't done anything serious enough to justify hitting them. But now, the reasons were clear. Why wait? She had to act. The women from Fong's family on the mountain also heard the commotion and rushed back. When they arrived at the Duan house, they saw the yard in chaos. Fong Yuren's wife, Huang, saw her sister-in-law fighting with Mrs. Duan. Without asking why, she immediately took sides and secretly grabbed Mrs. Duan's hair. Not only her, but Fong Yudeo's wife, Wang, also joined in. As a result, Mrs. Duan was pressed down and beaten by 3 sisters-in-law. Duan Zishang's sisters-in-law saw their parents being beaten and wanted to help. But the Fong family's men were not easy opponents. So, each member of the Duan family was roughly beaten by 2 or 3 Fong family members, both openly and secretly. Everyone, break it up.
Step back.
Are you all dead? The village chief, Shan, arrived late. Seeing the scene in the yard, he felt dizzy and reached out to break up the fight. Someone hit him with a fist, almost causing him to faint. He really wanted to fall down. But by then, Dr. Qin from the neighboring village had arrived. He couldn't afford to make a fool of himself outside the village. The villagers, seeing the commotion, also pretended to be helpless and came forward to break up the fight. They hadn't helped earlier because the Duan family was too unreasonable. Zishang had been caught in bed with his sister-in-law, and they were still locked up. Yet, they refused to cancel the engagement with Fong's daughter. Not to mention her parents. Even the onlookers felt itchy to fight a few rounds. Doctor is here, everyone step aside. Dr. Qin, over here. Over here. Mrs. Wang was the first to rush to Dr. Qin, pushing through the crowd to lead him to Duan Zishang and Luo Man. The doctor knew on his way here that he was coming to treat a stroke, so he brought silver needles. Now, seeing some people still want to watch him needle, he angrily shouted, "Everyone get out!" and chased them all away, then closed the door. Outside, since the crowd couldn't see the real action, they turned to watch the fight instead. Break it all. Fan Qingming saw many people trying to join the fight but couldn't, so he raised his hoe and smashed the big water jar in the yard into pieces. The other Fong family young men, like the water rushing out of the jar, started hitting and smashing everything around the Duan family. There were so many Fong family members that the yard looked terrifying as they fought and smashed things. The spectators, afraid of getting hurt, all stepped outside the yard. The Fong family members smashed everything they could find. They broke 2 large iron pots on the stove, each with a hoe, making big holes. Dishes and bowls in the cupboard were all thrown on the ground, shattering into pieces. They smashed tables, chairs, and benches. They even tried to climb onto the roof, almost tearing it apart. But this didn't stop the Fong boys. They were working in the fields and had hoes and pickaxes in their hands. They broke a few tiles here and there, making small holes in the roof. Suddenly, the Duan family looked like bandits passing through. The village chief saw that the Fong family had vented their anger and noticed that Duan mother, Duan father, and their children were badly beaten, barely recognizable. If he didn't stop them now, someone might get seriously hurt or even die. Fong Yuren, Fong Yui, do you want to go to jail? Stop this now. Fong Luran, being older than him, could only call his sons. When Fong Luran saw his grandchildren finish their rampage, it seemed like he just realized what was happening and shouted, "Didn't you hear what the village chief said? Stop everything now." The Fong family members immediately stopped. Apart from Ma Shangfeng's Duan Zishang and his widow, the Duan family was beaten so badly they looked unrecognizable, with bruised faces and swollen noses. Even their parents didn't recognize them. The village chief listened as widow Wang explained everything in detail, understanding the full story. He looked at the Duan family with disgust, wishing he could kick them out of the village. He glared at Duan father and Duan mother with a stern look. Your son and daughter-in-law have done such shameless things, and you still hold on to the girl's birth date? Are you trying to get them to report you to the authorities? Father Duan still hoped that because his son was a young scholar, he would take the exam for a successful candidate next month in the county town. Not only would it bring honor to the Duan family, but it would also give the village a good reputation. He thought the village chief would support their family. Hearing the village chief say this, he felt nervous. If that's the case, don't say I, the village chief, will show no mercy and will drive your whole family out of the village. Think carefully about what you're doing. The village chief wasn't foolish enough to favor the Duan family. The Fong family also had 2 young scholars, and they already had a successful candidate in their family. Moreover, Duan Zishang himself behaved badly, doing things worse than animals, which led to others coming to confront him. That was deserved. Duan father, mother, and some elders of the family were all shocked and stared wide-eyed at what they heard. One elder from the Duan family, who was more sensible, immediately scolded Duan father and mother, telling them to return Fong Hanjiao's birth date. When the Fong family took back Fong Hanjiao's birth date, they didn't want to stay any longer in that dirty place, feeling it was unlucky. However, a few sisters-in-law remembered how the Duan family had previously eaten a lot of Fong family's meat. They gathered in small groups and caught 6 of the Duan family's chickens. This is just them paying back what they ate for my sister before. It's perfect to bring home and help my sister replenish. Mrs. Chen was very pleased to see her daughters-in-law so clever. The Duan family saw the Fong family's people act so boldly, beating people, smashing the house, and casually taking the chickens, without daring to say a word. They were afraid Fong family members might retaliate and beat them again. They were so scared they couldn't even open their eyes. Only after the Fong family left did Mother Duan see the situation at home clearly. She let out a loud cry and shouted at the village chief. Village chief, you must stand up for us. Look at how we've been beaten and how our house was smashed. Can we still live here? Fong family must pay us silver. They're bullying us.
Boo-hoo.
The Fong family didn't care how much Mother Duan was crying. They didn't destroy Duan's house, and it was only because there were many outsiders present that they didn't want to cause trouble and be criticized. Otherwise, they would have beaten them again. By evening, if they didn't catch Zishang Duan in a sack, it would mean their brothers were too timid. On the way home, Fong Hanjiao's brothers thought of something. Father, mother, we still haven't gotten my sister's jade pendant back. Fong Qingming turned to go to the Duan family. I'll go get it back. His 7th brother, Fong Huaisu, held him back. 3rd brother, I'm sure father and mother already took it back. Fong Yid was very pleased with his 7th nephew. This nephew's personality was most like his own. He was only 18 and already a student. Next month, it would be easy for him to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar. Most importantly, he was smart and didn't just look at things on the surface. In the future, he could handle big responsibilities in his 2nd brother's family. Fong Qingming still didn't fully believe his brother's words. He looked at his parents for their opinion. Yes, Jiao Jiao brought it back herself this morning. She was wearing it around her neck. Mrs. Chiu didn't plan to hide this from the family. Everyone listened carefully and wished they could turn back time to undo what happened to the Duan family. But the people they most wanted to punish were Duan Zishang and his widow. Now, no one knew what they looked like. After the doctor left, they planned to go tonight and catch Duan Zishang to avenge their sister. After such an incident, the Fong family didn't feel like working in the fields or going up the mountain. They were all worried about Fong Hanjiao. After all, Fong Hanjiao loved Duan Zishang very much. Since today's events, she must be very upset. She might even be crying right now. Fong Hanjiao's brothers thought about how sad she was and wanted to cut that troublemaker Duan Zishang into pieces and feed him to the dogs. When everyone got home, they saw Fong Hanjiao hanging her freshly washed clothes. Mrs. Chiu looked at her with concern. Jiao Jiao, why did you wash your clothes yourself? You shouldn't be doing that now. Just wait for me to come back and do it. Because they had been on the mountain earlier, the women in the family knew that Fong Hanjiao's period had started today. Hearing Mrs. Chiu, they all agreed. With so many people in the family, she could wash her 2 pieces of clothing easily. Besides, everyone was women. Every month, they all went through this. They helped each other and didn't care about dirt or bad luck. This was also why Mrs. Chen set a good example. When her daughter-in-law came into the family and had her period, if her clothes got dirty and she was busy, Mrs. Chen would help wash them. In her free time, she even encouraged her sons to help their wives wash dirty clothes. There was no such thing as bad luck. After all, she was a woman. If having bad luck was real, then the men born from her would be even more unlucky. It was clearly nonsense. The Fong family has a tradition of sharing good habits, especially the Chun family. Sometimes, the 4 sisters-in-law follow each other's example, helping each other out. Now that the family has married off a daughter-in-law, the new daughters-in-law also adopt this habit. Fong Hanjiao's dirty clothes have been washed by her 2 sisters-in-law. Yes, sister, you should rest well these days. If you catch a cold, it won't be good. Fong Hanjiao honestly feels there's nothing wrong. In her past life, she did everything herself at the Duan family. Even after getting married, she still washed clothes for Duan Mingyue and Luo Man during the early days. The more she thought about it, the more she felt silly. She quickly shook her head.
It's fine.
The weather is warm now and the water isn't cold. Have those matters over there been settled? The men, who are now married, heard their wives say this and blushed, understanding what she meant. They also changed the subject with Fong Hanjiao. Yes, mother, quickly put away your sister's birth chart. There are so many children running around the house. It wouldn't be good if they find it later. Chiu nodded and took out the birth chart for her daughter to see. You and that troublemaker from the Duan family have already broken off the engagement. From now on, your marriages are unrelated. After she finished speaking, her brothers all looked at their sister nervously, worried they might see sadness on her face. But Fong Hanjiao smiled happily. Finally broken off. This big matter was settled. Now their family could focus on storing food. Mother and father, you should go and do your work. We've wasted so much time because of this. We could have already dug a basket of wild vegetables from the mountain. Seeing that their sister was not only not sad but also eager to go mountain foraging, her brothers and sisters-in-law looked at each other in surprise. Could it be that she was so upset that she was pretending to be happy? If someone is unhappy, causing a big fuss might be better. The worst thing is to keep it inside and let it fester. Many of them thought this way. Fong Hanjiao's sister-in-law, Su, took her hand and looked at Chiu with concern. Mother, my sister still looks weak. Her hand is so cold. Isn't the doctor from the neighboring village here? Maybe Guyu can call him over to check her pulse. Fong Hanjiao was very touched by fifth sister's concern and gently held her hand. She thought that fifth sister still didn't know she was pregnant, so calling the doctor was a good idea. All right, let's have the whole family get a health check. After saying this, Fong Hanjiao looked at her mother and grandmother. Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Chiu understood her meaning from her words and nodded. Okay, then Guyu, you go see if Dr. Qin has come out and invite him to our house. This way, they could also find out how things were going with the Zhang family, preferably hoping that his efforts would end his lineage forever. That unkind man shouldn't have descendants, and if he did, they would be just as bad. Fong Hanjiao thought more about this. Their family had many women and children, and if they could have a good doctor follow them during their escape, it would be perfect. So, she decided to start building a good relationship with Dr. Qin now. Guyu soon brought Dr. Qin over. Fong Hanjiao remembered that Zhang Zheishang and Luo Man were already infected with a venereal disease, though just recently. Even a skilled doctor might not notice it immediately, but that didn't mean the doctor couldn't get infected. She kindly reminded him, those two dirty people are so careless. They might have some unclean disease. Dr. Qin has a little grandson at home, so it's best to wash thoroughly and protect yourself and your family. Fong Hanjiao thought that since Dr. Qin would be treating those two, he might have to come into contact with something dirty and disgusting. If he also caught that disease, it would be her fault. At first, Dr. Qin didn't think much of it, but when he heard Fong Hanjiao's words, his expression changed. When he arrived, he saw that the widow Wang was gossiping and trying to peek inside the house. He noticed red spots on her neck when he closed the door. As a doctor with many years of experience, he immediately recognized those as symptoms of a venereal disease. The widow Wang's behavior and private life were known to everyone in the village. It wasn't impossible that Zhang Zeshang and his sister-in-law were involved with her. "Jiao Jiao, shall I go home and wash up first before giving you all a pulse?" Dr. Qin hurriedly returned home from the Fong family. Luckily, the two villages are close, and he was back in less than 15 minutes. Once home, he used a special stove to boil mugwort juice, then washed himself from head to toe. He also soaked the clothes he wore today and the silver needles he used in mugwort herbal water. Right after Dr. Qin left, the Fong family remembered his serious and somewhat worried expression, especially the few people who had fought with the Duan family. Their faces looked very grim. Fong Hanjiao naturally understood what they were worried about. To ease their minds, she made sure everyone in the family washed thoroughly with mugwort. However, in their home bathwater, Fong Hanjiao added spring water. Her eldest uncles and third uncle's families each sent half a bucket of water with their two brothers. After Dr. Qin returned home, washed and tidied up, he came back to the Fong family. Everyone in the family, including several children, was carefully washed again. Fong Hanjiao served a cup of tea to Dr. Qin when he arrived. She added 2 drops of spring water to the tea, just in case, to make it safer. Of course, her own family members also drank the water. She had already given them spring water earlier. The family didn't know why Fong Hanjiao insisted everyone drink a cup of water, but since she asked, they all obediently drank it, including the 2 youngest children, Fong Wuyue and Fong Zhongxia. The water was surprisingly sweet and tasty. The children giggled and wanted to ask their aunt for more, but Chun Shi handed each of them a candy to keep them quiet. Dr. Qin politely drank the water. Perhaps because he was a bit thirsty after the journey, he found the tea very sweet and refreshing, making him feel relaxed. Originally, Dr. Qin thought the Fong family might ask about Duan Zishang's situation. He was prepared to tell them if they asked. After all, Fong Hanjiao was the only young girl in 9 generations of the Fong family, spoiled and cherished. It was said she was very kind to Duan Zishang, but he had disappointed her. Outsiders like them couldn't help but want to know more. But when he arrived, the Fong family didn't ask at all. Instead, they asked him to check the family's pulse for peace and safety. Listening to the words of Fong Erlang and his wife, it was clear they were worried that their only daughter might be too upset, possibly overexerting herself emotionally. At the same time, he admired how much the Fong family loved their daughter. He thought, if he had such a delicate daughter, he would love her just as much. So, he started by checking Fong Hanjiao's pulse first. Dr. Qin gently took her pulse and smiled. The young girl was healthy, and nothing the family worried about was happening. "Miss Fong, your body is fine. Just be careful not to catch a cold these days, eat more meat, and stay happy." The family felt relieved to hear that Fong Hanjiao was okay. Next, he checked the others. When he found out that 3 of the daughters-in-law were pregnant, they were all surprised. During this busy farming season, they thought life was tiring enough, but it turned out they were pregnant. The husbands of the 3 women were very happy, and the family also celebrated. Everyone in the family had healthy pulses. Fong Luran smiled and gave Dr. Qin a red envelope. The men politely saw him off. At the door, he couldn't help but ask about Duan Zishang. Dr. Qin's father had a good relationship with Fong Luran's family. He also felt sorry for the young girl in Fong's family. Duan's second son might have trouble having children from now on, but his eldest daughter-in-law has been pregnant for over a month. "I think it's better for your Jiao Jiao to end her engagement with him." Fong Luran and his children almost exploded with anger, but they still politely saw Dr. Qin off. Turning around, they saw Mrs. Yin with a gloomy face and Fong Hanjiao. Fong Luran and Fong Yuyi wanted to say something to comfort her, but couldn't think of what to say. They just wished they could go and deal with Zishang right now. Instead, Fong Hanjiao looked calm and understanding. No wonder Zhashang was so eager to marry her in the last life. It was all a lie to find an excuse for him and his widow sister's illegitimate child. Thinking this way, Fang Hanjiao also realized that in her previous life, she had tried to save Luo Man from drowning, but ended up infertile. It was probably a trap set by those two. She thought she was so foolish in her past life. How shameless. They should have let Luo Man sink into the pond. Qiu sure hated this so much, and others agreed with her. Fang Hanjiao smiled and said, "Let them sink into the pond. They deserve to carry that shame for life. The child should also carry the label of being born from an affair." But these were just light punishments. The real punishment would be that when the child was born, he would be born with a venereal disease. Let that person from Zhashang know that she has a son, but the son won't live long and can't leave her a successor. Watching her face the despair of being childless again, she finally releases her long-standing hatred for being harmed and unable to have children in her previous life. She also wants to see that ungrateful person who secretly had a child. How can she go on living like this? However, since that bad man and wicked woman caused trouble with their affairs, she prefers not to let her family know it was her doing. She doesn't want her family to see her as so cruel. Although the heavenly ancestors' notes say to do good deeds often, it doesn't say to stay silent when being bullied. The Taoist teachings say to repay evil with kindness, so she believes she is just fighting back with her own way, not doing evil. Having thought this through, Fang Hanjiao feels relieved and goes back to her room. Soon, her grandfather and father, along with her 3 brothers, come into her space to farm. Fang Luran and Fang Yuyi think they shouldn't waste time. Those bad people aren't worth their family wasting precious time on. Originally, the 3 brothers thought they could rest in the afternoon, but instead, they had to move to another place to continue working with their hoes. At first, the 3 brothers were amazed that their sister had such a magical tool and were happy for her. But after working in the field for half a day, they were too tired to think about anything else. Fortunately, with the 3 generations working together, they managed to farm half of the 10 acres in the afternoon. Since the land was naturally fertile, they only needed to turn the soil with hoes and plant seeds. There weren't many weeds, so they worked quickly. That evening, the brothers went to set up bags around the Zhashang person. When they waited near the Duan family, they also met some brothers from the 3rd uncle's family and even 10-year-old Fang Jingqiu from the 4th uncle's family, all came together. They carried 4 bags and waited around the Duan house for a long time, getting bitten by many mosquitoes. No one from the Duan family came out. They couldn't openly go into the house and drag someone out to fight. "Brothers," Dad said, "if we wait until now without seeing anything, we should go home. There's no need to waste more time. We will have plenty of chances later." Fang Jingqiu remembered his father's warning when he left home. Old 7th Fang Huishu agreed with his younger brother's words, saying, "I think the Duan family was probably scared and didn't dare to come out today. Let's go home and come back tomorrow." Otherwise, no one caught anyone, but everyone was covered in mosquito bites. Not to mention, although there are fewer mosquitoes now, there are still many biting insects. They all find it hard to bear and go back to their own homes. They are not afraid of being caught by Duan Zhashang. Duan Zhashang doesn't dare go out even when he urgently needs to pee, worried that the Fang family might come to catch him. The 10 brothers of the Fang family have been out for 2 nights in a row, but they haven't caught anyone. Since breaking off the engagement with the Fang family, the Duan family feels like they've fallen from a lively spring into a cold winter, and each day feels like a year. In contrast, the Fang family is busy arguing and working in the fields or on the mountain, as if nothing is happening, and no one pays attention to the Duan family. Fang Han has been staying at home these past 3 days. Luckily, today is the last day, and she can go out into the yard to enjoy the sun. Just as she sat down, someone suddenly knocked on the yard gate. She thought it was her children coming back to fetch water. But when she opened the door, it was Duan Zhashang, someone she really didn't want to see. If he hadn't come here voluntarily, she would have almost forgotten about him these days. Fang Han truly admires this person. How dare he come to her door? She was about to close the door when Duan Zhashang hurriedly stepped forward, trying to push his way in. "Stop. If you step forward again, I will call for help. Fong Han felt disgusted just seeing him. Duan Zishang had been at her home for 2 days, and now he was taking advantage of the village being busy in the fields to come over. It seemed he didn't hear her warning, and happily reached out to hold her hand. Fong Han quickly stepped back. Luckily, there was a big broom nearby, which she grabbed and swung at his face, keeping enough distance between them. She thought that this person might have a venereal disease. Even if he looks fine now, he still has it. Duan Zishang, stay away from me. Don't make me look down on you like a dog. She said this while hitting him with the broom several times, leaving marks on his face, some even bleeding. She felt sad that she couldn't take the broom away and burn it later. Duan Zishang was furious after being hit. How dare this woman hit him? But thinking about why he came here, he took a deep breath. A real man can endure and adapt. He forced a smile and kept his composure. He didn't realize that his face was now covered with uneven scars. When he smiled, he looked really ugly, like a ghost. He still thought he was the charming and talented young scholar he used to be. Okay, I won't come near you. Jiao, listen to me first. Let me explain.
It wasn't like you saw that day.
She was the one who charming me. You know who I am. We've already agreed to marry. How could I be unfaithful to you? But that day, she tampered with my food, which is why you saw what you did. Please believe me. I don't want to break off the engagement. It was decided by my family, but I didn't agree. We can go back to how things were before. After we get married, you'll be the one in charge. Whatever you want. Just say it, okay? After the Fong family came to cause trouble that day, life at home became very difficult. He has looked worn out these past few days. Most importantly, if he really falls out with the Fong family, how can he take the imperial exams in the future? The Fong family's local official, Fong Wen, probably won't help him anymore. He really doesn't want to see that happen. So now, he doesn't care about his sister-in-law's reputation. His own future is more important. He just wants to pass the exams first, then he can make it up to his sister-in-law later. Fan Hanjiao was disgusted by what Duan Zishang said. She endured her nausea to listen to him. This person really opened her eyes again. After Duan Zishang finished speaking, he looked at Fang Hanjiao with hope, waiting for her to accept him back so they could be together again. Then he could return to his old life. But after he finished, he saw Fang Hanjiao still holding a big broom between them, not the scene he imagined, her accepting him with open arms. He felt uncertain. However, he thought that since he and his sister-in-law were angry because of her, he should spend more time with her. Jiao, I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Do you know how much I like you? That day, when you saw me, it was like a knife stabbing my heart. I didn't want it to be like that. I was set up. It was Roman who tricked me. That day, I didn't know anything. I was dazed. Then you came and saw what you saw. I wanted to explain to you, but you didn't listen.
Please believe me.
In the future, do whatever you want. If you don't want to cook at my house, then don't go. If you don't want to see Roman, I can make her leave the Duan family. Fang Hanjiao was truly disgusted by him. Does this man really think he's as cheap as he is, and that he must be with Duan Zishang? This isn't the first time you've had issues with your sister-in-law. She can trick you once, but she can do it again and again. Your sister-in-law is over a month pregnant. Are you sure that child isn't yours? If you don't want that child, then you won't have any children in the future. Duan Zishang was surprised to hear Fang Hanjiao knew that his sister-in-law was pregnant with his child. He wondered how she found out. Does everyone in the Fang family know? Thinking of this, he felt a bit tense, but then he relaxed again. As long as Fang Hanjiao doesn't mind or get upset about these things, the Fang family won't care either. So, the most urgent thing now is to soothe Fang Hanjiao. As for that child, just as Fang Hanjiao said, it will be very difficult for him to have more children in the future. This might be his only child, so the child in his sister-in-law's belly is very important. Seeing Fang Hanjiao angry, he realized she was jealous because he was with his sister-in-law. His confidence returned instantly. Jiao, don't worry. I've already made plans. When that child is born, he will be your son. I will call you mother, and I will never let him recognize Roman. If you don't want to see Roman, I will send her away far away, so you won't see her again. Fong Hanjiao, seeing this scoundrel, couldn't tolerate him wanting her to be the mother of their illegitimate child. She immediately swung a broom at him. No matter how he was hit, she hoped to blind or even kill him, hitting him wildly. You scoundrel! The whole village saw you and that woman doing it. How dare you say such things to me? You ungrateful jerk, born from that shameless woman. Take good care of that illegitimate child. Let him be pointed at as a jerk for his whole life. Even my mother finds you disgusting. Your guts are so big to think I would agree with you? You, a worthless person who can't even have a son. I will beat you to death. Beat you to death. Fong Hanjiao scolded while hitting, venting all her frustration. In her past life, this useless man boasted about being educated, always looking down on her for being uneducated, and after becoming an official, he looked down on her even more. Because of that, she never dared to curse or say dirty words, afraid of embarrassing him.
Darn it! Darn you!
Jerk. Worse than a beast.
Goody. Di.
Every time Fong Hanjiao cursed, she felt more relieved. The more she cursed, the more energetic she became and the harder she hit. Duan Zishang, although he passed the imperial exam as a scholar, had never worked much at home since he was a child. In recent years, he stayed at home studying, claiming it was for learning, but in reality, he was just lazy and did no chores. He was a weak scholar who couldn't resist Fong Hanjiao's fierce beating at all. Plus, Fong Hanjiao had been drinking spiritual spring water these days, so she was full of energy. When she hit him, she was quick and forceful, hitting with ease. Jiao Jiao, stop. Are you crazy? Why do you look so hateful and fierce now? Who would want you in the future? Besides me, no one else would want you. Stop hitting. Duan Zishang tried to dodge and step back, but Fong Hanjiao enjoyed beating him more and more. With each swing, her frustration eased, and she felt refreshed. Even when Duan Zishang ran into the village, she didn't stop with the broom but kept chasing and hitting him. If she didn't feel satisfied today, she would miss the chance for Duan Zishang to come to her and be beaten. Widow Wang carried a bucket of manure to water the vegetable garden. From afar, she heard someone crying and begging, then cursing, which piqued her curiosity. She hurried over with her bucket to see what was happening. Seeing Fong Hanjiao hitting Duan Zishang with a big broom, she was so excited she almost grabbed a stick to help. But since it was daytime and no one else was fighting, she only dared to think about helping. She didn't dare to do it for real, but she could take sides. She put down the manure and blocked Duan Zishang's way. When she saw Duan Zishang coming toward her, she didn't think much and tripped him with her foot. Duan Zishang was fully alert, trying to defend himself from Fong Hanjiao's sweeping broom. He didn't notice his footing and fell to the ground. When Fong Hanjiao raised the big broom to hit his face again, he didn't even feel the pain. Hey, how can you walk without watching where you're going? You almost tripped me. If I got splashed with manure water, you can't blame me. Widow Wang stepped back, pretending to complain, as if her foot hadn't been involved at all, and she couldn't help but smile. Hearing the mention of manure water, Fong Hanjiao's eyes sparkled. She threw down her broom and ran to Widow Wang, saying, Sister Wang, can I borrow some manure water? Widow Wang nodded instinctively, sure, take it. No need to return it. There's plenty in the latrine. Fong Hanjiao, holding her nose against the foul smell, grabbed a bucket of manure water and poured it over Duan Zishang, who was still lying on the ground. Eat manure, Duan Zishang. Darn you, you scoundrel. Do you think I'll be a mother to your shameless jerk child born from your shameless wife? You must be possessed. Drink more manure water to drive out the evil. And don't ever appear in front of me again. If I see you, I'll make you drink manure water every time. Duan Zishang, already crying out in pain from the beating, was lying on the ground, wailing with his mouth open. He didn't expect Fong Hanjiao to do this. She suddenly poured 2 large mouthfuls of manure water into him. Ugh, ugh. Duan Zishang ignored the manure water splashed all over him and kept vomiting on the ground. Widow Wang saw Fong Hanjiao pour the entire bucket of manure water over Duan Zishang and, excited, grabbed another bucket nearby. Judge, there's more here. I'll give you this one too. That dog dared to insult you. Nothing he does is worse than this. If this manure water isn't enough, my family's latrine is full of it. Take as much as you want. If villagers hadn't already come to watch the scene, she really wanted to help pour manure water on Duan Zaishang with Fong Hanjiao. He's really a no-good person. Fong Hanjiao looked at Duan Zaishang, who was vomiting uncontrollably. His whole body was covered in filth now. Pouring another bucket of manure water on him would be a waste. Those 2 buckets of manure water were hard to come by, and she didn't want to waste the effort. Thank you, Sister Wang, but no need. When my brothers return, I will ask them to return a bucket of manure water to you. Seeing Fong Hanjiao still wanting to return the manure water, Sister Wang quickly shook her head. Oh, no need to return anything. A bucket of manure water isn't a big deal. There's no need to repay it. Jiao, I told you before, you've been too soft. Next time you see that person, just deal with him like this. Next time you see him, call Sister Wang, and she'll bring you some manure water. As they talked, someone approached. Duan Zishang on the ground was about to get up too. They exchanged a quick look, tidied up, and hurriedly left the scene. Fong Hanjiao used Sister Wang's bucket of manure water, but didn't go far. Instead, she carried the empty bucket, ready to help fetch more manure water for her. Sister Wang didn't want her help. She was happy to see Fong Hanjiao tidy up Duan Zishang. That man was really terrible. Jiao, no need to help. You should go home and change your clothes. Look, you also got splashed a bit. You need to change quickly, or you'll smell too bad. Sister Wang is used to this work. I can handle it myself. Fong Hanjiao saw that Sister Wang was sincere, and even pushed her toward her own home. Sister Wang was actually a kind-hearted person. Although she liked to watch the fun and had some questionable private habits, watching the drama was human nature, and her private life was complicated but unavoidable. After all, Sister Wang married only a few years ago. Her husband died, leaving 3 children and an ailing, elderly set of parents. Over the years, she had basically supported the family herself. A few years ago, her family often came to cause trouble, asking her to leave her family and abandon her children to her in-laws. But she chose not to remarry and continued to raise her children and serve her in-laws. During tough times, her 3 children had no winter clothes and could only stay in bed, afraid to go outside. Because her husband died, her in-laws were unwell and needed medicine. They were so weak they almost couldn't survive, so Sister Wang resorted to exchanging her body for money to support her children's needs and her in-laws' medicine. That's why her reputation was so bad, but her in-laws still treated her sincerely. In truth, which woman would choose to live a bad life, be slandered, and be considered lowly if she didn't have to? However, the men Wang Widow chose were mostly widowers or middle-aged single men. She never pursued young men or married men. To be honest, Wang Widow is a sad person. In her past life, she was diagnosed with a venereal disease and was exposed. She didn't want to burden her family or infect others, so she hanged herself that night, leaving behind her 3 young children and elderly parents-in-law. Only her eldest daughter seemed to survive and was sold. Fong Hanjiao remembered the day she caught her daughter, and Wang Widow also spoke up for her then, just like today. She decided to help Wang Widow cure her venereal disease. She couldn't heal it herself, but she had spiritual spring water. Please, Sister Wang, pour some water, so I can wash my hands. Fong Hanjiao deliberately followed Wang Widow to her home. She watched her pour water, and then asked for a cup of water to drink. Thank you, Sister Wang. Please leave the water here, so I can wash my hands. Also, could you pour me a cup of water? I've been scolding that beast all afternoon, and my mouth is dry.
All right.
Okay. Sister Wang, I'll go get it for you. Fong Hanjiao was the only young girl in the village willing to visit Wang Widow's house. She was very happy. Because of her private behavior, most women in the village avoided her, as if she were something dirty. Not only did Fong Hanjiao not dislike her, but she also wanted to visit her home. She was very happy and wanted to bring out the best things she had to entertain her, but her home lacked those proper items. When Fong Hanjiao heard that Wang Widow wanted water, she quickly washed her hands thoroughly and then went to pour water for her. Seeing Wang Widow go inside to fetch water, Fong Hanjiao poured a lot of spiritual spring water into her family's water jar. This way, their family could treat illnesses or strengthen their bodies. After finishing her tasks, Fong Hanjiao exchanged a few words with Wang Widow, said goodbye, and returned home. At home, Fong Hanjiao first boiled some hot water, preparing for a warm bath. When she splashed manure on Duanzishang, a few drops splashed onto her clothes. She had to change her clothes because the smell was too strong. Not washing was not an option. She also had contact with Wang Widow earlier. Although she didn't touch her saliva or blood, she still took precautions for safety, as there were pregnant women and children at home. Silently, she burned the broom and the clothes she changed out of. After tidying herself up and finding nothing to do, she entered her space to check on the rice she had planted. When I went inside, I was surprised. The day before yesterday, I planted the seeds, expecting the seedlings to grow about 6 or 7 inches tall today. But the rice plants are already forming flower buds. It's only been 2 days, and they are about to bloom. They are growing very fast. It looks like they will be ready to harvest in just a few more days. In the corner, 2 chickens are still alive and well. This shows that the space can support living animals. She plans to go to town tomorrow to buy more chicks and ducklings to raise in the space, so there will always be plenty of poultry to eat. She also wants to raise 2 pigs. The 2 chickens inside the space are actually 2 of the ones her sisters-in-law caught from the Duan family. When she looked into the chicken coop, she found 6 eggs. The eggs are larger than the ones her chickens lay outside, showing that the animals raised in the space are better cared for. The eggs probably taste better and are more nourishing. After she finished tidying up, her grandmother and mother returned with 3 young nephews. They came back to prepare lunch. When they arrived, they noticed Fong Hanjiao had changed her clothes again and asked if something was wrong. In a farm family, people usually don't change clothes casually during the day unless there's a special reason. Today, she probably didn't get her clothes dirty, so she wouldn't change them without cause. Fong Hanjiao mimicked Duan Zishang's shameless words and mainly talked about her own achievements. My granddaughter is so impressive. Good girl, next time you face something like that, just shout out loud. Your mother will definitely deal with him. Xiao and Chen didn't expect Duan Zishang to dare come to Fong's house, and they were disgusted by his words. But hearing how brave and daring Fong Hanjiao was, they felt relieved and proud. However, that wasn't the end. Both of them planned to send their sons and grandsons to catch that troublemaker and put a sack over his head. Fong Hanjiao's family has 15 members to feed, and they eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner with large bowls of soup. She took out 6 eggs from the space, just enough to make a vegetable and egg drop soup for lunch. Chen and Xiao saw the eggs she produced out of nowhere and realized they were laid by the chickens in the space. They didn't expect the chickens in the space to still lay eggs. Mrs. Chen quietly asked Fong Hanjiao, "Isn't it just 2 chickens? Why are there 6 eggs now? Surely, the chickens wouldn't lay eggs every day just because they went into the space, right?" Mrs. Chiu was also very curious. It's from those 2 chickens, but maybe because they drank the spiritual spring water. Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Chiu listened, thinking how lucky the chickens were to drink the spring water, but also feeling a bit envious since they drank it every day too. Fong Hanjiao didn't know what her grandmother and mother were thinking. Grandmother, I plan to go to town tomorrow to buy more small chickens and ducks to raise in the space. That way, we won't run out of meat and eggs. Meng Qiu and Zhong Xia and their wives can also have eggs to eat every day to stay healthy. She shook her head again. Just buying small chickens isn't enough. It would be better to buy more hens that lay eggs. After all, she didn't know if the animals in the space grew quickly or slowly. What if they stopped growing once put inside? But based on how the egg-laying chickens behaved, they probably wouldn't stop growing. So, she thought it was best to buy a variety of animals. Hearing her concerns, Mrs. Chen agreed. Jiao Jiao had such a magical tool, so of course, she should use it well. They wouldn't usually suggest what Fong Hanjiao should do with her space, but she was free to decide, and they supported her. I think we should also buy more vegetable seeds. Next time, We can leave a small patch of land to grow some vegetables. All right, tomorrow your third and fifth brothers can go with you. Mrs. Chun made the arrangements. Fong Hanjiao nodded. Mrs. Chun added, also let seventh brother go with you. Tell your eldest and sixth brothers about your and Duan's broken engagement. They haven't come back from town yet, and they don't know what's been happening at home. Don't let that family take advantage of you again. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. I have two big treasures in my family. Grandmother thought carefully, and I didn't expect that. Without her, what would happen to the family? Fong Hanjiao's words made Mrs. Chun smile happily. Grandmother isn't as perfect as you say. Fong Hanjiao leaned over and hugged her grandmother's arm. Yes, she is. She looked at her mother and asked for support. Mother, do you agree? Mrs. Chiu nodded happily, with a confident look. Of course I do. You see, in the village, who would want to marry someone like you? I am proud that my daughter has such a good mother-in-law. Mrs. Chun was praised by her granddaughter and daughter-in-law, and she smiled, her face showing more wrinkles. Oh, I am not that great, haha. The three generations, along with the three little children, talked and laughed happily. They were busy preparing lunch, and everyone else working at home had returned. Today's lunch favorite was the wild vegetable and egg soup. Even Sue, who had a poor appetite since learning she was pregnant, drank a small bowl of soup and ate half a bowl of rice. Mrs. Chun, Mrs. Chiu, and Fong Hanjiao all knew what was happening. The change was because eggs came from the space. Fong Hanjiao was even more determined to raise more chickens and ducks in the space. All the farm work was done, but the whole family couldn't rest. They all went up the mountain. Those who could hunt, hunted. Those who couldn't, picked wild fruits and dug wild vegetables. After lunch, Fong Luran gathered everyone for a meeting, telling the grandchildren to go up the mountain and stock up supplies. Old 7, Old 8, and Old 9, you three, bring back more bamboo. Old 10, take your nephews and gather more firewood. These things would be very useful on the escape journey. When fleeing, the first priority is water, then food. Both require fire, so firewood is essential. Fong Hanjiao agreed with her grandfather's advice. Honestly, she hadn't thought of that herself. It's true, having wise elders like her grandparents is very helpful. After the family meeting, Mrs. Chen told everyone about the trouble that Duan Zishang caused her granddaughter earlier that morning. Fong Yuyi immediately wanted to take his son to Duan's house. Dad, if we go to the Duan family now, I think I still care a bit about Zishang. It would be giving them face. Just pretend you don't know about this. I already fought back hard and even made him drink manure water. Zishang won't stay inside forever. When he goes out, we'll catch him and tie a bag over his head. Beating him would be pointless if he gets hurt, and no one would know it was our family. Even if he suspects it was us, he has no proof. He'd have to swallow his anger and blood, which would make us feel better. Fong Hanjiao truly did not want her family to get involved in petty matters and then criticize her for acting unkind or immoral. As soon as she finished speaking, her fourth uncle and seventh brother looked at her with relief and pride. The fourth uncle smiled and patted Fong Hanjiao's head. It seems our Jiao Jiao has really grown up this time. She understands weighing the pros and cons and cares about the family. Very good. Rest assured, that scoundrel will not have an easy time. Fong Yuyi and her other two brothers listened to Fong Hanjiao's words. Seeing that Fong Luran and Fong Yud agreed and thought she was right, they decided not to go to the Duan family. But they definitely had to cover their heads with sacks. After the meeting, except for the three pregnant daughters-in-law who were resting with the younger children, everyone else went up the mountain. They didn't rest but went to work. Fong Hanjiao heard her grandfather tell the seventh brother and others to cut bamboo and thought of bamboo shoots. She also wanted to eat bamboo shoots and decided to go up the mountain with them. There were also wild fruits and vegetables all over the mountain, which they couldn't go for the past 2 days. Everyone at home was anxious. Chen and Chiu knew she was about to go stir-crazy staying at home these days, so they didn't stop her and went up the mountain together. Fong Hanjiao followed the seventh brother and others to the bamboo grove. It was the right time to harvest bamboo shoots, and everywhere there were plump, chubby bamboo shoots. Just as she was about to pick one, Fong Huai-su pulled her aside. "Let's dig, you pick." Seeing her seventh brother say that, Fong Hanjiao raised her hoe. Digging was faster and easier than breaking the shoots by hand, so she didn't argue and just followed her brothers to pick. At this moment, the village's fields hadn't been fully worked yet. Otherwise, the bamboo grove would be full of village women and children digging bamboo shoots. Fong Hanjiao thought to herself, if they planted a small patch of bamboo in the space, right at the edge, would they have a continuous supply of bamboo shoots? Thinking this way, she asked her third brother to dig up a few small bamboo plants with roots. While the eighth and ninth brothers were busy cutting bamboo and weren't paying attention, she secretly collected them into her space. Around the boundary of the space's land, Fong Hanjiao had already planted various plants. There were vegetables and fruit trees, all secretly brought into the space a few days ago. Now, she had added a few more bamboo plants. Although a bit messy, they were all lush and green, looking quite charming. While picking bamboo shoots, Fong Hanjiao also sent some into the space and collected many dried bamboo leaves that had fallen to the ground. These leaves can be used later as fire starters or to wrap zongzi for steaming. They have many uses. The whole family worked on the mountain until evening before heading down. Just as they arrived in the village, they met villagers returning from the fields. The villagers saw that the Fong family had come down from the mountain, each carrying full baskets filled with various wild vegetables and fruits. They especially looked at Fong Huai-su, Fong Zhuming, and Fong Changjing, who carried 3 full bamboo shoot baskets, and their eyes lit up. But just being excited wasn't enough. They still had work in the fields to finish, and could only think that since the Fong family had many members working together, they finished quickly and efficiently, so they went up the mountain first. Many villagers felt they needed to speed up their work in the fields, worried they might miss out on the good things on the mountain. Nowadays, families who can eat enough are not worried about having too much grain. After a winter of eating pickled vegetables and salted foods, they were just waiting for spring wild game to improve their diet. The Fong family deliberately came back at this time so that the villagers could see their harvest, encouraging everyone to finish their work in the fields quickly and go up the mountain to gather more food to store at home. That way, when they fled from danger later, everyone wouldn't be so miserable. What the villagers thought isn't important now. That night, Fong Qingming, Fong Guyu, and Fong Huai-su took cloth bags and went out again. Zhang Zishang, who had been chased and splashed with manure by Fong Hanjiao during the day, felt like he was about to die. Finally, he managed to get home, where he made the pregnant Roman vomit for a long time. He had hoped Roman would boil water for him to bathe, but she was useless, constantly vomiting. Not only did she not boil water, but his parents and sister also came back and cooked the midday meal themselves. Jean's mother, injured and exhausted, went to work in the fields. When she returned, there was no food, and she had to cook herself. She was so angry that she scolded Roman while preparing lunch, blaming her for seducing her son. If it weren't for this troublemaker, her son wouldn't have broken off the engagement with Fong Hanjiao. Without the broken engagement, how could she come home every day after work and have to cook lunch herself, with no tasty food? When Fong Hanjiao didn't break off her engagement with her son, they had plenty of food every day. During that time, their family gained some weight.
But now?
Not to mention eating meat, even a full meal of wild vegetables and cornbread is hard to come by. If it weren't for Luo Man being pregnant with Duan Zishang's only child, she really would want to drown her immediately. But she could only endure it for now, and every day she thought in her heart about how to torment Luo Man after she gives birth, to vent her anger. Luo Man had been feeling nauseous from the beginning because of Duan Zishang. Before her mother-in-law returned, she scolded her, even calling her by name. She decided to do nothing. When she saw the old woman trying to make her work, she would turn around and vomit. After her mother and sister-in-law returned, Duan Zishang finally took a bath. But the dirty water splashed all over him. On his head, face, and body, nothing was left untouched. No matter how he washed, he still smelled bad. But the family didn't dare to say anything. Later, when they sat together for a meal, Luo Man suddenly vomited again. Duan Zishang's face darkened immediately. The scars on his face from Fong Hanjiao hitting him with a broom looked ugly and smelled bad. Luo Man didn't want to look at him. She was angry all afternoon and didn't eat dinner. During the day, she didn't dare go outside. She just wanted to go out at night to get some fresh air. But as soon as she stepped out, her vision suddenly went black. She couldn't even scream before feeling herself being dragged along the ground, as if sparks were flying from her behind. She wanted to shout, but couldn't because something unknown had blocked her mouth. When the dragging stopped, she hadn't gotten up yet. She felt a sharp pain all over her body, along with cracking sounds like sticks hitting flesh. Duan Zishang quickly guessed that Fong's family was beating him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't speak. No one came to rescue him. He could only curl up and protect his head, letting the sticks hit him. When he thought he was going to die, the beating finally stopped. He waited for a while, listening for silence outside, then struggled to crawl out of the sack. But he couldn't stand up, his legs might be broken. He could only crawl home. Duan's father, after sleeping for a while, woke up feeling the urge to urinate. Groggily, he got up and went to the toilet. When he reached the courtyard gate and opened it, he saw a figure lying on the ground, covered in blood and looking like a ghost. He was so scared he shivered. Father Duan was so frightened he wanted to shout, but he was too scared to make a sound. He kept muttering about ghosts. The ghost looked at him and reached out with a bloody hand. Duan Zishang finally crawled back home from the back mountain. He had a broken leg and was bleeding a lot. He was exhausted. When he saw his father, he instinctively reached out for help. But he was too weak. He shouted for help once, then fainted peacefully. Father Duan saw that the evil ghost was there to take his life. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted too. A smell of urine drifted from him. The famous brothers from the Fong family slept very soundly tonight. The next morning, the village was in an uproar. Duan Tongsheng, who had been involved with the widow, was found dead at his own door, covered in blood. It was the neighbor, Widow Wang's father-in-law, who saw him early in the morning when he went to the toilet. He screamed loudly, waking up the whole village. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but troublemakers last forever. The villagers who were awakened by Widow Wang's father-in-law came forward to check on Duan Zishang. Some dared to see if he was still alive and found he was not dead. They also saw Father Duan, who had fainted and lost control of his bladder. They helped wake up the other members of the Duan family. Seeing that both father and son were still alive, the villagers felt a bit disappointed but still cared about them. Early in the morning, Widow Wang didn't even have time to eat her breakfast and rushed to the Fong family. She brought good news for Fong Hanjiao. But it was Fong Qingming's wife, Wang, who opened the door. She hadn't had time to invite Widow Wang inside, so Widow Wang stood at the door and eagerly told her the news. Wang's sister, something big has happened to the Duan family. Duan Zishang must have offended someone. He was beaten bloody and broke a leg. It's really satisfying to hear. He somehow crawled back home, but he fainted at the door. His father probably didn't even recognize him last night and was so scared he fainted too. Oh, and you wouldn't believe it. He even wet his pants. The father and son weren't found until dawn. Now they're asking the village chief to send a cart to take them to the town's clinic. Wang listened to Widow Wang's story, her eyes wide with surprise. A smile appeared on her face because she knew Widow Wang was deliberately coming to tell them. Really? Justice has been served. Thank you, Sister Wang, for telling us. Come in and sit down. Widow Wang saw that her message had been delivered and quickly shook her head with a smile. No, I just came to tell little Jiao Jiao so she can be happy. When she said this, she lowered her voice and spoke softly. After finishing, she stood up straight. I need to go home quickly and eat breakfast. I'll be leaving now. Mrs. Wang didn't have time to say more. She had already run far ahead. She turned around and told her family about it. Everyone cheered happily. They all understood what had happened to Zishang's broken leg. All right, don't worry about other people's affairs. It has nothing to do with us. Let's eat breakfast quickly, go to the town if needed, or go up the mountain, if that's what we're doing. Fong Luran gave a calm but cheerful order. Inside, He was proud of his grandchildren's good work. No one said anything about it, and no one could admit it was their doing. After breakfast, Mrs. Chiu gave her daughter 5 taels of silver. Fang Qingming took the ox cart, and the 4 siblings went to the town. Before, Fang Hanjiao only went to the town with at least 2 brothers, so villagers weren't surprised. Fang's girl was the family's treasure. Whether she went to town during busy farming season or even early in the morning during the new year, the family would happily prepare the ox cart and send her off. In the town, Fang Hanjiao and her brothers didn't know where to buy chicks and ducks, but their older brother and 6th brother, who managed the shop, definitely knew. They drove straight to their grocery store. Fang Lichuan and Fang Xiaoman usually stayed in town managing the shop. During busy farming times, they returned home every 3 or 4 days, but someone had to be at the shop every day. They took turns going home. They only came back more often during busy seasons. During the off-season, business was easier, so the brothers went home once every 2 weeks. Before the day before her broken engagement with Zishang, Fang Lichuan had just returned home, so they didn't know about the recent quarrel between their family and Zishang's. Fang Lichuan was counting money in front, happily greeting his younger siblings. He was especially excited to see Fang Hanjiao. "Why did you come, sister? What do you want to eat? Big brother will go buy it for you." 6th brother Fang Xiaoman, who was cleaning, heard his big brother's happy voice. He wiped his cloth and hurried out. Seeing that his sister had arrived, he pushed past his big brother happily. "My sister has definitely eaten breakfast, but there's a new fruit drink shop in town. 6th brother is going to buy a bowl for her." I quickly stopped 6th brother from going to buy the drink. "No need, 6th brother. I just ate breakfast a little while ago, and I can't eat anything now. This is the first time since I was reborn that I see my older brother and 6th brother. In my previous life, these 2 brothers were always kind to me, working hard to earn more silver, so I could eat better and live a better life. I remember clearly that my older brother and 6th brother often lowered themselves to flatter others to get business, but all the silver they earned was used by me to support the shop of Duanze. I was truly terrible in my past life." I pull 6th brother back into the shop. I see a pot of freshly brewed tea behind the counter. I lift the lid and peek inside, secretly adding a few drops of spiritual spring water. I pour 2 cups of tea and say, "Big brother, 6th brother, please have some tea." Fang Lichuan and Fang Xiaoman can't resist being fed by their sister, especially since she poured the tea herself. They happily take the cups and drink them all at once. Even if it's poison, they would still smile and drink it. Sister's tea tastes even sweeter. The 3 brothers, Fang Qingming and his brothers, know that their sister added spiritual spring water to the tea, but they can't help feeling a little jealous that she personally poured the tea for them. How could water with spiritual spring water not be sweet? But they say nothing. Fang Xiaoman nods at his older brother's words. He hasn't been home for several days and is a bit worried. "Are all the chores at home done?" "Yes, they were finished yesterday." Grandpa and 6th brother's grandfather asked if anyone is free today to come home with us. "There's an important matter to discuss. I've already broken off my engagement with the Duan family. Duan Zeshang and his widow sister-in-law are living together secretly. Everyone in the village saw it. From now on, we cut all ties with the Duan family." Fang Hanjiao is also worried that the Duan family might come to their shop to deceive the brothers again, so she quickly mentions the most important thing. "After all, Duan Zeshang has no shame at all. That scoundrel dared to humiliate you like that. I'll go home and teach him a lesson." Fang Lichuan's eyes turn cold as he looks at the other 3 brothers who came with his sister. "Is this how you protect your sister at home? Are you just going to watch her being bullied by that beast without doing anything?" Fang Qingming saw his older brother glaring at him and the other 2 younger brothers, and he felt nervous. He quickly explained. Although he was the eldest in the second family, he was still a bit afraid of this older brother from the main family. After all, he was the oldest, the leader among the siblings. The younger brothers, who were often disobedient and immature, had been scolded and beaten by him since they were young. So now, if the older brother got really angry, Fang Qingming felt his scalp go numb. He was afraid that if he hesitated even a little, the older brother's fist would come flying. These brothers were usually easy to get along with, but when it came to their sister, they were very serious and never careless. Fang Qingming quickly told the story and emphasized that they had completely destroyed the Duan family. Now, the Duan family was still living in the one room that was spared when Duan Zishang and his widowed sister-in-law were about to be evicted during a storm. The family had asked villagers to repair their roof, but no one wanted to go because they thought the family was dirty and unlucky. It seemed that someone from outside the village was hired to fix their house at twice the normal price. Fang Huishu added after his older brother finished, Duan Zishang was beaten and broke his leg last night. He's probably still lying in the clinic now. Qin Lichuan, the seventh brother, heard this and thought, even if he doesn't know who offended whom, since my seventh brother mentioned it now, it must be one of us who did it. I'm satisfied with that result. But he still hated the Duan family, with gritted teeth. All right, big brother, we're here today for another important matter. Our grandfather said that from now on, the family shop should not sell any food items outside, even wild vegetables. We should keep everything for ourselves. Seeing that his older brother was less angry now, Fang Huishu quickly changed the subject. Qin Lichuan felt that something big was about to happen at home. But since his brothers didn't say anything and asked him to go back home, he thought he should ask their grandfather and father directly to find out what was going on. He also didn't want to just rely on what his brothers said, worried that they might be playing tricks on him and that he might end up getting punished at home. When she was young, her brothers often argued with her about having a sister. They dared to do anything, even if they ended up getting scolded by their grandfather together. They still did it. After her older brothers finished talking about important matters, Fang Hanjiao said she wanted to buy little chicks and ducks. I know a place where the chicks and ducklings are cheap. I can talk to the shopkeeper. Sixth brother, I'll take you there. Fang Lichuan watched his younger brother rush ahead with his sister and brothers, and he shook his head with a helpless smile. Never mind, he still had some accounts to settle. He opened a drawer and took out a small silver piece worth 2 taels. If you get tired, thirsty, or hungry later, let your third brother and the others buy you food and drinks. No need to save silver. This is what I've saved up myself. Fang Qingming quickly took out his own 2 taels silver and pushed his older brother's hand away. Big brother, you can't just take silver from the shop freely. Not even a copper coin. We don't want to cause trouble with the accounts. You can give the money to your sister when you get home. We've all brought enough silver today, no need yours. Actually, Fang Qingming was worried that if their older brother did that, his wife wouldn't like it. They shouldn't let their sister cause trouble between the brothers and their wife. Although their eldest sister-in-law had always been kind to her, they still kept clear accounts among brothers. Also, their family shop was run by 4 brothers. The accounts had to be clear. They couldn't let their older brother work for nothing and secretly put silver into the business. When Fang Hanjiao saw her older brother hand her silver, her third brother kindly refused. Her eyes welled up with tears, almost crying. In her previous life, it was always like this. Every time they met, her older brother would give her silver. Her third brother would immediately take out his own saved silver to help, so her older brother wouldn't embarrass himself in front of his wife. The other brothers also often secretly gave her silver. The brothers in the family had always been very close and respectful. In her past life, she was over 30, but her brothers still treated her like a child. Giving her silver was their favorite thing to do. They always said, I don't have much ability and can't help in other ways, so I can only give you silver. Because her brothers kept trying to give her silver, over time, her sisters-in-law started to have some complaints. She understood them well. She was already over 30 and wasn't naive. She gently pushed her older brother's hand and the silver back along with his hand. Big brother, mother gave me some silver. I don't want yours. You still need to do the accounts. Let's go buy chickens and ducks first. We'll come back and go home together later. Fang Lichuan was very happy to see his younger siblings being so sensible. When he saw that his sister didn't want his silver, he gave up. He kept the silver for his sister, saving it for her future use. Then he said, You all should go quickly. After Fang Xiaoman left the shop, there was one less person. Fang Bu stayed behind to clean the shop. Fang Hanjiao and her group were about to enter the street where animals were sold, but they were stopped at the entrance. The person who stopped them was Yuanjua, the second son of the Yuan family. The Yuan family was wealthy, and Yuanjua was an only child, so he was spoiled. He was 20, but still unmarried because he had high standards. He didn't like ordinary women and only fell in love at first sight with Fong Hanjiao, who was from a farming family. Before, Fong's general store and Yuan's restaurant did business together, but after Yuanjua liked Fong Hanjiao, they avoided doing business with each other as much as possible. However, ever since Yuanjua saw Fong Hanjiao, he kept appearing whenever she came to town, like a persistent rash. Fong Hanjiao had forgotten about him. Yuanjua looked at her with a happy face, straightened his posture, and then gracefully took out a red bean from his pouch. "Miss Fong, long time no see. This is a love bean, specially brought from the south for you." A love bean, as the name suggests, is used to send feelings of longing. He thought Miss Fong would understand his feelings. He sent someone to the south to find this rare love bean for her. She must be very touched. Surely she would fall for his deep affection. But Fong Hanjiao looked at the blood-colored bean he handed her and immediately stepped back, hiding behind her brothers and showing disgust. "Take it away. This love bean is poisonous. We have no grudges or enemies. Do you want me to die?" When Fong Hanjiao said this, someone inside a window of a fancy restaurant across the street spat out the tea they had just drunk. However, speaking of her, that girl was truly beautiful and had the kind of charm that made people think of her often. TSK. A small face like a melon seed, willow-shaped eyebrows, and those enchanting eyes. Just looking at her makes her naturally charming, even without trying. Her straight, noble nose and cherry lips, amazing. Plus, with her naturally good skin from the Shu region, she really can be called a stunning beauty. The young man speaking here was hoping someone across from him would agree. Zhao Hongjin calmly looked away from Fong Hanjiao, expression blank. Since you have time to admire a beauty, you should instead quickly find evidence of corruption in the salt tea office. If you can't find anything in 2 days, go back yourself and stop following me. The young man who was admiring Fong Hanjiao hurriedly turned around, trying to look obedient. "Little imperial uncle, I was wrong. I was wrong. After I finish eating, I'll go check." He picked up his bowl and started eating quickly. If the little imperial uncle sent him back, and his father laughed at him for being young, his mother would definitely hold endless banquets to show off her son-in-law.
He didn't want that.
He had finally convinced the little imperial uncle to take him out to relax, and he didn't want to be sent back so soon. Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself that he had forgotten. If someone was unromantic and dull, then that little imperial uncle was the real expert. To say such cold words to such a beautiful lady, how heartless. Yuanjua was caught on the spot by Fong Hanjiao's stern words, trying to explain but feeling clumsy and anxious to step forward. The Fong brothers immediately pushed Yuanjua away, giving him no friendly look. Fong Qingming's face darkened as he said, "If you come over again to bother us, don't blame us for using force." Without waiting for Yuanjua to respond, he took his sister into a market street that sold livestock, with Fong Huixiu and Fong Shaman closely following to protect her from being touched. Yuanjua stood at the street corner, feeling sad because Fong girl didn't even glance at him and seemed to be avoiding him like a pest. He was also stopped by servants from approaching, worried that the young master might get beaten by Fong girl's brothers. They hurriedly persuaded him to leave, fearing the master and madam would punish him if he stayed. Inside the livestock market, a strong smell of animal waste filled the air. Even though the street was clean somewhat, the smell was everywhere. Fong Hanjiao started to feel uncomfortable, covering her nose, but as she looked around, she gradually forgot about the smell. She thought that her family only had one ox so far. When they escape from famine, her mother and grandmother can't walk for long, and her 3 pregnant sisters-in-law and little nephews also need a cart to ride in. They need to buy at least 1 more ox and a cart. But today, she didn't bring enough money. An ox costs at least 7 or 8 taels of silver. She decided to ask her grandfather and grandmother to talk to her eldest brother about it at home. Since she couldn't buy the ox herself, she didn't look any further and went straight to the stall selling chicks and ducklings. Fang Xiaomian negotiated the price directly with the seller and bought 50 chicks and 50 ducklings at 3 won each, totaling 300 won. She asked the shopkeeper to deliver them to the general store. They couldn't buy too many now because the land in the yard was already planted with crops. These small chickens and ducklings could only be kept in the corner when they brought them home. It seems that next time they farm, they should leave at least half an acre to raise animals. After buying the chicks and ducklings, they went to the seed shop to buy seeds. They just finished choosing various vegetable seeds and paid with silver. Then, the three brothers wanted to take Fang Hanjiao to look at jewelry shops. Fang Hanjiao decided to go to the biggest fabric store in town to stock up on cloth. As soon as they entered the shop, a group of officials with swords suddenly came in from outside, startling them. The three brothers immediately gathered their sister in the middle to protect her and watched cautiously as the officials approached. Official business. All unrelated persons, leave quickly. The leader, who looked very fierce, glared at everyone and said loudly, waiting for them to leave. Fang Hanjiao was surrounded by her brothers and left the fabric store. They didn't know what was happening and had no interest in watching the commotion. Some disturbances were not meant for ordinary people like them. They decided not to shop anymore and hurried back home for safety. After walking a few steps on the street, a group of people suddenly rushed out from across the road. The siblings quickly looked back in alarm. Then, they saw a group of people dressed in black with swords appear from nowhere behind them. Before Fang Hanjiao and her brothers could react, the two groups clashed and started fighting. The siblings were caught in the middle of the conflict. Fang Qingming and his two younger brothers, without hesitation, protected their sister and moved toward the wall. Seeing a door behind, they quickly entered without thinking, taking their sister with them. This is a restaurant. Without hesitation, they ran upstairs. Because more and more customers were entering the front door, they knew if they didn't go upstairs, a stampede might happen in the main hall. But they didn't realize that by retreating, they had actually moved into the most dangerous place. Suddenly, two men in black appeared at the entrance and rushed into the restaurant. Fang Qingming and his companions only cared about protecting his sister and paid no attention to anything else. The two men in black didn't care either. They started attacking anyone nearby. They would cut down anyone who blocked their way. It looked like they were about to hurt Fang Qingming, and Fang Hanjiao was so frightened she wanted to reach out and pull him back, but her brothers pushed her away, trying to get her out of the danger. Seeing the two black-clad men go wild and attack anyone, they didn't care if they got hurt themselves, they just couldn't let their sister be harmed. Fang Qingming realized his sister was trying to protect him. If she got hurt by one of those attacks, it would be terrible. He pushed his sister back and protected his two younger brothers behind him. Protect the sister well, you too. Fang Qingming and his brothers often worked in the fields or went hunting in the mountains. They had some basic fighting skills, but they couldn't compare to real trained killers. They were quickly knocked down. Fang Qingming was stabbed from behind, but he didn't care about the pain. His main concern was that his sister might get hurt, so he forced himself to stand up and protect his brothers and sister, trying to move back to avoid the two crazed men in black. Seeing her brother injured, Fang Hanjiao's eyes turned red. Her heart felt like it was being tightly clenched, and she was extremely scared. But she was experienced enough to know that although she was very afraid of losing her brother again, she wouldn't just stand there foolishly. She saw many dishes on the table behind her and grabbed whatever she could to throw. She picked up a large bowl of bright red soup, which looked like it was made with lots of chili, and poured it onto the face of the man with the knife. That wasn't enough. Her anger reached its peak, and she no longer felt afraid. She wished she had a knife in her hand to stab those two men. She grabbed whatever was on the table, bowls, plates, food, and smashed them at the heads and faces of the two black-clad men, risking her life. It was just a coincidence. The two men in black didn't expect anyone to throw vegetables at them while they were focused on their assassination plans. They were caught off guard. Not only was their face hurt from the vegetables, but their eyes were stung so badly by chili oil that they looked blind and couldn't open them. They almost dropped their knives. Because they couldn't see, they swung their knives more recklessly, attacking in all directions. Thanks to Fong Hanjiao's frantic throwing and smashing, the two men in black were successfully captured by the officers who rushed in. Seeing the two men in black caught, Fong Hanjiao hurried over to her third brother. She saw blood all over his back and wounds that revealed bones and torn flesh. Her face turned pale, and tears started to flow uncontrollably. Third brother, are you okay? Are you okay?
I'll take you to see a doctor right now.
We need to find a doctor immediately. Sixth brother and seventh brother, hurry and carry third brother to find a doctor. Quickly.
Boo-hoo.
Fong Hanjiao felt her mind buzzing and her vision blurred. All she could see was the bright red blood on her brother's back, like she was back at the scene where her brothers were beheaded last life. She couldn't tell if it was reality or if she had returned to her past life. Third brother, don't die. It's all my fault, boo-hoo. I caused this. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you come to the capital. Fong Huaishu and Fong Xiaoman, who had just been kicked down by the black-clad men and managed to crawl up, were also frightened by Fong Qingming, who was covered in blood. Without hesitation, Fong Xiaoman turned around and carried her third brother on his back, rushing downstairs to find a doctor. Before leaving, he reminded Fong Huaishu, make sure to hold your sister tightly. No, you should carry her too. Seeing how his third brother looked, Fong Huaishu was also very anxious. He turned around to carry his sister. At this moment, Fong Hanjiao refused to let her brother carry her. She bypassed her seventh brother and caught up with her sixth brother, who was carrying their third brother. She kept praying in her heart that her third brother would be fine. He absolutely must be fine. I saw two children almost die at the hands of a villain. Just as I was about to get hurt trying to save them, a young girl suddenly grabbed some food from the table and threw it at the villain's face, not caring that her hands were burning from the spicy dish. Thanks to her action, the children were saved. When the girl saw her injured brother, the fierce-looking cat that was snarling earlier was now crying like it had been abandoned. I wanted my men to find a doctor to treat the injured villagers, but then the siblings left quickly. Long Sui Chuan respectfully reported, Master, all the thieves have been caught. However, the others bit into poison sacs hidden in their teeth and committed suicide. Only one was spared after his jaw was removed. Zhao Hongzhen was wiping the soup splashed on his face from the vegetables thrown by Fong Qingjiao at the black-clad man. Take them away for questioning. Find a good doctor to treat the injured villagers and cover their medical expenses. Third brother, right after giving the orders, they heard a girl crying loudly downstairs. She was the brave girl who threw vegetables earlier. The reason was that Fong Qingming spat blood and fainted. Fong Hanjiao screamed in fright and also fainted. When Fong Hanjiao woke up again, she found herself in her older brother's room in the backyard of their shop. Suddenly thinking of her third brother, she sat up quickly. Third brother. Where is he? How is he? Where is he? Fong Huaishu, who was taking care of her, saw her wake up. Before he could be happy, he saw her anxiously searching for her brother, her eyes turning red. He quickly comforted her. Don't worry, sister. Third brother is at the medical clinic. The doctor is treating him now. He'll be fine once he heals. Just wait patiently. In fact, her third brother was still unconscious, but they dared not let her know, fearing she would be overwhelmed and faint again. They were very scared and worried about him, feeling anxious and distressed. Hearing her seventh brother say this, Fong Hanjiao knew her third brother was probably not in danger anymore. After all, he was her brother, someone she had grown up with. If her seventh brother's words seemed evasive or had hidden meanings, she could tell that her third brother was still in serious condition. Which doctor's clinic is he in? Take me there quickly. I can save him. Fong Hanjiao was very anxious, worried that even a moment's delay might cause third brother to never wake up again. She was so panicked that she grabbed seventh brother and ran outside. Fong Huaishu was pulled along by his sister. He was afraid she might fall, so he tried to steady her but also worried she might trip, so he ran slowly while explaining anxiously. Their eldest brother had already told him to watch over his sister carefully. Don't worry, sister. Third brother will be fine. Big brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother are all in the clinic with him. I told you to take me, so just take me. Don't hesitate. If you keep hesitating, I might start crying. Sure enough, when Fong Huaishu heard his sister was about to cry, he saw tears welling up in her eyes and panicked. He was most afraid of her crying. Fong Hanjiao knew her brother loved her and was worried she couldn't handle the shock. She had indeed been disturbed earlier by the blood on third brother's back, which made her lose her mind a bit, blurring the line between reality and her past life. She had been unconscious for a while, but now her mind was clearer. She had spiritual spring water. Even if third brother was badly injured, as long as he was still breathing, she could save him. So, she had to act quickly. Seventh brother, do you remember what I have? Trust me, take me to see third brother. I'll give him some spiritual spring water, and he'll be okay. Fong Huaishu, hearing about the spiritual spring water, was afraid someone might overhear through the wall. He covered his sister's mouth. He understood what she was saying and why she was anxious. He was also frightened by third brother's condition and his sister's fainting, forgetting everything else. He didn't delay further. He closed the shop door and took his sister to the clinic. When they arrived, Fong Qingming was pale and lying unconscious on the clinic's bed. The other three brothers looked on anxiously and silently guarded him. Seeing how pale third brother was, tears started to fall uncontrollably from Fong Hanjiao's eyes.
Doctor, what did he say?
Fong Lichuan glared at Fong Huaishu when he brought his sister. He was annoyed that he couldn't see any improvement, that he couldn't help his sister, and thought he was useless, a mere scholar with no practical skills. Fong Lichuan was so angry, he cursed inwardly. But now wasn't the time to scold his brother. His sister was already here, and third brother was still unconscious. Making noise wouldn't help. Sister, don't be afraid. The doctor said that third brother just lost too much blood temporarily. He'll wake up soon, and there's nothing serious. The injury on his back did not damage his internal organs. If he recovers well, he can still live like a normal person in the future. In fact, although Fong Qingming's cut didn't harm his internal organs, he lost a lot of blood and suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, he spat out the blood, but now he is unconscious and in poor condition. If he wakes up tonight, there is hope for recovery. If he doesn't wake up within 12 hours, it will be uncertain. He dare not tell his sister and brothers these things. When he saw his sister crying with red eyes and worried she might faint again, he just wanted his brother to take her home. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Fong Huaishu interrupted him. Big brother, I closed the shop door. Third brother is in a bad state, and we don't know what to do. Let's take him home to rest and recover. Fong Huaishu signaled to their fifth brother, Fong Guyu. Fong Guyu usually gets along well with his seventh brother at home, but when serious matters come up, he listens to his younger brother. Because his younger brother has been clever since childhood, now even more so as a scholar who knows more than him. He often has better ideas in difficult situations. So he is sensible and doesn't think that being the older brother means he must always be in charge. When something happens, he tends to listen to his younger brother first. Many times, following his younger brother's advice has prevented big mistakes and brought him many benefits. Therefore, Fong Guyu directly sided with his younger siblings, saying, yes, big brother, seventh brother has a point. Fong Lichuan listened to his two younger brothers and thought they didn't realize how serious the situation was. Although bringing him back to his shop for care would be more convenient, his third brother was still in danger and hadn't woken up yet. They should wait until he wakes up before returning. Moreover, if there are any issues at the medical clinic, they can call a doctor at any time. After returning to the shop, if problems arise, they would have to delay again to find a doctor, which is very inconvenient. But right now, his sister was crying with red eyes, and he didn't dare tell her the truth, fearing she might be overwhelmed and faint again. So he wanted to take his two brothers outside and explain everything clearly so they wouldn't just follow his sister's lead and cause trouble. Fong Guyu had been present and understood what their big brother was worried about. He saw that his younger brother and sister insisted on bringing their third brother home to care for him. This reminded him of the spiritual spring water in his sister's space. His sister had said that the spring water could cure all illnesses. Feeling clever, he decided to find a doctor. The clinic is crowded and inconvenient. We want to bring our third brother home to care for him. Is that okay? The doctor, knowing that Fong Qingming was seriously injured and unconscious, had no good solution. It was fine to bring him home. The clinic was full of patients, some even close to death, more serious cases than Qingming, with 3 in total. The clinic couldn't hold so many people. The Fong family also had a shop in town, so bringing him home to rest would be quieter and more comfortable. The doctor nodded in agreement. Fong Lichuan saw that the doctor agreed, so he stopped arguing. Second and third brothers, go back and bring the cart here. Put the bed, quilt, and mat on it. Fong Guyu and Fong Xiaoman hurried back to push the cart. The brothers carefully lifted Fong Qingming onto the cart and headed to the Fong shop. When they arrived, Fong Hanjiao took a cup from her space and brought out a cup of spiritual spring water, then fed it to Fong Qingming. But Fong Qingming was still unconscious. They had opened his mouth, but he didn't swallow. Fong Hanjiao was very worried. Why couldn't they get him to swallow? Big brother, bring the bath bucket. Fong Lichuan didn't understand why his sister wanted a bath bucket, but since she had already said so, and he knew she cared deeply for her brother, he did as she asked. After she brought the bucket, she told the 5th and 7th brothers to go fetch water. Sister, the doctor said not to get water on third brother's wounds. Fong Hanjiao nodded. I know, but third brother's clothes are all bloodstained and torn. They can't be worn anymore. We should wipe him and change into clean clothes so he can feel more comfortable. Fong Lichuan agreed. Then we need hot water. I'll go and boil some now. Fong Hanjiao nodded, relieved that he was going to do it, so she didn't have to hide her plans in front of him. While Fong Lichuan went to boil the water, Fong Xiaoman was still watching. Since third brother was badly hurt, he was very worried and thought that being there might help a little. If third brother did anything wrong, he could find a doctor in time. Fong Hanjiao knew that her brothers truly cared about third brother. She didn't have time to explain everything to sixth brother, so she made an excuse to let him leave. Now only fifth brother and seventh brother were left. Fong Hanjiao quickly poured a lot of spiritual spring water into the bath. Fong Guyu and Fong Huaishu understood why their sister was doing this. Since third brother couldn't drink water now, they decided to soak him in the spiritual spring water, so his wounds could touch it. The two brothers carefully moved third brother into the bath. As soon as they put him in, the bleeding from the knife wound on his back stopped immediately. The wound was visibly closing and forming a scab. This scene shocked all three of them. Fong Hanjiao kept trying to feed her brother more spiritual spring water. Even a little was good. Fong Huaishu saw that the wound on his brother's back was healing quickly, which was very unusual. They knew what was happening, but outsiders didn't. If others found out, there was a risk that their sister's spiritual spring and space would be exposed. Remembering their parents, grandparents, and elders' strict instructions not to let outsiders know about their sister's space and the magic of the spring water, they quickly made a decision. Fifth brother, help carry third brother out. We can't keep him in the bath anymore. Fong Guyu instinctively helped sixth brother lift third brother out, reminding his sister to be careful. Sister, turn around quickly. While third brother was getting out of the bath, Fong Hanjiao turned away. Sixth brother quickly changed his brother's wet clothes to clean ones, using some blood-stained bandages wrapped over clean cloth to hide the evidence. After all this, third brother's eyelids fluttered, showing signs of waking up. Thanks to Fong Hanjiao's persistent efforts, she managed to feed him a few drops of spiritual spring water. Fong Guyu and Fong Huaishu carefully laid third brother on the bed. When Fong Hanjiao turned around, she was surprised to see that third brother had opened his eyes. She hurried over, hugging his arm, afraid to touch the wound on his back. Brother San, you're awake now. You've finally woken up.
Boo-hoo.
Fong Hanjiao's heart was always in her throat. When she saw her brother wake up, she couldn't hold back her tears and cried loudly, releasing her fear. Fong Huaisu and Fong Guyu also took a deep breath, feeling relieved. As a result, The two brothers also had tears in their eyes, and tears fell down their cheeks. Fortunately, sister has the spiritual spring water. Fong Guyu, being a grown-up at 21, and with his 3-year-old son Fong Mingqiu, felt embarrassed to cry like his sister.
Fong Huai-su didn't care about that.
He's only 18 and not married yet. His brother was seriously injured and unconscious, and his sister had fainted.
He was truly scared this time.
When his third brother's arm was being held by his sister, he was afraid of touching his healing wound, so he went forward and cried while holding his brother's leg. "Brother San, you're finally awake. You don't know how scared we were."
Boo-hoo.
Fong Xiaoman and Fong Lichuan, who had just arrived at the door, heard the crying inside. They hurriedly pushed the door open. When they saw Fong Qingming awake, they were so frightened that their legs went weak and their eyes turned red. Usually, Fong Lichuan would definitely scold his brothers for being so careless, but today he was also overwhelmed by shock and felt guilty for not protecting his younger siblings better. Fortunately, the third brother woke up. As long as he rests well, everything will be fine. Fong Qingming, though a little weak, could feel his strength gradually returning inside his body. This made her realize that she was already in her 30s, yet she still needed her injured brother to comfort her. Since returning, she had been cared for by her family, which made her feel relaxed, as if she had gone back to her teenage years. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, still choking a little and unable to stop crying. I will go make medicine for my brother." After saying this, she ran out to collect herself, truly intending to prepare medicine for her third brother. Now that her older brothers were in the house, she could add some spiritual spring water to the medicine. Fong Lichuan saw his sister leave. The young girl had grown up and was now shy, so he didn't stop her, giving her time to gather herself. Then, feeling a bit guilty, he looked at his younger brothers. "You guys are so useless. Stop crying. Third brother just woke up and needs to rest and recover. Lulu, go buy a black fish for soup and also buy a chicken." Of course, the chicken was for the sister to eat. Woo-woo, go cook the meal. Chi-Chi, go make the medicine. Let the sister rest and sleep well. She was really scared today. I will go see the doctor and ask him to come over and check on her and also prepare 2 calming herbal drinks for her. Fong Lichuan quickly assigned tasks to everyone. The brothers wiped their tears and went to do their own work. Fong Huai-su went to the small kitchen. Seeing his sister making medicine, he reached out to take the fan from her hand. "Sister, you should lie down and rest for a while. I'll make the medicine." Fong Hanjiao, at this moment, couldn't sleep. "It's okay, I'll do it." Fong Huai-su couldn't argue with his sister, so he had to help his 5th brother cook. Since leaving the restaurant, they didn't know what was happening there.
Who were those people?
Why did they kill in public? She recalled that in her previous life, her older brothers and 6th brother never mentioned any murders in town. Their small place didn't seem to have any big figures. As for the little thugs, there was no need for such a big scene to find killers. She couldn't figure out who would be chasing after someone like that. It wasn't that she cared about who was being hunted, but today she had fought someone. If those killers weren't caught, would they come back to trouble her? Or even bother her family? After all, the 2 killers caught in the private room had her reasons. She had no power, no influence, no connections, nothing. She was really worried that the killers might seek revenge. Fong Huai-su knew what his sister was worried about.
"Don't worry, sister.
Those thieves have been caught." At this moment, Fong Xiaoman, who had just bought black fish and chicken from the restaurant, overheard the conversation. It's already noon and the market no longer sells black fish, so he went to the restaurant to buy some. Usually, restaurants don't sell ingredients to outsiders unless they know someone inside or are important officials. Fong Xiaoman understands this, so he thought about the restaurant where they were attacked. He saw that 3 people had died there, so it probably can't operate now. No one would dare to eat there, and there are many ingredients in the kitchen. Asking for some shouldn't be difficult. And it turned out he was right. The chef in the restaurant's kitchen, hearing that someone injured in the attack wanted to buy black fish to recover, decided to sell him a fish and a chicken at a discount. Fong Xiaoman also asked about the attack. When he returned, He heard his sister also caring about it. The chef said that there was a very important person in the restaurant at that time. The black-clad men were specifically sent to kill that person. We common folks who suffered from this disaster learned about it. The important person, upon hearing about the attack, even sent a doctor to treat the injured. But we left early and missed it. Those who died were given 50 taels of condolence money to help with their funerals and to comfort their families. 50 taels was quite a lot. In their town, it could buy a small, remote courtyard. The highest condolence money for soldiers dying at the border was only 20 taels. Their family's grocery shop was one of the best in town, earning only about 30 taels a year in profit. A few years ago, when the business was just starting, they earned less than 20 taels annually. It's just hard for the families of those who died. How will they manage in the future? Those of them still alive were truly victims of this disaster. Luckily, they are still alive. The ones who died truly lost their lives for nothing. No matter how much silver they give, the dead cannot come back. Some families giving more money is useless. Fong Hanjiao and her brothers and sisters felt deeply about this. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water, their third brother might not be alive now. They dare not even think about it. But now that the assassins have been caught, Fong Hanjiao and her family could finally rest assured. Old 7, come help kill the chicken. Fong Hanjiao was about to bring the cold medicine to feed her third brother when someone arrived at the shop. This is 20 taels of medical fee. If it's not enough, take this wooden token and go to Juxian Tower to get more. The visitor handed over 20 taels of silver and a wooden token with the Juxian Tower mark, then left. Fong Xiaoman and the others didn't even get a chance to invite the visitor to stay for tea. When she went out, the person who brought the money had already disappeared. The sudden gift of money surprised Fong Hanjiao and her siblings. Fong Guyu joked, "It seems the person who was attacked was actually a good person." Fong Huaishu carefully scalded the chicken in boiling water to remove the feathers. Who knows what kind of person he was? Maybe he was just pretending to be good for reputation. Fong Huaishu was always cautious around outsiders. Fong Hanjiao nodded. Seventh brother is right. But I think, whether that person is truly good or not, doing something like this makes him not a bad person. Even if he's fake, the money was real. Fong Huaishu agreed with his sister and looked at her with admiration, thinking, my sister is really clever. You're getting better and better, sister. Soon you'll get 2 big chicken legs as a reward. Fong Hanjiao was amused by her 7th brother and went to feed medicine to her 3rd brother. She loved the happiness she had now so much, something she longed for during her last moments in her previous life. Her family must stay happy forever. No one can stop that. Meanwhile, Qingshan village was in an uproar. Earlier that morning, Duan Mu, who had returned from the town, saw the injured Fong Qingming. Fong's siblings were so focused on Fong Qingming that no one noticed Duan Zeshang, who had a broken leg, was also at the clinic. Duan Mu was happy to see Fong's family hurt her son and saw Fong Qingming was killed. She was overjoyed. I knew I couldn't fool anyone. Just watch. Today Fong's family will hold a funeral. It must be that they did something bad, or why else would they attack him? Actually, it's not a big deal anymore. Fong Qingming even feels that he will be fully recovered in a couple of days. Especially after taking the medicine and drinking fish soup, he feels the wound on his back starting to itch, and he can't help but want to scratch it. It's obvious that his sister must have added a lot of spiritual spring water to both the medicine and the fish soup. If he stays in town longer, his eldest brother will keep sending doctors back and forth. If the doctors notice anything unusual about his wound, it could put his sister in danger. Fong Lichuan strongly disagrees. Your back wound is deep and long. If you go back now, and the road bumps, the wound might open again. What will we do then? It's okay. The bed on the cart is padded, and I will ride slowly. Nothing will happen. Fong Guyu and Fong Huaishu see that their 3rd brother is feeling better and understand how serious the situation is. They know it's safer for him to go home. They both nod, promising to take good care of him. Fong Lichuan still feels uneasy. He thinks his younger siblings are being reckless and don't understand how serious this is. Then, seeing that Fong Xiaoman insists, he goes to call the doctor himself. The four siblings who know the truth are all nervous as they watch the doctor examine Fong Qingming. Since the doctor is here, stopping him from checking the pulse might seem suspicious. They all watch nervously as the doctor checks Fong Qingming's pulse. After feeling his pulse, the doctor is surprised. Earlier in the morning, Fong Qingming was close to death, but now he looks lively and energetic. His recovery is really fast. However, the doctor notices the blood still seeping from the cotton cloth on his back wound, so he doesn't pay much attention. He remembers that he personally cleaned and bandaged the wound this morning, so there's no need to open it again now. His spirit is okay. If you really want to go back, travel slowly in a bullock cart and be careful not to jostle the wound. Come back in a few days for a dressing change. We'll remember. Thank you, doctor. We won't take up your time. Safe travels. Fong Hanjiao gives the doctor some money for his service and personally sees him off. The doctor is indeed busy, and even if Fong Hanjiao didn't say anything, he was eager to return home. But after leaving the Fong family shop, she feels strange, as if she was being chased out. Seeing her third brother insist on going home and the doctor agreeing, Fong Lichuan has no choice but to compromise. Then I will go back with you. Originally, grandfather asked his younger siblings to send a message for him to return home. He decided to go back immediately so he could arrive before dark, as traveling during the day was safer. There was a murder in town. Old 6 is alone in his shop, and it's not safe. Fong Guyu volunteered to stay behind because Old 7 was too young, and he couldn't be left alone. Please tell my wife, 5th sister, that I will return once big brother comes back. I want to buy some sour plums for 5th sister first. Su Shi, who was pregnant and had a poor appetite, just wanted something tangy to eat. She had been thinking of buying some before, but the recent murder incident made her forget. Okay, 5th brother, go buy them quickly. 6th brother, you should also buy some for 6th sister. When Fong Hanjiao heard this, she suddenly remembered she had a big happy news to tell 6th brother but hadn't yet. Oh, 6th brother, you don't know yet, 6th sister is pregnant. You're going to be a father again. Really, sister? Fong Xiaoman was surprised and eager to go home immediately, but she knew the current situation didn't allow it. Yes, it's true. I wouldn't lie to 6th brother. It's just a coincidence that the family found out. 2nd sister-in-law and 5th sister-in-law are also about a month pregnant, just like 6th sister. Fong Hanjiao was genuinely happy. Oh, if all 3 children are born in the same month, what will you name them? If they are born on the same day, that would be even more lucky. The house will be even livelier. That was a good thing. When the time comes, the grandfather would take care of the naming. Fong Lichuan quickly interrupted his sister's thoughts, worried she might ask how it was just a coincidence that all 3 sisters-in-law were pregnant around the same time. He was happy about the new additions to the family and gave Fong Guyu 2 coins of private silver. Buy more snacks and candies. Since there were many children at home, the younger brothers couldn't just buy for their own families. Their own families would need to share, so it was better to save some for later. Fong Xiaoman waved her hand. No need, big brother. I'm happy today, so I'll buy everything myself. Without waiting for her brother's reply, she pulled 5th brother and ran out to buy things. Seeing his younger siblings run off, Fong Lichuan had no choice but to put the silver away again. He couldn't give out the silver twice in one day. He personally carried his quilt onto the cart and patted it well. When all the brothers returned, the 4 of them carried Fong Qingming onto the cart and laid him down. They also left a seat for Fong Hanjiao. The 2 baskets of small chickens and ducks they bought were tied at the back of the cart. The vegetable seeds and other things that Fong Jiao secretly hid in the space were all packed away. Several people finished their work quickly and decided to go home early. On the way, they met Fong Yi and Fong Yud walking toward the town. 2nd uncle, 4th uncle, why are you here? Fong Yi was feeling nervous and hurriedly kept walking. But Fong Yud was the first to recognize that the person driving the ox cart was the eldest son of their older brother. They happily went over and saw the young nephew on the cart, who was looking at them with bright, lively eyes. He was alive and well, which made them breathe a big sigh of relief. Second brother, Qingming, and the others are fine. Qingming is doing well. As they approached, they saw the daughter and the eldest son lying on the cart. Feng Jiao hurriedly went forward, worried. Where are you hurt? How bad is the injury? What exactly happened? Father, don't worry. Third brother is feeling better now. The doctor said a few days of rest will do. It's just a small injury. Feng Jiao took out a cloth to wipe her father's sweat from his forehead, clearly anxious from rushing. Seeing that Uncle Four was also sweating heavily, she thought it would be good to bring more cloths next time. Feng Huaisu took out a gray cotton handkerchief, but Feng Yud, feeling annoyed, used his sleeve to wipe his sweat. He also admired and envied his second brother for having such an obedient and thoughtful daughter. Everyone's life is different. Let's go home first and talk on the way. Feng Lichuan quickly got off the ox cart. Second uncle, you drive the cart. Feng Yi didn't refuse his eldest nephew and didn't sit himself. Instead, he turned to Feng Yud and said, Fourth brother, you should drive the cart. He was used to farm work and could walk these few steps easily. But his younger brother, who usually did less farm work and was a scholar, looked thinner after these days of farm work. Plus, they were rushing to the town, and he was worried about his health. Feng Yi was 11 years older than Feng Yud. He didn't treat him like a son, but he cared for his younger brother very much. I'm not tired. You should drive, second brother. I'm not as steady as you, and I don't want to jostle the third one. Seeing his brother insist and knowing his son was still injured, Feng Yi didn't argue anymore. How did Qingming get hurt? Father, why are you here in the town? Did you hear something? The people from the Duan family returned to the village and said that today someone in town was randomly killing people. The third son happened to be there and was cut down and killed. Feng Yid saw that his third nephew was injured, but still alert. His spirit was good, and the injuries didn't seem serious enough to be life-threatening, so he felt relieved. He grew more disgusted with the Duan family for spreading rumors. Feng Hanxiao knew that it was impossible to hide the fact that her third brother was injured. She didn't expect the Duan family to be even more disgusting. Even without the spiritual spring water, her third brother still had hope for recovery. The Duan family really knew how to take advantage of opportunities. The siblings only discussed what they could say. They didn't mention what might happen if Feng Qingming, who was initially diagnosed by the doctor as unlikely to wake up, didn't recover. They only said he was unjustly cut, but luckily his life was not in danger. Because of the accidental injury from the cut, the person who was chasing him even sent someone with 20 taels of silver. The Duan family really can't stand our family doing well. They spread rumors, and it seems her son's leg wasn't broken enough to keep him from walking. Feng Hanxiao thought that the Duan family might be giving up on Duan Zishang. Otherwise, with his leg broken, why would they still bother to spread false stories? The others also thought the same. At the start of the evening, around 5 p.m., a group entered the village, causing the villagers to come out and see what was happening. Look, I told you that Feng's third son was dead, and now he's been brought back. Your family still isn't hanging a white banner. Duan's mother was the first to jump and shout. Feng Hanxiao really didn't know where she got the courage, but she didn't hold back when slapping her. Qiu and Chen didn't bother with Duan's mother and went to the cart to see Feng Qingming. Although Feng Qingming was saved by the spiritual spring water and his wounds were healing, he had lost a lot of blood. He looked a bit weak, but his father drove steadily, with only slight bumps, rocking him like a cradle. He had fallen asleep before entering the village. Now he was awake and saw most of the villagers looking concerned. He simply had his younger brother and older brother help him down and took a few steps forward to look at Duan's mother. I'm still alive and well. I guess I disappointed you. Oh, Qingming, you're fine. That's great. As long as you're okay, everyone can relax. You all should go home now. Since there was a death, the village chief heard that the person had returned and hurried over to check. He pretended not to see Feng Hanxiao hitting Duan's mother and just joked, telling the Feng family to go home quickly. Mother Duan, who originally wanted to reach out to Feng Hanxiao, reacted quickly and tried to hit back, but saw that the Fong family members were all glaring at her fiercely. She was so scared she didn't dare to make a sound and turned around to run home. She didn't run because she was afraid the Fong family would attack her. The Fong family members saw that Mother Duan was sensible and didn't pursue her. Now, they were more concerned about Fong Qingming, who was injured. When they got home, the family naturally asked questions and showed concern. Only when they were alone at night did Qiu Shi and Fong Yui learn that their daughter had fed their son spiritual spring water, and his wound had already scabbed over. They finally felt at ease. Fortunately, you have spiritual spring water. Otherwise, what would happen to your third brother? Qiu Shi was truly frightened. It's so dangerous in town. It's better to stay away. She thought about how her son and precious daughter almost didn't come back today and felt weak in the legs. Mother, aren't there many people who kill others on the street every day? Qiu Shi was determined not to let her daughter go to town again, no matter what she said. Fong Hanjiao saw that her mother insisted and didn't want her to worry, so she agreed. Anyway, it would start raining heavily in a month, and when the floods come, their family would have to leave the village quickly. During this time, she had to go to the mountain every day to find herbs, wild vegetables, and wild fruits. If you want anything, just tell your brothers to buy it from town. Fong Hanjiao nodded obediently. Lately, it wasn't easy to go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables or pick wild fruits. Most of the villagers had finished their farm work, and the men of the family, being pulled into the Fong family's affairs, had little to do. Those with free time also went up the mountain to gather wild vegetables and fruits. With so many people, the resources became scarce. Originally, Fong Hanjiao thought that after this flood, everything on the mountain would be wasted, so she wanted to clean the bamboo shoots. But she only managed to do it for 2 days. By the third day, she couldn't even see the bamboo shoots anymore. Even the small bamboo shoots that just sprouted had been dug up a foot deep with hoes. If they wanted to dig more wild vegetables or find good things, they would have to go deeper into the mountains. Chun Shi and Qiu Shi didn't allow the women and children at home to go deep into the mountains. The men had some strength and hunting skills, so they could run away if something happened. But if women and children encountered danger, it would be too risky. Fong Hanjiao and the others could only search for stray wild plants at the mountain's edge. Fortunately, Fong Hanjiao saw 2 large elm trees, which were just the right time for collecting fresh elm seeds. Little brother Ziyue, be careful. If you fall, I won't forgive you, her older brother Fong Jingchu, who was climbing the tree first, responded loudly after hearing his sister's warning. Ziyue, listening to his aunt's words, also answered loudly. Since they were the oldest children, they climbed the trees to gather elm seeds. Fong Hanjiao and the other young children waited below to collect the seeds. In less than an hour, they had filled 4 large baskets with elm seeds, and Fong Hanjiao secretly stored quite a bit in her space. Some villagers saw this and came over to gather some too. There were several elm trees nearby. However, since the elm seeds are only good when fresh in the season, and they can't be dried into preserved food easily, many people wondered what Fong Hanjiao planned to do with so many seeds. But since it was free, no one wanted to miss out. Some thought it would be good to take some home to feed pigs. After all, these were things from the mountains, and if someone had the skill to gather them all, no one would complain. When Fong Hanjiao brought the seeds home, Chun and Qiu didn't need her to tell them. They naturally took their daughters-in-law and granddaughters to make elm seed cakes. Once prepared, they stored them in the space to last a long time. When taken out, they looked just as fresh as when they were made, nutritious and tasty. Recently, because the whole family was busy picking wild vegetables and digging for them in the mountains, and because it was farming season, all 4 families ate together every day. Of course, each family brought their own grain, since they couldn't rely solely on the second household, which was waiting for the elderly couple. When the other 3 households came to eat, they also brought extra grain, and the women helped prepare the meals together. Several pots of steamed cakes had already been cooked, and just as they were about to finish, the second daughter-in-law of the main household, Daliu, spoke to her mother-in-law and grandmother. "Grandmother, mother, I want to visit the temple the day after tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, Su, the wife of the 5th son, and Xiao Su, the wife of the sick son, exchanged glances and eagerly looked at their grandmother and mother-in-law. They didn't need Dahlia to explain why she wanted to go to the temple. They all knew. It was probably because the second sister-in-law wanted to pray for a daughter, and they also wanted a daughter, so they wanted to go too. Mrs. Sue and Little Sue are cousins. Little Sue was able to marry into the Fong family because Mrs. Sue helped arrange the match, though it was also a coincidence. When Mrs. Sue was pregnant with her first child, Little Sue often visited her with her mother to see her older sister. The two sisters had a good relationship since they were young. Over time, Little Sue caught the eye of Fong Xiaoman, the sixth son of the Fong family, who then asked his mother to arrange a marriage proposal. The Fong family was well known for being kind and reputable. Even though they had two daughters marrying into the same family, Mrs. Sue was very satisfied with the match. Others also wanted to marry into the Fong family, but couldn't get the chance. Having two sisters marry into the same family meant they could look out for each other and became even closer relatives. Similarly, the second daughter-in-law of the main house and the third daughter-in-law are also cousins, both daughters of the same family. Because these daughters-in-law are all related by family ties, they have never had conflicts or arguments. Their relationship has always been good, and the family has lived peacefully. People in the surrounding villages admire the harmonious Fong family. But admiration doesn't always mean they can have the same luck. Other families often have sisters marrying into the same family, but if the relationship isn't good, it doesn't work out. Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Huang heard what Diyu said and understood that she was already pregnant with her third child. They knew she wanted a daughter. Mrs. Sue is pregnant with her second child, but all the daughters-in-law in the Fong family share a common wish, to have a girl. However, everyone also likes gentle, soft daughters. Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Huang thought about it. Recently, there weren't many wild vegetables to gather on the mountain, so it would be good for the daughters-in-law to rest and go out for a walk. Especially since Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Chiu knew that in less than a month, they might have to leave quickly to escape hardship. They might not have the chance to relax like now, so they agreed. All right, everyone in the family is going. It'll be lively and fun to go out and enjoy the spring. Before the daughters-in-law could be happy, the young boys nearby cheered and jumped excitedly.
Oh,
We're going out to play.
great.
I'll go tell my little uncle and big brother. The speaker was Huang's grandson, who quickly ran off without a trace. Especially for Mrs. Chiu, she thought about her daughter. Since the last trip to town, her eldest son had an accident, and now her daughter isn't allowed to go to town anymore. She's worried her daughter might get bored at home, so she keeps going up the mountain. Recently, she's gotten a bit darker from the sun. This time, they're going to the temple in the opposite direction from the town, so it definitely won't be like last time in the town. The Chun, Chiu, and Huang families all agreed. Since the third household's Wang family had no reason to refuse, they also agreed. Chun said, "It's settled then. We will go to the temple the day after tomorrow." Just right, we should prepare more food these next 2 days for the trip, including what we'll need to eat at the temple. Since they were going out to play, they wanted to enjoy the day fully before returning. Their family has many members, so buying food outside costs a lot of money. Bringing their own food and having a picnic with the children would be better. Many people are going, including pregnant women and babies, so they will definitely go by ox cart. When Ingsheng and the others come back, we will ask the village chief to lend us an ox cart. We can all ride in the cart, which will save us some walking. When we arrive at the temple, we can enjoy the scenery. The spring scenery is so beautiful. Huang was already thinking about what to wear the day after tomorrow. Fong Hanjiao remembered her older sister-in-law talking about buying another ox and cart because their third brother was injured, and since then, they hadn't gone to the town much.
She had forgotten about it.
Fong Hanjiao reached out and held her grandmother's arm, swinging it gently. "Grandmother, we only have one ox and one cart. That's too little. Maybe we should buy another ox and a bigger cart. That way, we won't always have to ask others to borrow when we need it. If their family isn't using it, it's fine, but if they are and we borrow it, they might feel embarrassed not to lend it. It would be more convenient to have our own." Grandma Chen saw her granddaughter being so clever and reasonable. Most importantly, it would be useful on the way during their escape. The other sisters-in-law were surprised that the younger sister-in-law wanted to buy another ox and cart just to go to the temple. Would Grandma agree? But knowing how much Grandma loved her, she might really agree. Buying one more would be good. The family could use it. Their family is so large that they only have one ox cart, which is mainly used during busy farming seasons to go to the town shops. When they go to town, they have to ride in someone else's ox cart, which is not very convenient. But surprisingly, Grandma actually nodded and agreed. All right, tomorrow your second brother will go to town and ask your eldest brothers to buy a new ox and a bigger cart to bring back. Fong Hanjiao knew her grandmother understood her meaning and gently leaned on her shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Grandma. You're the best. You're just sweet-talking." Mrs. Chen enjoyed her granddaughter's affection very much. By midday the next day, Fong Yuxing and Fong Guyu had already brought back a strong ox and a nearly new big cart from town. The money was split evenly among the four families. The happiest were the little ones in the family. Mrs. Chen thought about how they would need this cart for their future escape and decided it should be improved. Add a cover to the cart so it's easier in winter and rain. No need to wear raincoats. Fong Mingliang and his brothers understood what their grandmother meant and nodded in agreement. The Fong family has many children. Although not many are successful in studying, most of them have learned to read. Those who don't like reading, after learning basic characters, go on to do what they enjoy. The eldest and second sons of the main house learned carpentry. They're not experts, but now they don't need to buy furniture for their home. It would be good to add 2 more wheels to our cart, extend the body a bit, so we can carry 2 more people and drive more steadily. Fong Hanjiao took the chance to give her brother advice. If they don't reinforce the cart now, fixing it later in the rain on the road would be troublesome. Yuxing nodded, "You're right, sister. I'll go find some wood now. It's best to cover the cart with a waterproof cloth. That way, even if it rains heavily outside, the inside of the shelter won't get wet." Chio's mother remembered. She still had 2 pieces of unused waterproof cloth and took them out directly. Huang's wife saw the large pieces Chio's mother brought and handed her some money from Wang's family. "Don't take advantage of you." The 3 sisters-in-law truly didn't want to let each other suffer losses and always kept things fair. Fong Luran and Mrs. Chen also supported the idea of settling accounts clearly to prevent habits of taking advantage from forming over time. Chio's mother wanted to refuse, but Huang's wife and Wang's wife didn't give her a chance. "Your family still has Jiao Jiao's dowry savings. Don't waste it all. If you don't want it, just leave it for Jiao Jiao." Fong Hanjiao was suddenly called out and felt a little shy, but it was only for a moment. Big aunt and third aunt just can't stand me staying at home for a few more years. Fong Hanjiao pouted on purpose, pretending to look unhappy. My dear girl, Big Aunt doesn't mean that. If you don't want to get married, Big Aunt will take care of you for life." Mrs. Wang also looked apologetic. "Jiao Jiao, you're saying that to hurt Auntie's feelings." They both secretly hoped Fong Hanjiao wouldn't marry. But not marrying was impossible, though there were some exceptions. For example, if someone just got engaged and then their fiancé died, the woman could stay a widow and not marry again. Or if a woman was married and her husband died, or she became a widow. There was also a case for wealthy women from powerful families who could avoid marriage by paying a fine. Currently, Fong's family didn't fall into any of these categories. If Fong Hanjiao was over 18 and still unmarried, she would be fined, and her parents could even be imprisoned. In this era, women could stay at home for up to 18 years, so the laws were quite lenient. I knew Big Aunt and Third Aunt wouldn't want me to leave. The weather is getting hotter, and tomorrow will probably be very sunny. You all should finish preparing the carts today so my Jiao Jiao doesn't get sunburned. Mrs. Chen looked at her grandsons, who nodded quickly. We'll finish before it gets dark. They were joking and chatting when Fong Hanjiao went to prepare food for tomorrow. Since there were many children and some young boys, at least 2 brothers were needed to pull the cart. 3rd, 5th, and 7th brothers would go into the space to harvest rice tomorrow, so they'd need to stay in the space all day, with food and drinks prepared. They first made scallion pancakes, 5 for each person. Just making the pancakes took half a day. After making about 10 pancakes, someone came to find them in the yard. It was Li Chunhua from the village, who was also a close friend of Fong Hanjiao. but that was in her past life. In this life, Fong Hanjiao didn't plan to get involved with Li Chunhua anymore. Jiao Jiao, come out. I have something to talk to you about. Li Chunhua saw that several of Fong Hanjiao's brothers were in the yard and felt a bit shy. Actually, her brothers were all busy working, so no one paid attention to her. Fong Hanjiao came out holding a spatula. What is it? Let's talk here. This person had no sense of awareness. I have something important to tell you.
Let's go outside to talk, she said.
Fong Hanjiao saw Li Chunhua's expression and knew immediately that she wanted to talk about Duan Zishang. I'm busy now. If you want, you can say it here, but I need to make pancakes, Fong Hanjiao replied. Li Chunhua's eyes lit up. You're making pancakes? No wonder it smells so good. I can help you. Since she was willing to help, she expected to get at least a few pancakes. Although Fong Hanjiao was delicate, she was serious about learning to cook and made very good dishes. Just smelling the strong aroma of scallion pancakes made Li Chunhua start to swallow her saliva. She wanted to push Fong Hanjiao aside and go into the kitchen. Fong Hanjiao stood still and gently pushed Li Chunhua out. You don't need to help. If you're not busy, just go back. Li Chunhua didn't expect Fong Hanjiao to push her, and she was surprised that Fong Hanjiao would do so. Don't you want to know about Brother Zishang? Li Chunhua had just returned from helping her uncle with rice planting when she heard that Fong Hanjiao and Duan Zishang had a falling out. She thought it was still the same as before, Fong Hanjiao being unreasonable and causing trouble on her own. She wanted to come and ask Fong Hanjiao for details, then give her advice as usual. Not only would she benefit, but she could also meet Duan Zishang, whom she hadn't seen in days.
She had always done this.
Duan Zishang was young but talented, handsome, and popular among the village girls. The Fong family had already arranged a marriage with the Duan family, so others could only watch. But Li Chunhua didn't think so. She approached Fong Hanjiao and got closer to Duan Zishang, who was like a celestial being. She was even secretly planning a big scheme. If it worked, she would become Duan Zishang's wife. Many girls in the village envied her close relationship with Fong Hanjiao and wanted to learn from her. But with her around, those girls couldn't succeed. She would casually stir trouble in front of Fong Hanjiao, causing her to avoid those girls. Now that she had just returned and heard about the falling out with Duan Zishang again, she hurried over. Fong Hanjiao really wanted to hit Li Chunhua with her spatula, but she hesitated, knowing she needed to cook scallion pancakes and didn't want to dirty her spatula. I have already broken off the engagement with him. You should quickly go back to your own home. Li Chunhua spoke softly, but Fong Hanjiao's voice was loud enough for everyone in the yard to hear. They looked at Li Chunhua with unkind eyes. What engagement break? I don't know about this, Li Chunhua said, realizing she had spoken out of turn. She hurried to pull Fong Hanjiao aside and whispered, Jiao Jiao, are you just angry when you said that? I'm not joking. You often lose your temper with Brother Zishang. Saying you want to break off the engagement isn't something to say lightly. In fact, Li Chunhua's heart was pounding hard. She thought, if Fong Hanjiao really broke off the engagement with Duan Zishang, maybe she would have a chance. But then she thought, no, her family couldn't help Brother Zishang with the exams, so she couldn't let Fong Hanjiao break off the engagement, at least not now. Come on, let's go apologize to Brother Zishang first. He's such a talented young man. Why do you always make him angry? Fong Hanjiao took off one shoe and hit Li Chunhua with the sole, finally quieting her. You shameless person. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Fong Hanjiao kicked Li Chunhua to the ground. Third sister Wang, who had been listening nearby, saw her sister hit someone and immediately rushed over to hold Li Chunhua down. Li Chunhua, what are you talking about? If you think Zishang is so good, why don't you go propose to the Duan family? Don't ruin my Jiao Jiao. Su Shi also wanted to step in to help her younger sister, but was pulled back by Fong Hanjiao. Fifth sister-in-law was pregnant, so she couldn't risk any trouble. Fifth sister-in-law, I'll handle this myself. Fong Hanjiao grabbed her shoe and started hitting Li Chunhua. She learned this trick from her mother, and it was very effective. Hitting someone hurt, but it didn't break her, and her hand didn't hurt either. If you're defending Zishang from now on, we're done. I won't have anything to do with you. Li Chunhua's face was swollen from the hits. She covered her face and ran home crying, then immediately went to complain to her parents. Dad, Mom, brother, you can't let that shameless person bully me. Boo-hoo. Li Chunhua thought her family would support her, but her mother scolded her harshly. Especially when she saw Duan Zishang and his wife being watched by the whole village while they were together, her pupils shrank suddenly. She couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Brother Zishang is not that kind of person. He must have been framed, right? Li's mother was angry when she saw her daughter still stubborn and refused to see the truth. She slapped her face. Fong Hanjiao's brothers and sisters-in-law were very happy to see her finally realize that Li Chunhua was not a good person. They had said before that Li Chunhua was not kind-hearted, but Fong Hanjiao was very angry and refused to listen. She said they were the best sisters and didn't allow others to slander her. Now, she said she would cut ties with Li Chunhua forever. Chio's family was very happy and quickly finished their work to help fry scallion pancakes. Chen's family saw their grandsons looking for wood. When their granddaughter was alone, she whispered to her, "Whenever you have time, put those 2 yellow rosewood pieces and that golden silk namu wood into the space. They are good materials for making beds. Don't let the water wash them away." Fong Hanjiao nodded and saw where her grandmother pointed. It was the place where her grandfather, father, and brothers had gone up the mountain to find wood. They decided to put all the wood into the space when they left, not wasting a bit. In the past life, because of fleeing, she couldn't take these woods. Not only were they washed away, but the house was also destroyed. Her brothers had spent half a day making 2 carts, adding 2 wheels to each. Now they were real carts, very large ones. 7 or 8 adults could sit comfortably inside. Fong Hanjiao admired her brother's craftsmanship. Even if they had no other work, they could still make enough money just with carpentry. After dinner, as it got dark, everyone went back to their own rooms. Fong Hanjiao called her parents, grandfather, grandmother, and brothers. "The rice in the space is ripe and ready to harvest. Then let us in quickly." Fong Luran and Fong Yui were eager to go in and work. They had planted the rice themselves and wanted to see the harvest. They had been busy with other things these days and forgot to enter the space. When they went in, they saw a golden field. The heavy rice ears bent the stalks, as if calling them to harvest quickly. Fong Hanjiao also went in. Only Chen's and Chio's families stayed behind in the house. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a helpless look. "Oh, it's just because we don't have the family bloodline. Otherwise, we could help Jiao Jiao." But both of them wanted to help cover for the daughter-in-law in front of Fong Qingming and the others. "Third brother, even though your wound is almost healed, you shouldn't work too hard. Take it easy." Fong Hanjiao saw the 5 people already busy harvesting, as if racing to see who could finish faster, and she was a bit worried about her third brother's injury. "The scar is almost gone. I know my own body. Sister, you should go out quickly." Fong Hanjiao didn't leave. She joined in the harvest. She was no longer the same Fong Hanjiao from her previous life. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, her physical strength had greatly improved. Don't you notice that the more you work in the space, the healthier you get? I don't want to miss this good chance. Actually, that's true. My back hasn't hurt for a while now. Originally worried about her granddaughter, Fong Luran nodded suddenly. If the girl gets tired, she should rest. Don't compete with us, understand? Fong Yui still cared deeply, but he also wanted his daughter's health to improve. "Got it. I'm not stupid. Let's work quickly." Fong Hanjiao and the others kept talking, but their hands never stopped. The 3 brothers also stopped blocking them, and their movements became even faster. After harvesting the rice, they still needed to thresh it. When it was time to eat rice, they would put it in a stone mill to grind. They had long noticed that these rice grains were full and large, about a circle bigger than usual, with no empty shells. Sure enough, this rice was grown with spiritual spring water. Just smelling the aroma makes me want to eat it. I can't even imagine how delicious it would be once cooked into rice. Fong Gu said, then plucked a rice grain and popped it into his mouth. With a gentle crack, the husk split open, revealing the rice inside. really sweet and fragrant. The others, seeing Fong Guyu's genuine surprise, also threw a grain into their mouths. This rice definitely can't be given to anyone outside our family. Fong Luran looked seriously at Fong Hanjiao, who nodded quickly. Next time, we'll use less spiritual spring water or none at all. She also realized that if this rice were in the modern world, it would easily surpass the best tribute rice. She truly ate the tribute rice in her past life, but it was nothing compared to the rice in the space. The difference was huge. Thinking about the droughts expected in various places over the next year, she knew that with her space and the message from the immortal ancestor, the Fong family would do their best to help. Such rice could not be used for emergencies. But the land god in the space is amazing. Maybe the rice grown there is naturally so delicious, she thought. Fong Huaisu decided it might be better to buy more grain from outside now. Later, our family will only eat the rice from the space, and for helping others, we can buy grain. That way, we can avoid risks. But how much silver would that cost? Even if our family is willing to spend everything, we still can't buy much rice. If it really can't be done, we can grind the rice into porridge and say it's our family's secret recipe. Talking about the secret recipe, it could definitely serve as a good excuse. Besides, we're not doing these things just to become famous. As long as no one finds out, it's fine. The others agreed and stopped worrying, focusing on their work. It was strange. Harvesting rice was such tiring work. If they did it outside for just an hour, even Fong Luoran, who was older, and the three brothers, Fong Qingming included, would feel a little tired. But inside the space, cutting rice for so long made it seem like they were getting more energetic. Maybe it was because they harvested a little more rice each time, which gave them more motivation to keep going. Tomorrow morning they had to go to the temple. Fong Hanjiao didn't let her father and the others stay long in the space, just an hour of harvesting, then they were released. "We have to go to sleep now. I'm already tired," she said. In just that hour, the 6 of them had harvested about 3 acres of land. Of course, that was just the cutting part. They first piled the rice together, then after finishing they had to turn the soil and plant the next crop immediately. Once planted, they would thresh the rice. It was a big project, and they had to work secretly. It would take at least several days to finish. Fong Qingming and Fong Guyu went into their sister's space to harvest rice, but didn't dare let their wives find out. "Where did you go?" Wang and Su asked their husbands in their own rooms. Both men just said their parents had something to discuss with them. When the 2 wives heard that their in-laws had matters for their husbands to handle, and seeing that their husbands didn't say anything more, they didn't ask further. Anyway, the parents-in-law won't harm their little family. That's all they need to know. Hurry up and go to sleep. It's late, and we have to get up early tomorrow. At dawn the next day, the women in the house all got up. Those with children also woke them up. The little ones, who usually couldn't wake so early, heard their mother say they were going out to play. They immediately woke up, jumping out of bed excitedly. The family ate breakfast, then Fong Yuxing and Fong Jingzhe took the ox carts to work. Fong Hanjiao and the sisters-in-law and children got into 2 ox carts and went back to their yard. Quietly, they hid their father, grandfather, and 3 brothers in a special space and started working. They told others that their grandfather had already arranged for the 3 brothers of Fong Qingming to go up the mountain with their father. Fong Luran brought a scale and a threshing tool into the space today. Without saying a word, he started threshing first. After threshing, he began weighing the grain. At first, everyone looked nervous, but as they kept weighing, their faces became more excited. Wow, 3,000 jin. That's a yield of 1,000 jin per mu. Even Fong Qingming, usually calm, was surprised. Just their 10 mu of land could produce 10,000 jin of rice. 1,000 jin per mu of pure rice. In Donghua country, the best land could only produce about 300 or 400 jin per mu. That was land where people lived and worked daily, practically living in the fields, so the rice was very productive. Officials from other places had come to ask for seeds and farming tips. No one would believe it. If outsiders find out that our land produces 1,000 jin per mu, it would shock the world. Fong Guyu just finished sighing when her father smacked her on the back of the head.
"Hey, Dad. Don't hit me.
I was just sighing. I wouldn't dare say this outside. Grandfather, father, aren't you excited? This is 1,000 gene per moo. I tell you, anyone who leaks even a little of this will be disowned, no longer considered our family, and will be treated like a monster, burned by others. Fong Yuyi looked coldly at his 3 sons. Fong Luowan saw that his second son's eyes were about to look at him, and he became very angry, taking the lead to speak. Ishui is right. Even you and I can't do it. If we reveal anything, we will be expelled from the family and labeled as monsters. Fong Luowan let out a big sigh of relief after speaking quickly. Luckily, he spoke fast. Otherwise, if his son had said that, he might have been beaten to death. Fong Qingming and his brothers saw that their grandfather looked scarier than their father. They quickly nodded and raised 3 fingers. We swear to the ancestor that we will never reveal anything about the space, not even in our dreams. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and burned as monsters. Fong Huaisu saw his terrifying grandfather and father, feeling a bit speechless. But when it comes to his sister, being serious is understandable. Grandfather, father, let's get to work quickly. After speaking, afraid of being hit by his father, he stepped back a few steps and started cutting with a sickle. There's still 7 acres of land to work on. Fong Hanjiao sat on the ox cart, occasionally glancing at the space, with a constant smile on her face. She never expected the land in the space to be so fertile. Wang Shi looked at her little sister smiling so happily and gently pinched her fair cheek. Her sister was so beautiful that she thought it was good to touch her more often, hoping to share some of her good luck and have a daughter herself. Not necessarily as beautiful as her aunt, but as long as it was a girl, it would be fine. She was not ugly herself, and her husband was also handsome, so their children would definitely be good-looking. So she wasn't worried about the appearance of the children, only about the gender. Sister, you're so happy to go out and play? The others also looked at Fong Hanjiao with smiles, noticing her constant smile. Seeing everyone looking at her happily, Fong Hanjiao said, "Of course I'm happy to go out and play. I've been cooped up at home for many days. Look at that mountain valley, filled with apricot blossoms. When the apricots ripen, we'll come pick them. It's so beautiful." Following her 6th sister-in-law's excited voice, Fong Hanjiao looked toward the mountain valley. The white blossoms were indeed very beautiful. Even from a distance, she could almost smell the faint scent of apricot flowers. It was truly lovely. The children also pressed their faces against the car windows or curtains, chattering happily. It's not the 1st or 15th day of the lunar month, nor a festival, so there aren't many people visiting the temple. When Fong Hanjiao and her family arrived, they didn't see any outsiders on the mountain path leading up the hill. Instead, their arrival made the usually quiet temple a bit livelier. The 3 pregnant daughters-in-law went to the temple, praying for their unborn babies to be gentle, obedient, and soft. The 3 sisters-in-law, Chiu, only wished for their children to be safe and free from trouble. Especially Chiu, who, upon learning that their family would soon have to leave to escape danger, hoped everything would go smoothly and safely. She also wished that her precious daughter would never face the hardships she had in her past life. She wanted her to have a smooth life, even if it meant risking her own life. Fong Hanjiao, because of her own jade pendant, didn't believe praying to Buddha would help. In her past life, when her family faced trouble, she was still healthy and kneeling in front of the Buddha every day, but it didn't help at all. Later, her health worsened day by day, and she lay in bed sick. She kept praying in her heart, but she felt the Buddha couldn't hear her calls or prayers. She didn't know if true Buddhas really existed in this world. All she knew was that monks needed the support of offerings and money to survive. She believed that relying on herself was better than relying on anyone else. But she didn't stop her mother and sisters from having their own faith. However, when the Chiu sisters-in-law saw Fong Hanjiao standing there, they thought she was disrespecting the Buddha. They believed strongly in the Buddha. Chiu knew her daughter relied on the family's ancestral spirit to come back to life, but she still thought her daughter should pray more to the Buddha for protection. She didn't ask for anything else, just for her to be safe and healthy. After all, the ancestral spirit had long become a celestial being somewhere in the 9 heavens, unreachable. If she had problems, she couldn't ask her directly. It was better to pray to the Buddha nearby. Jiao Jiao, hurry and kneel down to bow to the Buddha, then come back and ask for a marriage sign. When Feng Hanjiao's mother told her to pray for marriage, she just recently broke off her engagement. Besides, she was still young. 16 was a good age to marry. But in their Donghua country, the emperor was very wise. In Donghua, women are only forced to marry if they are over 18 and unmarried, with fines if they don't. So she thought she should stay at home and be filial to her parents for the next couple of years. I no longer feel like seeking a marriage now, so I instinctively replied, it's better to rely on myself than to ask others for help. After saying that, I was worried I might upset my mother, so I quickly changed the subject. I'm not sincere in my prayers. Even if I ask Buddha, it won't help me. It might even make things worse. Mother, you go ahead with your prayers. I'll look around. After saying this, I hurried to leave, afraid my mother might insist I seek a marriage match. Mrs. Chiu saw her daughter like this and knew she was deeply hurt by Duan Zisheng. Her older sister-in-law, Mrs. Huang, and her third sister-in-law, Mrs. Wang, came to comfort her. Jiao Jiao just broke off her engagement with that scoundrel. Asking her now to seek another marriage, she probably isn't interested anymore. Jiao Jiao is still young, so don't push her too hard. Mrs. Chen agreed with Mrs. Huang and Mrs. Wang.
Exactly.
As a mother, I understand your worry, but let Jiao Jiao have some carefree days for the next couple of years. Mrs. Chiu nodded. She knew very well she only had this one precious daughter. Her life had been hard in the past, and now she just wanted her to find a good husband and be happy. Fine, if her daughter isn't asking for anything, she, as a mother, can help her wish for happiness. Having been reborn, Feng Hanjiao had been plotting from day one to set a trap for Duan Zisheng and his widowed sister-in-law, exposing their affair. After that, she was busy every day picking wild vegetables and herbs on the mountain or working in her space whenever she had free time. She hadn't had a moment to relax or go out. The only time she went to town was to buy chicks and ducklings, which led to a big incident. Since then, she's been tense and on edge. Now she's at the temple, where the scent of sandalwood fills the air, gradually calming her restless mind. As she walks, she unknowingly reaches the back mountain of the temple. Down the mountain is a cliff, but in the valley, there's a peach blossom forest. The pink flowers stand out beautifully among the green mountains. In her past life, she spent every day around Duan Zisheng, then suffered through illness and her family's misfortune. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt this relaxed. Standing here, she couldn't help but stare at the scenery with admiration. Enjoying the beauty and the rare peace, she slowly let go of her worries from her past life. In this new life, she had successfully broken off her engagement with Duan Zisheng and would never face the same ending again. Looking at the birds happily flying in the valley, Feng Hanjiao's mood improved more and more. When she thought it was about time to go back to find her mother and sister-in-law, she turned around and saw a fight happening not far ahead. Feng Hanjiao secretly thought that things might turn bad. Her instincts told her something was wrong, so she quickly looked for a place to hide. But the back mountain was now on a cliff, making it impossible to hide anywhere, unless she jumped down the cliff. However, she didn't have time to think about that, because the fighters were coming straight toward her. Feng Hanjiao felt unlucky again. Could it be true what her ancestors said, that doing bad things would bring punishment? But those wicked people like Zisheng and Roman were so cruel. She only exposed their affair to the public to fight back, and she didn't do anything too bad. Compared to what they did to her in the past, her actions were just a tiny bit. Why should she keep suffering from innocent trouble again and again? She had already shown mercy by not punishing those wicked people severely. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She didn't think there was anything wrong with wanting those two to suffer or that her actions were too much. She wanted to find a place to hide, but there was nowhere suitable. If she moved forward, she would meet the fighters face to face. Before she could hide, she might be hurt, and her parents would be heartbroken. Fong Hanjiao's eyes turned red with frustration. It seemed everyone was against her. Zhao Hongjin didn't expect that. Out of boredom and because his older brother wanted to arrange a marriage for him, he took on an investigation into corruption in Suzhou to avoid the marriage. Today, they had gathered enough evidence. He didn't expect that the salt and tea office in Suzhou was actually working for King Kong. But that villain was desperate and tried to kill to cover his tracks. Trying to outsmart him was impossible. He was just a minor prince, yet he could make the emperor's son dislike him. The unfilial sons fought among themselves, and when they couldn't sway him, they started plotting against him. It was best if he didn't return alive. Otherwise, he would show those arrogant princes that his uncle was not to be underestimated. Zhao Hongjin felt dizzy, blurry-eyed, restless, and increasingly hot. He secretly cursed his nephew for being so reckless. Wanting to kill him was one thing, but using such low tricks was too much. It made sense. That scoundrel was deliberately trying to destroy him. Everyone knew he disliked women. If, while unconscious, a woman defiled him, he would go crazy upon waking, and he would kill any woman who came near him because he disliked their closeness. Chuan Bai was caught in their trap to lure him away. Now he was fighting alone. Before he was poisoned, those scoundrels were no match for him. But now he was weak and unable to fight back. Zhao Hongjin's vision blurred more and more. He saw double. If he didn't finish off these enemies soon, he would be the one to fall. At that moment, he realized he couldn't use his inner strength anymore. After thinking it through, he suspected there was a traitor among his people. Someone had given him a softening poison. If there was a traitor in his team, it made sense that Chuan Bai was tricked into leaving him alone. He quickly figured out who the traitor was. He never expected that, despite training eagles daily, he would be blinded by one. Now he was pushed to the edge of a cliff. His blurry and clear visions flickered as he saw a woman. Could it be that this woman was the one they had prepared for him? Despite being outnumbered 30-1 and poisoned, Zhao Hongjin had held on until now. Only a few enemies remained. He was almost exhausted. I didn't see anything. Fong Hanjiao wanted to hide in her space, but the person chasing her kept staring directly at her. If she disappeared suddenly, others would realize she was hiding something strange. Seeing the enemies approaching, the pursuers also looked her over clearly. They wouldn't let her go easily. Fong Hanjiao thought about jumping off the cliff to escape. She planned to jump, enter her space, then come out just before hitting the ground, and repeat the process. She believed she wouldn't die from the fall and could escape. But before she could jump, the person chasing her pulled her down with him, and they both fell off the cliff. The remaining killers saw Zhao Hongjin jump off the cliff without hesitation. He stuck his head out to look but didn't see anyone, so he must have already fallen. Jiao Jiao, where are you? Jiao Jiao. At this moment, the Fong family members, who hadn't seen Fong Hanjiao return for a long time, came out to search everywhere. Even the young monk in the temple helped look for her. The killers realized that if they didn't leave now, they might be exposed. Since Zhao Hongjin had already fallen and was probably dead, even if he was still alive, they decided to escape immediately. On their way out, they also took the bodies of their companions. Fong Hanjiao was dragged down the cliff with them, but at a critical moment, she grabbed onto a lifeline. Actually, it didn't feel like a real lifeline. Fong Hanjiao looked up and found she was tightly holding onto someone's belt. Fong Hanjiao was so nervous, she almost let go. Hold on tight if you don't want to die. Zhao Hongjin felt that the girl was about to fall, so he grabbed her wrist that was clutching his belt with his other hand. In life and death moments, Fong Hanjiao forgot all manners and morals. Even someone who desperately wants to die will instinctively reach out for the last straw when facing death. She looked up and realized the person chasing her seemed familiar. Had she seen this person somewhere before? In her life, she was just a village girl who had never left Sanha town. The farthest she had been was the town itself. She had never seen anyone so handsome and elegant. So, she felt a sense of familiarity with this person, which probably meant she had seen him in her past life. But who could he be? She thought and thought but couldn't figure it out. The main problem was that she was hanging in the air now, so she was too scared to think clearly. What made her even more embarrassed was that her wrist was feeling the hot temperature from the other person's hand, making her want to let go. She looked down and saw that if she fell, she would surely be shattered into pieces. She had planned well before, jumping off the cliff into the space to avoid the fight between the two sides. But now, in this critical moment, she was hanging on the cliff and was afraid. She worried that if she didn't control her balance well, she might fall and turn into a meat patty. Zhao Hongjin was about to cut the woman with his sword when he heard her voice. He immediately recognized her as the girl who had said that the Sasha bean was poisonous. It was also the girl who threw food from his table at the assassin during the attack. At that time, her brother was almost killed when he protected her and others by fighting off the attacker. He managed to stop, but because he was too weak, he fell off the cliff, pulling the girl down with him. Fortunately, he grabbed onto a crooked tree branch. Now, in the cool breeze, his mind is clearer. Why is the girl here? Zhao Hongjin still wants to find out if this girl is sent by the other side. Maybe the last time at the inn was a trap to get his attention. But he also considers their current situation, where they are, and what danger they face before asking why she is here. Seeing Fong Hanjiao silent, a flash of anger crosses his mind. He loosens his grip on her hand. Don't let go. I was just here with my mother and sisters to burn incense. Who knew I'd meet someone like you? At this moment, a scene flashes through Fong Hanjiao's mind. She suddenly remembers something. Last time at the inn, those men in black were trying to kill a young master who was eating. That young master looked just like the person in front of her. You were attacked by men in black at the inn, and my brother and others helped block some of the attackers. Don't you remember? Fong Hanjiao feels that the person in front of her must be cursed by her. Otherwise, how could she keep meeting him first when he was attacked, then when she was pulled into it? He definitely brings bad luck to her. Could it be that she offended him in her past life? I was innocent and got caught up because of you, which is why I fell off the cliff. I tell you, if I fall to my death, I won't let you go, even as a ghost.
Wah.
Help me. Fong Hanjiao just wants someone to pull her up quickly.
She doesn't want to die.
There are so many things she still needs to do. She can't die. Since her rebirth, she feels that after exposing Duan Zishang's affair with Luo Man, nothing good has happened. When she returns alive, she must beat up Duan Zishang to vent her anger. Zhao Hongjin didn't expect this woman to cry so easily. When he was being chased, meeting her made him think more. How did he end up making her cry? He was really annoyed by the noise. The medicine was still working inside him, making him weak. Yet, this woman was still shouting loudly. Did the person trying to kill him know they weren't dead yet? Shut up, or I'll throw you down. Fong Hanjiao quickly closed her mouth. It wasn't that she wanted to act like a shrew, but her eyes were full of killing intent. She didn't want the other person to think she was a rival trying to kill him, or that she was coming to harm him. What if she really ended up killing herself? She felt like her previous life was wasted. Although she didn't live very clearly, she had gained some experience. If she just shouted loudly, maybe she could scare the person in front of her into giving up on killing her. But he had let go of her arm. Now, she had to hold on to his waistband to keep from falling. She felt something pressing against her. Having lived through a lifetime, Fong Hanjiao wasn't really naive.
She knew what it was without looking.
She didn't dare to look too closely, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. But knowing what it was, she was terrified. What was wrong with this man? She couldn't help but look up again. Zhao Hongjin's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was fierce, as if he wanted to swallow her. He was staring at her intently. Fong Hanjiao was startled and felt extremely nervous. In that moment, she suddenly remembered who this person was. Wasn't he the rumored brother of the emperor, the Duke of Jin, who was known for being indifferent to women, the one favored above all others, the emperor's beloved brother? In her previous life, she had attended a palace banquet once. She didn't know who drugged the Duke of Jin. Without hesitation, he found the person behind it, who turned out to be the legitimate daughter of the minister's family. That daughter was stunning, shy and beautiful, but the way he looked at her was exactly the same as now. Without hesitation, he drew his guard's sword and killed her instantly. Not only that, the next day, the minister's family was investigated for colluding with the exiled King Kong and for corruption. The minister was beheaded, and the entire family was exiled. Fong Hanjiao shivered as she remembered this ruthless reputation of the man who was known for being indifferent to women and cruel. Afraid that her current appearance would cause Zhao Hongjin to settle accounts with her, she worried that before she could escape, her family might be harmed. But she didn't cause the medicine, nor did she intentionally pull his belt, nor did she mean to pressure the little Prince Jean. I'm not doing this on purpose. Actually, I was also dragged into this by you. So, can you please not blame my family? I will go down and end my life right now. After saying that, Fong Hanjiao let go. Escaping was the priority. In fact, she already had a mouthful of spiritual spring water, ready to save herself before falling and turning into a meat pancake. Falling and getting seriously hurt was better than being cruelly killed by this person. Most importantly, she didn't want to involve her family. Zhao Hongjin was feeling dazed and weak, his grip on the tree branch loosening. With the girl pressing down on him, he felt uncomfortable and wanted to explode. He didn't hear clearly what she was saying. He bit his tongue to stay awake, and when he saw her loosen her grip, he immediately reached out and quickly pulled her back. To prevent her from falling again, and because she was also affected by him, he tightly held her in his arms. Fong Hanjiao didn't expect that she would fall off the cliff and end up back in this demon's arms. She was so frightened she gasped and choked on the spiritual spring water in her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. But her coughing, which was dulling her senses, caused Zhao Hongjin, who was already close to losing his mind, to completely break down. Zhao Hongjin only felt that the girl in front of him was very sweet, so sweet that he couldn't help but want to get closer, to have more. The sweetness made him lose his reason and want to possess her. He had never known that a girl's lips could be so sweet. Fong Hanjiao was still coughing when suddenly a large face appeared in front of her, and her lips also felt a sharp pain. She was caught off guard and didn't understand what was happening. Zhao Hongjin's kiss stunned her. This normally aloof and temperamental Prince Jean, was he trying to be inappropriate with her? But given his current state, it was obvious he had been drugged. At this moment, she wanted to curse. No matter how she struggled, he held her tightly in his arms. From the pain on her lips, it was clear that he wasn't gentle because of the medicine. He clearly didn't know what he was doing. His biting made her feel pain. It felt like she was being gnawed on like a pig's trotter. Fong Hanjiao felt like she was about to run out of breath, but the person in front of her seemed as strong as a fortress, unable to move at all. If she didn't push the person away now, she felt she would either fall off a cliff or be suffocated first. Since the person didn't seem fully conscious right now, she made a firm decision and bit harder than the other, tasting a strong blood flavor in her mouth. Zhao Hongjin, feeling pain, regained a bit of clarity. When he realized what he was doing, he instinctively became a little panicked and reluctant, and he let go of Fong Hanjiao. He had only followed his instincts and desires, stretching out as much as he could, so when they separated, they awkwardly pulled apart. This scene made Fong Hanjiao so shy she almost wished she could disappear. Zhao Hongjin was so affected by this scene that he almost lost control again. He quickly bit his tongue, just catching the spot he had been bitten earlier by Fong Hanjiao. It hurt a lot, and it brought back some of his reason. Now, it wasn't about whether he wanted to immediately take the girl in front of him, but he remembered they were still on a cliff. Fong Hanjiao didn't dare look directly at Zhao Hongjin's face, so she glanced down and saw his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed. Her face turned bright red, and she closed her eyes quickly. Could he be reminiscing about the taste of the pig's trotters he just bit? Ugh, no. She was not a pig's trotters. I'm sorry, Zhao Hongjin's apology came from above her head, his voice hoarse. She dared not listen closely. She truly hadn't expected that men could be so charming. It's okay. I know you were also set up by someone. That wasn't your true intention. If we both survive, let's pretend we never saw each other. I'll forget what happened today. The young prince before her was so hot and terrifying that Fong Hanjiao didn't dare move or lift her head. Hearing Zhao Hongjin say sorry, she kept her posture very straight. His status was so high, just a polite remark, and she really took it seriously? Not killing her was already a kindness. Zhao Hongjin didn't expect her to say such things. It was truly surprising. He had wanted to say that if she needed him to take responsibility, he would give her a clear title. But now, it felt strange, like the girl in front of him was very afraid of him. Master, I will be there soon.
Please hold on.
Finally, Chuanbai brought people to rescue his master and Fong Hanjiao quickly. However, when he saw Fong Hanjiao, he was surprised and widened his eyes. Isn't this girl the same one from the inn? The girl who grabbed the food from his master's table and angrily smashed the black assassin? Why did he meet her again here? And she was tightly hugging his master, hanging on the cliff. What exactly happened? He was very curious, especially when he saw the small bloodstain on his master's lips. His eyes nearly popped out. That couldn't have been caused by his master biting himself. The shape of the teeth didn't match. Yes, Fong Hanjiao had bitten Zhao Hongjin's tongue and lips so hard that they bled, showing she was very forceful at the time. When Chuanbai saw the girl's lips also had a cut and blood, his heart pounded loudly, and his face quickly turned red. But now wasn't the time to think about these things. He realized they had fallen into the enemy's trap to lure him away, almost costing his master's life. Thinking of this, his skin tightened with worry. Seeing that their master was suffering from someone's scheme, he dared not ask anything. Master, I will go find a doctor for you right now. Take her back. Zhao Hongjin said this, and then let his men take him away. Chuanbai immediately called someone to send Fong Hanjiao back, but she refused directly. No need, no need. You all go ahead. My mother and brother-in-law are in the temple. Fong Hanjiao had been tense, afraid to hear Zhao Hongjin say something like, kill her for me, kill them all. Seeing him leave now and thinking about sending her home, she guessed he probably didn't plan to investigate what happened on the cliff. Now is not the time to stay. How could she let others know where her family was or what their situation was? She wished she could forget everything and live peacefully in the rivers and lakes. Without waiting for the others to respond, she quickly ran toward the temple. What she didn't know was that the secret guard assigned by Chuanbai was following her silently, even though she didn't want to be sent back. He stayed hidden until he saw her reunite with her family, then quietly left. After all, it was her master's order, and even if it meant risking his life, he would do his duty. The Chiu and Qin families searched everywhere for Fong Hanjiao but couldn't find her. They were very worried and even alerted the abbot, who was also helping to look for her. When she finally returned, Chiu was so angry she stepped forward to slap her, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it and instead hugged Fong Hanjiao close. Jiajia, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you so like an eagle, just flying away without telling anyone? I'm sorry, mother and grandmother, brothers and sisters. It's my fault for making you worry. I just saw the beautiful peach blossoms on the back mountain and went to look at them. The family had seen the peach blossoms from the cliff, thinking Fong Hanjiao meant she went directly into the valley to see them, so they didn't realize she was missing. Fortunately, she was back, and it was just a false alarm. Why is your lip bleeding? Chiu relaxed when she saw her daughter's lip was cut and bleeding. She quickly took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her lips. Fong Hanjiao didn't expect her own lip to be bitten by that man. Seeing her family looking at her with concern, she felt nervous. She absolutely couldn't let her family find out about her affair with the Prince of Jin. If it got out, that man might come to kill their family. She hurried to think of a way. Did you bite your lip? Wang, her sister-in-law, saw the injury on her lips and blurted out, noticing the bite mark. Fong Hanjiao felt even more anxious, but kept her face calm. It's nothing. I was in a hurry to come back and accidentally bumped my lip. I didn't notice it was bleeding. The family didn't suspect anything and thought she had just hurt herself. Child, next time, don't be so reckless. Fong Hanjiao quickly smiled and pouted at her grandmother, acting cute. Grandmother, I understand. I won't wander off alone again. and make you all worry. They were all truly frightened. Because the monks in the temple were also looking for Fong Hanjiao. Once she was found, Chen donated 2 taels of silver for incense offerings. That was a good amount of money for such a small temple, and the monks were very happy. Fong Hanjiao felt heartbroken but dared not say anything. Fortunately, the family had made their wishes and prayers, and they planned to stay for lunch at the temple before leisurely heading back home, enjoying their day. But Fong Hanjiao thought about the stubborn and temperamental Jean King. She was afraid that her family might be seen by him. If one day he remembered today's events and felt embarrassed or upset and decided to harm them to keep it secret, what would she do? Grandmother, mother, have your wishes been granted? Did you get the fortune-telling done? Is everything okay now? When it came to fortune-telling, Mrs. Chiu put on a big smile. Yes, we got the best fortune. The abbot said that the person you will marry in the future will be from a very good family, and you will be wealthy and happy. Oh, that's a relief.
My worries are gone now.
Fong Hanjiao's mouth twitched at her words. Not to mention, today they had paid a lot of money just for the incense offerings. The abbot must have said nice things to please them. But seeing her mother and grandmother happy, she didn't feel disappointed. Let's go home quickly. I'm tired of playing and just want to go home and sleep now. The sooner we leave, the sooner we get there. Mom, I want some chicken soup. Let's kill a chicken tonight and make soup. Originally, they had been searching for Fong Hanjiao so hard that they were sweating. Now that they finally found her and she wanted to go home, they didn't object. They packed up and got on the ox cart to head back. The children, whether they had good food or not, were happy whether outside or on the cart at home. In the abbot's courtyard, Zhao Hongjin was soaking in a large tub filled with dark herbal medicine. Outside the screen, Chuan Bai was reporting the situation. Master, everyone has been caught. Zhu Qing refused to confess, but the evidence is clear. She was the one who poisoned the master. The escapees have also been caught, and 4 of them have had their jaws removed. Zhao Hongjin, aside from a noticeable bite mark on his lips, was fine. Even the poison in his body had mostly been expelled. After Chuan Bai finished, he didn't hear a response from the master, so he continued. The girl is from Qingshan village in Sana town, Mianzhou. She was engaged to a boy from the same village, but they found her with that boy's wife-to-be, caught in the act. She just broke off the engagement today. Who told you to ask about her? Get out of here. Seeing that the master didn't want to talk about the girl anymore, Chuan Bai dared not say more and quickly left. As soon as Fong Hanjiao lay down in bed, she kept sneezing nonstop. This made her think back to the scene earlier that day on the cliff behind the temple. At that moment, she wasn't thinking about her shy behavior earlier, but was truly worried that the rumors about the stern and aloof Prince Jean, who supposedly doesn't like women, might come to their house to cause trouble. She wondered if they should run away now. If they escaped, they would have to follow the original plan and go to her cousin in Fangzhou, who is the local governor. But would her grandfather and parents agree? The flood hadn't happened yet, and their whole family was planning to leave together, which seemed a bit unreasonable.
Her cousin might not like it.
Even if her cousin didn't mind, what about his wife? She would probably think they were just trying to mooch off others. After all, their family has 35 members, and going somewhere without a clear reason would look suspicious. She herself wouldn't believe they were just visiting for fun. This plan wouldn't work, and that one wouldn't either. Fong Hanjiao was so anxious, she scratched her hair into a messy nest on the bed. She kept tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep, so she decided to enter her space. She thought, maybe I should farm. If I work hard enough, I might fall asleep. Once inside her space, she saw that more than half of the 10 acres of land had already been harvested, and the rest could be finished tomorrow. Looking at the large pile of golden rice at the door of the small yard and smelling its aroma, she decided to grind some rice to make porridge for breakfast. It would surely taste good. She quietly went to the storage room, put the stone mill for pounding rice into her space, scooped a few handfuls of rice, and started pounding. This task was simple and required some strength. Fong Hanjiao was strong enough now to pound rice easily. In just a few hits, rice grains appeared at the bottom of the stone mill, and the empty husks floated to the top as she kept pounding. After about 15 minutes, the rice and husks were separated, and the full, slightly greenish rice grains settled at the bottom of the mill. She collected the husks, which could be ground into feed mixed with water and used to feed pigs. They could also be mixed with chopped wild vegetables to feed chickens and ducks, both good options. The rice straw without grains was excellent feed for cattle, and if chopped, it could also feed pigs. Nothing would be wasted. Looking at the rice that looked like small, pale green pearls, she knew she couldn't let her sisters-in-law see it when she cooked porridge. She wouldn't be able to explain. She decided to wait until her mother and grandmother woke up in the morning to tell them. Fong Hanjiao ground about 2 or 3 jin of rice, then stopped. She also ground the husks until her palms hurt. Tomorrow, she plans to wrap the handle with a cloth to make it easier to grind. She mixed some bran with chopped wild vegetables and put them in the feeding trough for the chicks and ducks. They immediately rushed to eat, not lifting their heads. Since she bought them, only about 7 or 8 days have passed. The chicks and ducks have grown more than twice as big, and their wings are starting to develop hard feathers. Suddenly, 2 grayish rabbits ran over to compete for food with the chicks and ducks. She had forgotten about these 2 rabbits in her space. When she saw one with a very big belly, she wondered if it was about to give birth. 3 days ago, her brothers caught these 2 wild rabbits while hunting on the mountain. They secretly gave them to her, and she stored them in her space, but she had forgotten about them. It seems she needs to build a special rabbit cage for raising them, or they will run around and scare the chicks and ducks, causing them to chirp loudly. A few hens enclosed nearby also clucked and called out to Fong Hanjiao. It was clear they wanted to eat too. If they weren't confined, they would have come over to steal food. Mrs. Chiu and Mrs. Chun found that the eggs laid by the hens in the space tasted better than those outside. They caught 3 hens at home and put them into the space for Fong Hanjiao. Wang and Su thought their chickens had been lost and told their family. The family all agreed they must have miscounted, probably because the neighbor's chickens came over when counting, making it seem like there were more. The sisters-in-law thought they might have simply miscounted and decided not to worry about it anymore. Fong Hanjiao also fed some food to the old hens, and they stopped fighting for it. She saw 10 more eggs in the henhouse, picked them up, and planned to boil them for the children to eat tomorrow morning. Seeing the thriving scene in her space and so much grain, she felt much happier. With these supplies, her family wouldn't have to worry about having a good life wherever they went. Every time Fong Hanjiao entered her space, she was very grateful to the ancestor of the Fong family. She harvested all the mature medicinal herbs, leaving a few plants of each, so they could grow freely. This way, she would have high-quality medicinal herbs for a long time. Right now, the space is filled with common herbs. She wants to gather some rare herbs like ginseng and lingji, so she plans to go up the mountain more often. After working in the space for over an hour, Fong Hanjiao felt tired and sleepy. She washed her hands with spiritual spring water, making sure not to waste the water on the herbal field, then lay down to sleep. Fong Hanjiao wanted to eat the rice porridge from the space. Early in the morning, she heard sounds outside and got up. Seeing her grandmother and eldest sister-in-law, she took some new rice from the space and told her grandmother what was happening. Chen's family saw that their granddaughter wanted to eat, and since they grew the rice themselves, they let her have some. She could smell the fresh rice aroma and also wanted to taste it. It must be very delicious. Quickly, she took a bamboo scoop, rinsed a little rice a few times, and put it into a pot filled with water. She also added most of the rice Fong Hanjiao brought out, stirring everything evenly. This way, the porridge cooked should not look like it's made from fresh rice. Wang's mother was talking with her mother-in-law when she saw that the rice was rinsed and the porridge was starting to cook. She hurried over to help. Just as she was about to lift the lid to check, Chen stopped her. Jiao Jiao wants to eat fried salted vegetable cakes. Come over and light the fire. I'll fry them for her. Wang's mother agreed and went to light the fire. She was about to lift the lid when Chen stopped her. Jiao Jiao, come here and light the fire. I'll cook the salted vegetable cakes for her. Wang's mother nodded and went to light the fire. Seeing her daughter and mother-in-law's actions, Chio's family knew that her daughter had taken something from the space again. They helped cover for her. Fong Hanjiao smiled knowingly, knowing everything was settled. Soon, a rich aroma of porridge filled the air. Why does today's porridge smell especially sweet and fresh? Am I just hungry? Wang's mother said this while inhaling deeply, then got up to stir the porridge with a spatula. Chen's mother was a step ahead, telling her, "Just watch the fire in the stove." She added, "Today's porridge is indeed fragrant, but it's still the same porridge. It's just that you cooked it well. We can't make it smell this good." Wang's mother couldn't hide her smile and said, "It's not that I cooked it better. It's just the way I cook it." Chio's mother also smiled warmly. "Huiwan, you cooked it well." As the aroma grew stronger, it attracted the two young grandsons from the neighboring house. 3-year-old Miyu was pulling his 2-year-old brother, Wuyu, trying to climb over the threshold. Fong Jingqiu had just finished washing up when he saw the little kids almost fall, and hurried over to help. Miyu called out, "Little uncle." Wuyu responded, "Uncle, hello." "Well, how come you two came running here? Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Fong Jingqiu spoke in a gentle tone, acting like a caring elder in front of his nephews. The two little kids eagerly waited for their uncle to ask if they had eaten, then shook their heads quickly. Lunchi, the younger one, answered first, "Not yet, not yet." Miyu nodded and said, "It smells so good. My brother really wants to come, so we came to see." After saying this, the two little ones looked at the kitchen and then at Fong Jingqiu with bright, curious eyes. Their expressions clearly said, "Uncle, please call us to eat breakfast together." Fong Jingqiu found it amusing and looked at his two little nephews, wondering if they understood their own clever thoughts. This scene was seen by Fong Hanjiao, who was so charmed by her little nephews that she pretended to cough and said, "Miyue and Wuyue, why don't you come and eat breakfast with us? Would that be okay?" "Hello, Auntie." Miyue and Wuyue were happy to see their favorite auntie and quickly stepped forward, each holding her hand. They politely greeted her and nodded happily, indicating they wanted to stay and eat breakfast. Fong Hanjiao took the two children inside. They first politely greeted Fong Luoran and the others, then sat down at the small table after everyone had finished greeting. Since their family was large, Fong Hanjiao's family and the older uncle's family usually ate at separate tables, adults at one, children at another. Only the third uncle, Fong Yudao, had fewer family members and no grandchildren yet, so they hadn't split the tables. But the tables and small chairs were already prepared, all made by Fong Yusheng. Fong Jingqiu went out to tell the older uncle's family, worried they might get anxious if the children disappeared. When Qiu Shi and the others saw Miyue and Wuyue arrive, they smiled and hurriedly invited them to sit and eat, filling each of them with a bowl of porridge. Miyue and Wuyue felt a little shy now. They had been taught by their mother and grandmother that they shouldn't casually eat at other people's homes, even at their great-grandfather's or third-grandfather's house. But the porridge at their second-grandfather's house was so fragrant that they couldn't resist and just wanted to come and see. In the end, their auntie kindly let them stay and eat breakfast. Yes, it was their auntie who invited them to stay, not that they decided on their own. Both little kids thought so, and they calmly picked up their spoons, slowly eating the porridge. The youngest, Wuyue, ate by himself. There are many children at home. They all started learning to eat by themselves when they were about 1 year old. Now, they eat quite well. They can use a spoon to feed themselves without any problem. Mrs. Chiu had prepared porridge for the children early in the morning, and it was already cooled down so it wouldn't burn their mouths. Otherwise, she wouldn't let such young children eat it on their own. 3-year-old Meng Qiu and 2.5-year-old Zhong Xia were happy to see old 6 and old 9 arrive. They often play together. Eat slowly, don't burn your mouth. Fong Hanjiao peeled eggs for each child and let them hold the eggs with their hands. Of course, these eggs came from the chickens in the yard. Siyu and Wuyu enjoyed eating eggs and drinking rice porridge. They were so happy they didn't even bother with side dishes. Meng Xia, the eldest grandson of the second family, was 4 years old. He thought of himself as the older brother. When old 6 and old 9 came to eat breakfast, he wanted to be a good host. Seeing that his two younger brothers didn't pick at the vegetables, he took the initiative to serve each of them a small plate of vegetables. April and May, don't be shy. Eat the vegetables. The little children didn't know the difference between Si and Wu months or between April and May. They thought the two boys were just April and May. Meng Qiu looked at them and nodded. Don't be picky. You all need to eat to grow tall. The children acted quite grown-up, making all the adults laugh. Everyone ate until their stomachs were round and full, especially the little ones. Just after finishing, Mrs. Huang from next door came to pick up her grandson and brought a plate of fried fruit. Her grandchildren had been asking to eat it yesterday, so she fried some this morning. Originally, the fried fruit was to be served in a bowl to the second and third families, but unexpectedly, early in the morning, the two little grandsons ran over to Grandpa Heir's house to eat breakfast. When Si Yu and Wu Yu saw their grandmother, they said in unison, "Annie told us to eat." The two little brothers looked so innocent that it was even more adorable. Big sister-in-law, you are very polite. The children have already eaten so much that they are full. Now, they probably can't eat anymore. We'll leave the food here and wait until they are hungry again to give them some more to fill their stomachs. Yu nodded to her grandmother. Yes, the porridge and eggs at Annie's house are so delicious. Lunch was still a bit difficult for Mu, who only managed to say 2 or 3 words at a time. Usually, he wouldn't speak long sentences. When he saw sixth brother talking, he just nodded along. There's no eggs at home for you to eat, but there is porridge. I think you two just prefer the smell of freshly cooked rice. Mrs. Huang said this, but she didn't really blame her grandchildren. The children from their family had all grown up like this, especially since their houses were right next to each other. Ziyu and Inu only learned to be shy when they were about 4 or 5 years old. Before that, they didn't go around asking for food. Midsummer strongly disagreed with great-grandmother. He also thought the porridge and eggs today were especially tasty. He wanted to argue with great-grandmother, but didn't know how to say it. In the end, he ran into Wang's arms and loudly said, "Mother, tomorrow I want to drink porridge again. It's tasty, fragrant, delicious. I love it. I want more." Everyone understood what he meant from this series of small words, and they all smiled happily. Mrs. Wang rubbed her little son's belly. He had eaten too much this morning. All right, you can have more tomorrow. Yes, today's porridge is really better than usual. Did you add something special? Fang Qingming was holding his eldest son and also rubbing his little belly, which was full. Mrs. Chen took over and said, "It's because you all are hungry. Huiyuan just cooked it perfectly. All right, you 3 men, go up the mountain quickly." If they didn't change the subject, Mrs. Chen was afraid her 3 grandsons would keep asking questions. Fang Hanjiao quickly interrupted, "I want to go with my brothers. I want to find more herbs." Seeing this, Mrs. Huang took her 2 grandsons by the hand. "Then I'll go back and call Yuxing and the others to come along." Yesterday, the whole family went to the temple and relaxed for a day. Today, it's time to go back up the mountain. Of course, except for Fang Yi and his grandchildren, who had been working in the space all day. But they all looked quite energetic. After a good night's sleep, they were full of energy again. Today, they planned to go up the mountain again, find a chance to enter the space, finish harvesting the remaining rice, and then start digging the fields. However, the 5 men said they were going up the mountain and couldn't return empty-handed at night, so they planned to leave 2 people outside. They could also switch people in and out during the work, allowing Fang Hanjiao to go up the mountain with them. Since Fang Hanjiao was already on the mountain, Chen and Qiu would surely follow her and help protect her if needed. Except for the 3 pregnant women and the children of the great-grandchildren, the other 4 families all went up the mountain together. After everyone was ready, they headed up the mountain and suddenly met Luo Man, who was carrying a big basin of clothes to wash by the river. Luo Man didn't expect to come out early in the morning to wash clothes and run into people, especially not the Fang family members she least wanted to see. She turned her face away, not looking at the Fang family. If it hadn't been for the fact that all the men from the Fang family were there and only Fang Hanjiao was present, she wouldn't have avoided them. In fact, she might have even shown off a little. This was something Luo Man often did in her previous life. Fang Hanjiao didn't intend to mock Luo Man, It wasn't because she was noble, but because she now saw Luo Man as unworthy of her attention. However, seeing Luo Man's difficult days made her feel relieved. She didn't expect that without her working hard for the Duan family, Luo Man could still wash clothes and cook by herself. The Fong family also saw Luo Man carrying a large wooden basin of clothes, worried that Fong Hanjiao might feel uncomfortable seeing her. But they all overthought it. Their sister didn't bother to give Luo Man a glance and simply went to the back mountain. They felt reassured, thinking that Fong Hanjiao had truly let go of her feelings for the Duan family. After they left, Luo Man, annoyed, carried her basin to the water's edge and slammed it down. She was furious at Fong Hanjiao's disdainful attitude, her indifference, and her complete disregard for her. Why was that worthless woman so lucky? Why could she be loved and admired by her family, while Luo Man had to work like a beast? She was truly unwilling. If she hadn't been pregnant with Duan Zishang's child, she might have been pushed into the pond by the Duan family. Now, although she didn't have to be pushed into the pond, she was doing all the chores at home. Even her younger sister, who used to help with fire, no longer helped her. Everything was left to her alone, with no one to assist. Even Duan Zishang, who used to love her and always said he would give her everything good, no longer acts the same. Sometimes his eyes are full of disgust when he looks at her. Why should she suffer such unfair treatment? She must turn things around. For now, she can only endure humiliation and carry the burden. Once she succeeds, she will make all these people regret it and step on them. She is having trouble sleeping and eating well, working so hard without any money. If only she could get back that jade pendant from Fong Hanjiao. She always feels that the jade pendant should belong to her. It seems she needs to think of a way to solve this. After entering the mountain, everyone split into small groups. Fong Hanjiao naturally stayed with her grandfather and parents. After a while, her three brothers quietly came over and quickly went into the space to harvest rice. Fong Hanjiao was after rare herbs like ginseng and lingji, but she also picked other plants along the way. She held a long stick, walking and scaring away snakes. This season, everywhere is full of weeds and bushes, making it very hard to find ginseng seedlings. If they don't find the ginseng but get bitten by a snake, that would be bad. Fong Luran and the others also helped look for ginseng and lingji. They hadn't found any yet, but they did come across 2 mulberry trees with ripe fruit. Fong Luran used a machete to cut the branches, and Shun and Xiao picked the ripe berries. Fong Hanjiao was searching for herbs in a damp area nearby. They didn't find any ginseng or lingji by the afternoon, but the family was not discouraged. If they couldn't find it in the mountains, it would be even harder elsewhere. They kept going to the mountain every day for several days. Finally, on the 6th day, they found 2 young ginseng plants, each with only 3 small leaves, very young, probably only 3 or 5 years old. Even so, Fong Hanjiao was very happy for a long time. Third brother, stop digging. It's about to rain. Just pull out these 2 ginsengs with the soil attached. This time, only 9 acres of land were planted, with 1 acre left empty. A special area was planned for growing medicinal herbs, and there was also a zone for raising livestock. There were chicken, duck, rabbit, and pig pens. Fong Hanjiao also had a 6-foot square water reservoir dug, along with a manure storage tank. With more animals, there was more manure. Luckily, the space seemed to have a self-cleaning function. Other areas in the yard didn't smell bad, and even near the manure tank, the smell was not strong. Because the ground was well maintained, more outsiders came to the area. They hunted in the mountains and looked for wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits. Recently, third brother found 2 ginseng seedlings. Only Fong Qingming, Fong Guyu, and their sister were present at the scene. Fong Hanjiao thought there was no need to waste time. She simply dug up a piece of soil and brought it into the space. Fong Qingming and Fong Guyu listened to their sister and used 2 shovels to dig deep enough to avoid damaging the roots. Just as Fong Hanjiao finished collecting the ginseng, big raindrops started falling heavily. They quickly packed up and called everyone on the mountain to gather and head down. Fortunately, Everyone was not far away. When it rained, they all ran downhill. Fong Hanjiao also released her father and seventh brother from the space. Everyone came over, and no one was left behind. Then they hurried down the mountain. It seems the weather really has changed. This season, rain starts just like that. When they reached home, they were all soaked from the rain. The 3 pregnant women at home started boiling hot water as soon as they saw the rain, to prevent them from getting wet. Quickly, bring water inside and take a hot bath. Afterward, each of you drink a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold. Don't catch a cold. Everyone was in a hurry and didn't have time to think. Fong Qingming first carried a bucket of hot water for his sister. Others, a step faster than him, helped each other by fetching hot water. After washing up and drinking ginger soup, they sat in a row, one helping to wring out the other's hair, and vice versa. In the middle of the room, there was a charcoal fire to speed up drying. If they hadn't been soaked by the rain, they wouldn't have washed their hair so casually. One person's hair was hard to dry, and the other risked catching a cold, which would be a loss. Raindrops on the eaves quickly formed small puddles on the ground, showing how heavy the rain was. Since this rain started, it hadn't stopped for 7 or 8 days. The small creek in the village had already overflowed onto the road, creating deep water. Everyone in the village, except for the men who carried hoes and shovels to check the fields every day, stayed inside and didn't go out. The men who go out every day to check the fields come back with more worry on their faces than when they left. Recently planted rice seedlings in the fields were flooded after the first rain. In low-lying areas, men had to wade into water that reached their necks, which was very dangerous. The water in the fields couldn't drain away, and there was nowhere for it to go. If this continues, all the seedlings will rot in the fields. Although Fong Luran and Fong Yui knew a flood was coming, they still couldn't help but go to the fields to look. The more they saw, the more upset they felt. Only 2 plots of land were higher than the rest of the village, and now the water there was up to their calves and rising. Fong Luran was about to call his second son home when he saw him bending over and angrily hitting the water surface with a shovel. "What are you doing?" The water couldn't drain away, and smashing it wouldn't help. Fong Luran thought his second son was acting foolish. "Father, there are fish. Lots of fish. You should ask Qingming and the others to come catch some." Fong Yui grabbed a few bunches of rice seedlings, quickly tied them into a rope, caught 5 or 6 small fish about the size of a palm, and threw them in front of his father. Then he grabbed a shovel and ran ahead. He saw several long, pointed fish, which had tender meat and few spines. His wife Jiao Jiao and the children loved eating them. Fong Luran didn't mind being splashed with water as his son threw fish at him. He quickly grabbed the fish and headed home. On the way, he saw his eldest son also catching fish with Fong Yusheng and nodded with satisfaction. "Catch fish if you want, but be careful not to fall into a hole. I'll go call someone." When Fong Luran entered the village, he saw many people carrying buckets or baskets heading toward the rice fields, obviously fishing. They all knew about the fish. When he got home, his children were already wearing straw hats. Jiao Jiao, hearing about the fish in the rice fields, had put on her raincoat and hat and was following her third brother. "Jiao Jiao, just stay at home for a while. Don't stay outside in the cold too long, or you'll get sick, and that won't be good." Xiao and Chen were worried about Jiao Jiao, but they also knew it was easier for her to go fishing in the water than for others. Most importantly, she could secretly send the fish into the space without anyone noticing, since the rice fields were full of fish and openly catching them wouldn't attract suspicion.
"Got it, Grandma.
When I catch the fish, I will come back." Everyone in the village, even the children around 8 or 9 years old, ignored how heavy the rain was. They all ran to the shallow water areas in the fields to catch fish. At this moment, whether to eat fish was not important. Catching fish was the main focus. Fong Huai-su took his sister to the lower part of the field where there was a gap. Soon, fish started to come over and swim upstream. Fish naturally like to swim upstream, which is also the origin of the saying about fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. This is why, even though their 2 water fields are located high up, they still have fish because the fish come from downstream. This shows the benefit of being a learned person. They quickly understand this reason. Some farmers also understand it, based on years of experience and observation during the rainy season. But each field has only 4 or 5 gaps in total, and the larger fields might have 2 gaps at most. Not everyone can block all the gaps, so people are spread out. Fong Hanjiao directly said to Fong Huaisu, "Brother Qi, go ask third brother and fifth brother's father to dig a few more gaps along the other field ridges. Let them block those gaps too. That way, catching fish will be easier and faster. Since the water is already flooding everything, we shouldn't expect it to get better. It's better to catch a few more fish now than smoke some fish to make dried fish. Whether for meals, snacks for the children, or just for fun, it's useful. All right, wait for me to come back and catch some more. Be careful not to fall." Fong Huaisu nodded and ran to find his father and brothers. The son of the village chief also came to catch fish. With so many big and small fish, who could resist catching them? These fish, whether used in stews or steamed, are delicious and nourishing. The village chief's son saw Fong's family catching fish and even digging several gaps in the field ridges, allowing water to flow more freely. Soon fish started to come over. "Old Master Fong, you're risking losing your fields just to catch fish. Digging so many gaps in the ridges will cause water to leak later." To him, the Fong family was just being reckless. Fong Lu Ran knew the village chief's son meant well. He smiled and wiped his face, which was splashed with either rain or water from catching fish. "It's okay, I understand. Look at this rain. If we don't dig the ridges, the water will keep flooding in. Once the water level drops, we'll need to fix the ridges again." The village chief's son thought it was about right, so he didn't bother much and dug 2 more small holes in his own field. As expected, catching fish became much faster. Fong Hanjiao kept running back and forth between her grandfather, father, and 3 brothers, collecting about 4 or 5 full buckets of fish, weighing around 150 jin, about 75 kilograms. Most of the fish were rice fish and topmouth coulters, with some grass carp, silver carp, stone crawfish, and catfish. Careful look revealed that not all topmouth coulters were pure. Many were knife fish. The most exciting catch for Fong Hanjiao was a few fat and tasty shad fish. Shad fish have tender, juicy, fresh, and firm meat, with a texture that is both smooth and chewy, and even the bones melt into flavor. Catfish are also a rare delicacy, with advantages of pufferfish and crucian carp, but without their disadvantages. Mainly, they have no spines, making them good for elders and children. Shad fish and knife fish are 2 of the 3 fresh from the Yangtze River, the third being pufferfish. She thought catfish could also be called one of the 3, but pufferfish are poisonous and not easy for ordinary people to handle. However, shad fish are her favorite to eat. Because these fish are rare, catching them depends on luck and season. When they appear in different places, only high officials and nobles can get them, and they are tribute fish for the imperial palace. Ordinary people rarely eat them. In her previous life, she only ate a few times, mostly at banquets in other counties. She planned to keep these shad fish in the space to raise and breed. As for knife fish, although tasty, they have many spines around the neck, but making fish balls from them is also very delicious. She planned to raise some shad fish, knife fish, and catfish in her space. Fong Luran saw Fong Hanjiao had been out for a long time and secretly asked, "How many did you catch?" Fong Hanjiao held out one hand and spread her fingers, 5 buckets. Hearing this, Fong Luran's eyes lit up, and he quickly pushed Fong Hanjiao toward the riverbank. "All right, go home quickly. You've been out for so long. If you don't go back soon, your grandmother will come with a willow switch to find me." Fong Hanjiao knew this and obediently went home. The rest of the Fong family didn't fish for long either. Their buckets and baskets were full. They hurriedly carried everything back home, still wanting to go out again, but before they knew it, it was time for lunch. Mrs. Chin scolded her grandchildren, who were holding buckets and baskets, ready to go fishing again. "Eat first, then go." After lunch, Fong Hanjiao still wanted to follow her brothers to fish again, but Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Chiu wouldn't allow her to go. A few days later, Fong Hanjiao's small days would come again. "Recently, I've been soaking in water very often. mainly worried that she might suffer or develop health problems later. Don't worry, you won't be bored at home either. There are so many fish. We need to clean and prepare them quickly. Fong Hanjiao saw that her grandmother insisted, so she changed into clean clothes and helped with the fire. Her grandmother, along with a few daughters-in-law and daughters-in-law, was scaling and washing the fish. Her grandfather and brothers were catching fish, returning only when it was almost dark. During that time, the brothers kept bringing back fish in buckets and baskets. It was so many that she couldn't remember exactly how many. The yard was covered with fish. Fong Hanjiao secretly took some of the remaining fish into the storage space. Now, in the water tank dug inside the space, there were about 200 or 300 fish. The tank was small, only 6 feet, about 2 meters square, and holding 300 or 400 fish was quite crowded. Fong Hanjiao was worried the fish might fight or bite each other, so she added some rice grains, straw, and a few drops of spiritual spring water. Sure enough, after adding these, the fish were busy eating the straw and didn't attack each other. Our family catches the most fish in the village because we have 2 of the highest water fields. When everyone in the family returned, she took out 3 shadfish to prepare for steaming and eating at night. The 3 fish were caught later by her brothers. The 7 shadfish in the storage space should not be eaten before they reproduce, and she planned to have her brothers dig another small water tank tonight, just for raising shadfish. Are these shadfish? Fong Yid widened his eyes, looking at the 3 fish Fong Jiao brought out in a basin, each weighing at least 1.5 jin, about 750 grams. He was surprised not just by how delicious shadfish are, but also by how they could have shadfish here. Even if the rice paddies are quite deep, with the deepest water covering an adult's head, shadfish shouldn't appear here. Fong Jiao really wanted to eat shadfish, but the main reason she showed them was to let her 4th uncle discover the fish. Sure enough, her 4th uncle, being a scholar, was knowledgeable and experienced. But she pretended not to know and looked at her little uncle with surprise, asking, "Little uncle, do you recognize this fish? What kind of fish is this? I saw it when I was catching fish this morning." Other family members noticed Fong Yid's serious expression and sensed something was wrong. They asked him, "Is there a problem?" Fong Yid nodded immediately. "It's a big problem. This is called shadfish. When I took the exam in the provincial capital years ago, I was lucky enough to taste it once. But it shouldn't appear in our area because it only lives in the Yangtze River region. The shadfish is known as one of the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze, and ordinary people can't just eat it whenever they want. Plus, it's not easy to catch. You can't just fish for it any time. That shows how rare it is." As Fong Yid kept talking about how delicious the fish was, he suddenly cleared his throat. "In short, this fish shouldn't be here. Even if it comes from the Yangtze River, it shouldn't reach us." Fong Luron listened to his son's words and exchanged a glance with his second son. It seemed the flood situation was worse than they had thought. Fortunately, they didn't need to worry about convincing their family to leave anymore, since the reason the 4th son mentioned was already clear. Fong Hanjiao saw that her little uncle had thought of this, so she didn't regret bringing out 3 shadfish. She then went to get some catfish and knife fish. "Little uncle, you said the shadfish only lives in the Yangtze, and we're far from the river. But these fish have already arrived here. That means there might be flooding in the Yangtze area. Our place is so low-lying, shouldn't we prepare in advance? And look at these 2 types of fish. Aren't they also from the Yangtze? They look different from the usual fish we eat." Fong Huaishu nodded along with his sister. "If that's true, then we should leave here first. Otherwise, when the water rises, we won't be able to leave." Fong Yid saw that Jiao Jiao and Lao Qi had thought of this, and he nodded with satisfaction. But his expression grew more serious. Just from catching 3 shadfish and seeing these 2 other kinds that clearly aren't local, he was almost certain they all came from the Yangtze River. Just the fact that they caught so many fish from the Yangtze meant there was likely flooding in that area. He didn't say it out loud to avoid frightening the family. "That's right. Our land is very low, and the floodwaters have already reached our doorstep even before the rain. When the flood comes, we probably won't be able to escape. It's best to leave now, sooner rather than later." After speaking, Fong Yid looked at his father. "Dad, We should go to the village chief immediately and explain the situation, or there will be endless trouble later. Fong Luron nodded, but first called a small family meeting, including all the great-grandchildren. Qing Mingminger, you go to town tomorrow and tell your older brothers to sell the shop quickly. Even if the money is less, it's okay. Once sold, come back immediately. Qing Mingminger listened carefully to his grandfather's instructions. We only have one day, and we will leave early the day after tomorrow. Our family has many children, and we can't afford to gamble. Also, each of you should go back to your respective in-laws' homes and explain how serious this flood is. If anyone wants to leave with us, they can join us on the road for safety. Remember, saving your life comes first, everything else second. But let me be clear, once you start this journey of fleeing, anything that happens along the way is unpredictable. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only then did Fong Luron take his youngest son to the village chief's house. The others felt uneasy, but kept busy. They still had fish to process in the yard. If we are to leave, our family must stick together like a strong rope to face all difficulties. Starting tonight, we will eat together. The eldest and second daughters-in-law will cook with me, and the third daughter-in-law will help clean the fish. Mrs. Chen spoke, and everyone agreed. Mrs. Huang and Mrs. Wang quickly went home to bring their family's food supplies. Mrs. Chiu prepared to clean the 3 shad fish her daughter had caught, planning to cook them first, but Fong Hanjiao stopped her. Fong Hanjiao whispered to her mother, "You can't remove the fish scales. If you do, it won't taste good. The oil in the scales seeps into the fish during steaming, which makes the fish delicious."
What?
If I don't scale the fish, won't it be fishy? Mrs. Chiu was full of doubts, but listened to her daughter. After all, her daughter had eaten the fish before, and she trusted her. Still, she wondered if fish with scales could really taste good. Fong Hanjiao nodded, but she hadn't eaten this fish herself yet. When her little uncle returned, she went to ask him, "Little uncle, how did you cook the fish last time?" When Fong Yud ate the shadfish, he was so impressed by its delicious taste that he remembered it for a long time. Naturally, he remembered how it was cooked. He said, "When I ate it, the fish still had its scales. Last time, I think it was steamed. I am not exactly sure how to do it, but the cook said that the fish scales must not be scraped off." At that time, he was eating with his mentor, who was also his father-in-law. The meal was hosted by his father-in-law's friend. Since this type of fish was rare, the friend explained how to prepare it. He remembers it very clearly. Thinking of his late father-in-law, he also thought of his late wife. He wondered how they were doing over there. Now he has to take his son far away and doesn't know when he will return. However, he will keep their memorial tablets with him all the time. "All right, let's steam the fish. Are you just standing here? Don't you want to help wash the fish?" Mrs. Chen saw her youngest son looking lost and knew he was probably thinking about his late wife and father-in-law again. It's a tough fate for that father and daughter. Seeing everyone busy washing and preparing the fish, Fong Hongjiao didn't sit idly. She took some cured meat from home, sliced a few pieces, secretly took 2 fresh bamboo shoots from her space, sliced them thin, and laid them with ginger slices on top of the fish. Then she put it into the steamer, steaming for about 15 minutes. When it was done, she sprinkled chopped green onions and drizzled some oil on top, so fragrant and delicious. A few pregnant women also smelled the aroma, their stomachs growling. The little children, just 2 or 3 years old, who wanted to help wash the fish, drooled eagerly. Time to set the table and eat. Mrs. Chiu called out, and Fong Jingqiu and her 2 older nephews started bringing out the stools. Besides steaming the fish, they also fried 50 or 60 Christian carp and cooked 2 large pots of fish soup. When the fish soup was ready, they kept some at the bottom of the pot to boil wild vegetables, which absorbed the fish's flavor. Finally, they made 2 pots of thick mixed noodle and dumpling soup. That was their hearty dinner tonight. All the fish was fresh, so whatever way they cooked it, it was delicious. The fish's natural flavor was rich, and the rice flour fish soup was flavorful. Even the wild vegetables boiled in fish broth were fresh, fragrant, and smooth. Mrs. Chiu's cooking skills were already good. Not only did the adults enjoy it, but even the children ate until they were sweaty and happy. This crucian carp is truly delicious, but it's too little. And these bamboo shoots, who found them? I didn't expect you could steam them with the fish. It's so fresh. Fong Yun usually doesn't talk much, but he couldn't help praising how tasty the fish was. It really was very good. 3 fish were enough for one table, but since there were many people, each person only got a few bites. It was a bit little, but at least they had tasted the freshness. Dry bamboo shoots soaked and expanded. Does eating them steamed taste the same as fresh ones? Mrs. Chen quickly explained after hearing her eldest son's words about the bamboo shoots. She couldn't let her family know that the bamboo shoots were actually fresh. Others nodded understandingly. Next year, we should pick more to dry and store. Big brother, do you still think there aren't enough shadfish? Do you know that if we sell each fish, it would bring at least 2 taels of silver? And here in our small town, this fish is a tribute to the emperor. What Fong Yu didn't say was that in their small place, the fish only sold for 2 or 3 taels each. But in larger towns, it would be at least 5 taels, and it was truly a tribute. Fong Hanjiao glanced at her little uncle, feeling happy inside. She planned to breed more shadfish in her space, then sell the extra to officials and nobles, starting at 100 taels of silver per fish. Then their family could sell high-end ingredients and never worry about money. When Fong Yud announced the price, everyone in the house was shocked. The word tribute caused a loud commotion. They were so angry, they almost spat out what they had eaten. 2 taels of silver was enough to buy a meal, but tribute fish were not for casual eating. This is a gift from heaven, meant for us to enjoy. The emperor's power isn't greater than heaven, so no one will blame us. Seeing everyone's expressions of wanting to spit out the fish, Fong Hanjiao felt both pity and amusement. Their family was still too poor. Even eating 2 bites of shadfish felt like committing a big crime. In the future, she would let her family eat freely, several fish whenever they wanted.
Exactly.
Look at you all so ambitious. You're not as good as little Jiao here. You've eaten the fish and you can't spit it out. We've even eaten tribute fish now. But you all keep your mouths shut. Only family needs to know. Everyone, stop staring.
Got it.
Before Fong Luran finished speaking, everyone who had finished eating started to kill and clean the fish on their own. The Fong family was truly many people with great strength. They finished cleaning over 700 or 800 fish in just a little over an hour. It was spring, and most of the fish had eggs inside. The fish roe and fish bubbles filled 4 large buckets. Fong Hanjiao kept some fish eggs in her space, hoping to hatch little fish, separate from the ones in the pond. Otherwise, the small fish fry might hatch and be eaten by other fish before they can grow. Just in time to eat tomorrow. Whether fried or braised, they will taste good. Mrs. Chun has already decided how to prepare the fish stomachs and fish roe for tomorrow. However, Fong Hanjiao has taken out the thicker fish bladders, which make up about 1/3 of the fish stomachs, and there are also 2 buckets. Most of the fish stomachs are from the catfish, which have the thickest gel and are best for making fish maw. Grandmother, mother, if you peel off the thick fish bladders like I do, try to keep them whole. After cleaning and drying, they become fish maw. It's perfect to give as a gift to my cousin's family, and it will look good. Our big family has over 30 people. When we visit others, we can't go empty-handed or just bring some dried wild vegetables. Of course, we won't just add some fish maw. I have my own plans for that. Most rural folks might not know much about fish maw, but the Fong family runs a general store, so they know little. They understand it's made from fish bladders. Talking about fish stomachs or bladders might sound ordinary, but once made into fish maw, it becomes quite valuable. Good fish maw can sell for hundreds of yuan per tael. It's said that women from wealthy families eat it to stay beautiful and healthy. Giving such a gift is truly impressive. Jiao Jiao is very thoughtful. Making fish maw is simple. The main thing is to select fish bladders with thick gel, peel off the gel to remove the fishy smell, wash thoroughly, then dry or air dry them. Fong Hanjiao, along with her mother and a few sister-in-laws who are not pregnant, made the fish maw. The pregnant women had already been sent to rest by Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen and the younger generation dried out 700 or 800 fish after washing them. The climate here is quite humid, and they have good drying equipment. They have many fish, so Mrs. Chen plans to make 2 flavors, one smoked with pine branches, suitable for children, and a spicy one. There are no pine trees at home, but there are plenty on the back mountain. Fortunately, the humid environment is better for drying, saving them from soaking the fish. They worked until late at night, and everyone was too tired to continue and went to rest. By dawn, everyone was up again. There were many things to do today. Early in the morning, the little children each held a piece of dried fish, eating happily. Mrs. Chen saw her granddaughter wake up and immediately handed her 2 pieces of dried fish. Try it and see if it tastes good. This dried fish was roasted all night, giving off a strong, fragrant aroma and being thoroughly cooked. You can chew and eat the fish bones, so it must taste good. Sister, you should try it. It's really delicious. At this moment, Fong Jingchu was just like his nephews, no longer acting like a little adult. The little ones behind him kept chewing non-stop, making a crispy sound. They looked so happy and seemed to really enjoy it. Their big, dark eyes, like grapes, were now curved into little crescents as they watched their aunt nodding. It seemed to say, "Andy, please eat, it's tasty." Fong Hanjiao tore off a piece of the original flavor and put it in her mouth. It was salty, crispy, not fishy at all, with a faint pine aroma. Really delicious. Taking another bite of the spicy flavor made it even better. Both flavors are good as snacks or as side dishes with drinks. The dried fish weighed about 300 jin. Mrs. Chun brought 2 clean new sacks with 4 bags of each flavor. Mrs. Chun only kept a little of each flavor outside, and the rest was put into Fong Hanjiao's space. The women started packing their luggage. As they packed, they didn't want to throw anything away. They wanted to take everything with them. Fong Hanjiao decided to put all her belongings into her space. She thought it would be better to also store her uncle's and third uncle's luggage there, too. 2 ox carts would then be free to carry people, saving effort. Fong Luran disagreed. Just leave it alone. We have a big family, and if we don't have much luggage, it won't attract suspicion. Fong Hanjiao had to give up. A broken home is worth a fortune. The women really spent the whole day packing. The men went to inform their relatives on the groom's side. Unmarried 7th, 8th, and 9th brothers, along with Fong Jingchu and some older nephews, went to catch 3 more buckets of fish. The water level had risen quite a bit, so catching fish was harder. But Fong Hanjiao saw that one of the buckets had 5 shad fish. Her eyes widened. Fong Huai-su saw his sister's surprised look and felt very proud. They only caught 2 fish themselves. The other 3 came from exchanging half a bucket of rice fish with others. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Tomorrow, they planned to go to the city and sell these fish, which could earn them a lot of silver as travel money. Fong Hanjiao had already thought of this, but she felt that selling a little now wasn't as good as keeping the fish in her space to raise them. But seeing that 7th brother wanted to do this, she wouldn't stop him. 7th brother is really amazing. I didn't think of that. Fong Huai-su's younger sister should be praised. If she had a tail, it would be wagging happily. If the water level hadn't kept rising, we might have really made some money by staying. Don't think about making money now. Go see if your older brothers have returned. The water is rising so fast that it might not wait until tomorrow. Once your brothers come back, we'll leave immediately. Fong Luran's brows were tightly furrowed with worry. Fong Huai-su left without changing his wet clothes. Coincidentally, Fong Qingming and Fong Li-chun, who had sold the shop, and Fong Xiaomen all returned together. They sold the shop, and the useful items like oilcloth and raincoats were all brought back. They sold the shop quickly for 160 taels of silver. The remaining items they didn't need were also sold. Including the profits from this period, they brought back a total of 288 taels of silver. Our Shanha town is just a small town, with a small general store and a backyard. Earning 160 taels from selling, it isn't a bad deal. After deducting the wages for Fong Li-chun and Fong Xiaoman, the remaining silver was divided among the 4 brothers, each getting 70 taels. For lunch, the Fong family casually made some mixed flour dumplings, each person having a dried fish to taste, along with pickled vegetables to make a simple meal. There are many dried fish, but they can't eat them all immediately. These are reserved for their future escape route, especially for emergencies when they can't cook. They can't waste them now. After lunch, the men who went out gradually returned. Even though they wore raincoats and straw hats, they were all soaked. Two of them hadn't eaten lunch yet, so they quickly warmed up the leftovers and ate while talking. Mrs. Lee's family lives not far from Sana Town, but it's in the neighboring town, near the border of the two towns. When Fong Lee Chun returned, he also visited the Yu and Lee families to explain the situation. The Lee family didn't believe what Fong Lee Chun said. Why would it rain every year? When has there been a big flood that caused all these towns to flee? They also said that even if they were flooded, the water would recede immediately. The Lee family didn't want to leave and even asked Fong Lee Chun for silver. Fong Lee Chun originally did not want to give anything, but seeing that the Lee family was unwilling to follow them and thinking that his wife was ultimately a daughter of the Lee family, he took out 50 taels of silver and left it, though it was his private savings. Mrs. Lee cried with her eyes red after hearing her husband's words. "Hubby, thank you. We have done what children should do. If a flood really comes, they can just leave it to fate. I can't blame anyone now." Mrs. Lee had not been well treated at home since she was young. In the first 2 years after her marriage, her family often came to Fong's house with various reasons to ask for money. They never considered her as their daughter, nor did they think about how she would live in her husband's house, nor did they care if she was beaten or scolded by her in-laws, or even if she was divorced. If she didn't give her mother money, her family would sit outside Fong's house and scold her for being unfilial. During those 2 years, she had just given birth to a child and faced constant hardship from her family, even thinking about death at times. Fortunately, Fong's family was large and did not dislike Mrs. Lee's family. They comforted her, even argued with her family and broke ties, and also beat her younger brother. After that, the Lee family only asked Mrs. Lee for money during festivals. They rarely came over otherwise. Mrs. Lee spoke sincerely. If a flood really came and something happened to her family, it was their fate. Moreover, her husband had left 50 taels of silver for her family. She felt she had no guilt. There are quite a few families like the Lee family who are kind to their daughters, similar to Fong's family, especially in the countryside. Some new mothers want to care for their daughters, but because they have daughters and are scolded for being useless, and due to years of hardship, their initial maternal love often disappears over time. As a result, no family of the Yu family was willing to follow Fong's family, thinking they were overreacting. Especially those living on the mountain, who refused to leave, believing that even if a big flood came, it wouldn't reach them. The wives knew their family situations, but in the end, they firmly chose to follow their in-laws. Once married, daughters are like water spilled out. They cannot be taken back. They had been rejected by their families when they were at home. They believed they had fulfilled their duties as children, and if they chose not to leave, it was their family's decision. Moreover, their husbands had told their families that if a flood truly came, they would have no regrets about how they responded. This was the same as in the previous life, although in that life, Fong Hanjiao insisted on following the Duan family, and that was the reason Fong's family all left together. The Fong family also did their best and felt no guilt. If others didn't want to leave, they couldn't force them to stay. It's best if we leave now and go quickly. I'm worried that the long nights and dreams will bring trouble. Many roads are already flooded, and the mountains with thick mud might slide. If that happens, we won't be able to leave. Fong Yuxing finished speaking and wiped his mouth, sharing what he saw on the way. Fong Luran nodded, agreeing with him. He took out the 280 taels of silver brought back by Fong Lichuan and divided it among his sons, giving each 70 taels. Before Fong Yuran could accept the silver, he stood up and waved his hand. "Dad, you keep the silver." Fong Luran firmly pushed the silver into his hand and continued dividing it among the other sons. "This silver is for you and your mother to use during festivals and special days each year. Keep this silver well. Don't spend it carelessly or lose it. It's best to sew it into your clothes. If you leave it with me, it's too heavy and tiring for me. And just in case, it's better if you keep the silver yourselves. If we encounter places on the road that need money, everyone should share equally. We are a family, and we must work together. The 4 sons answered in unison, yes. For nearly 20 days, the rain kept falling without stopping. The villagers grew anxious. The rice seedlings in the fields had long been soaked and rotted. It looked like there would be no harvest this year, and they cried and begged. At first, some tried to rescue the crops, but as the water kept rising, they realized it was getting deeper and reaching their doorsteps.
Panic set in.
They lived in a mountain hollow, and if the water flooded their homes, there would be nowhere to go. Climbing up the mountain wasn't an option either. There were wild animals, and the bamboo forest across the mountain was already sliding today. Many trees on the mountain had been washed away, so they dared not go up into the mountains. They were all helpless and went to find the village chief for help, only to find that he was planning to go to the town. After the Fong family asked him yesterday, he gathered the heads of each household in the village to explain the situation, but no one believed him. People are often reluctant to leave their homeland, and he understood that. When villagers came to find him, he kindly advised, "The rain isn't stopping, and our land is very low. I suggest those with relatives in town go there quickly to take shelter. Once the water recedes here, you can come back." A villager stepped forward and asked, "Village chief, are we going to abandon all our crops? This is the food we worked hard to grow all year. We still have to pay taxes at the end of autumn. If we leave the fields, what will we use to pay the taxes?" The village chief looked at the flooded rice paddies, which were almost turned into rivers, and felt sad. Natural disasters are beyond our control. There's nothing I can do if the sky is angry. The rice seedlings are already drowned, and even the gods can't save them now. It's more important to save ourselves first. Worrying about taxes can come later. Besides, this disaster isn't our fault. The authorities will probably be lenient and reduce or waive the taxes. That's all I have to say. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourselves. After speaking, the village chief and his family rode a bullock cart toward the town. Seeing them leave, the Fong family quickly pulled out 2 carts and started packing their belongings. The most important items were the rice, clothes, and quilts. They put these inside the carts. Pots, bowls, water buckets, and other utensils were hung outside or tied to the roof to save space, so they could fit 2 more people. The women, children, Fong Luran, and Mrs. Chen all got on the carts. Fong Hanjiao hurriedly packed the best furniture and useful items from each household into the space. She finished packing, and the others had just finished tidying up. No one knew what she had just done. The men led the cattle and headed toward the town. Seeing the carts loaded with belongings, the villagers realized the Fong family was leaving and started to feel anxious. Some families wanted to follow the village chief and Fong family, which seemed right. Since the water had already flooded everything, staying wouldn't help. Some relatives in town had already left decisively. Others without relatives in town also decided to leave, willing to spend some money on it rather than risk being buried or swept away by the water in the village. They thought that catching up with the Fong and Li families was important, so they didn't pack much, just a few valuable clothes and a small bag, and followed behind. Some hesitated, especially the elderly at home, who didn't want to leave. The mountain behind the village collapsed, forcing them to make a choice to leave or stay. The Duan family's row had 6 houses, all of which were buried in the collapse. At the moment of a landslide, everyone in the village watched in shock as the mountain fell down. They froze in place, silent and stunned, just watching as the mountain collapsed and buried all 6 houses. Were all those in the Duan family inside? The villagers reacted as if they were dreaming, murmuring softly. The Duan family they mentioned was not Duan Zishang's family, but a relative family, the same family from the old ancestral home they mentioned last time. Oh no! The children and grandparents of Widow Wang are also inside. Only Widow Wang was watching nervously, thinking maybe her family should leave quickly. Before she could decide, her house was buried. Her 2 children and grandparents were inside. They forgot to cry and ran towards their buried home, kneeling and digging at the dirt. They quickly cut their hands on the sharp stones, but she seemed numb and kept digging desperately. Fong Hanxiao and the others also saw the mountain slide in the village, their pupils shrinking sharply. There was no landslide in the last life. Why is it different now in this one? Quick, go help. Fong Hanxiao was the first to jump off the ox cart and ran quickly toward her home, mainly to grab shovels and hoes stored in her space. She grabbed 2 shovels and ran to Widow Wang, handing her one. Wife Wang, use the shovel to dig faster. Widow Wang took the shovel and dug furiously, not thinking about anything else. Her mind was only focused on digging faster and faster. The Fong family only left behind Fong Luran and her elderly parents, along with 3 pregnant women and Fong Jingchun, watching the ox cart and the 9-month pregnant women. Everyone else went home to get tools and help dig. Seeing this, the other villagers snapped out of their shock, especially after witnessing the cruelty of the natural disaster firsthand. Without anyone telling them, they spontaneously went to help dig people out. Nature is ruthless, but people have compassion. Duan Zishang's family, because the village chief's family left, was anxiously watching at the door. They all managed to escape, but their faces were pale and bloodless from fear. Duan's mother held her 2 sons' hands and faced Duan Zishang. Son, we should leave quickly too. Staying here any longer, we might get buried at any moment, and no one will come to save us. Zansher originally wanted to leave, especially after witnessing the landslide just now. If not for their family being at the door, they might have been buried inside the house and unknown whether they were alive or dead. Although his legs could barely move now, he couldn't walk for long. The rain was still faintly hurting his legs, so he had to take a vehicle. He looked at Fong's ox cart. Fong had 2 carts, and he needed to find a seat on one. But then he remembered his leg, which was probably broken by Fong's family. If he suddenly asked Fong's family to take him, they probably wouldn't, and might even laugh at him.
He needed a plan.
His eyes turned, and he saw Roman nearby. Fong's family was divided into 3 groups, helping 3 families dig out. They had been drinking spiritual spring water given by Fong Hanjiao for a month, and most of their food in the past half-month was from the space. Their health was much better than before. Fong Hanjiao and her parents quickly dug a hole in the soil of Widow Wang's house. They could faintly hear faint cries for help inside. Widow Wang heard the sound, which was her daughter and sons. She moved faster. Nyonyo, Baozhu, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Mom is here. With Widow Wang's shout, the 2 children inside cried even louder. Fortunately, Widow Wang's main house had only 3 rooms, making it easier to dig. Fong Qingming and Fong Yui quickly found the 4 family members and pulled them out. When they found the people, the scene made Fong Yui and the other men can't help but tear up. The elderly couple used their bodies to support and knelt down, protecting the 2 children in their arms. The children were safe and unharmed, just very frightened. Widow Wang's father-in-law saw that his grandchildren were safe and let out a mouthful of blood, then fainted. It seemed he was injured by the house beam. Old man? Old man? Widow Wang's mother-in-law also struggled to hold on. Seeing the old man like that, she thought he was dead. She crawled over, tightly holding his hand, closed her eyes, and fainted. Fong Hanjiao took the opportunity, hiding her sleeve, and directly fed the 2 elders a lot of spiritual spring water. Seeing that her parents-in-law had fainted, Widow Wang released the children and went to check on the elders. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Wake up, everyone. Don't leave us, the 3 women crying. Grandfather, grandmother, please don't forget Baozhu. We're crying. They didn't cry for long. After a while, the elderly opened their eyes. They felt their vision clearing, their chests no longer tight, and breathing smoothly. It was like a sudden return of vitality. But to avoid frightening the children, they only said, it's okay, and even stood up and jumped a little. Baozhu and Nyo, don't cry. Grandmother and grandfather are fine. It's nothing. Look, there's nothing wrong at all. Seeing that everyone was safe, Fong Hanjiao's family moved to the next area. The whole village was helping. Soon, the other 4 families buried in their houses were also dug out. 2 elderly people, already weak and ill, were crushed by the fallen beams when the house collapsed. Fong Hanjiao secretly fed healing spring water to those injured, especially the children. After feeding them, as they left, she thought she might never meet these villagers again. Although they were from the same village and some were quite kind, she still dropped a little healing spring rain over the heads of those villagers she didn't dislike. The spring water, mixed with rainwater, flowed directly into their mouths. Now it was raining, and with the rain covering everything, no one knew what she had done. This way, she didn't have to worry about them falling ill during their escape. The spring in her space, no matter how much she used, would refill the next day. Fong Hanjiao didn't feel guilty about using it. Those who were injured and feeling chest tightness suddenly felt full of strength. They thought they had just been scared and didn't notice the change in their bodies. But right now, there was no time for them to think about these things carefully. The families that were dug out knelt and bowed to the villagers in gratitude. Thank you all for saving us. Without you, we might not have made it out. Fong Laran saw that everyone had been rescued. He quickly helped a few villagers lift the people out. Stop with the formalities. Saving lives is the most important thing. My wife and children are with me, and we were about to leave anyway. Everyone, don't stay in the village. Hurry up and go. Take care, and see you again. Fong Laran didn't want to delay any longer. He also told the families whose houses had collapsed that they could stay temporarily if needed, but he hoped they would leave soon. The villagers who had regained their senses nodded in agreement. Most of them had already packed their belongings and were ready to leave together. Now they followed the Fong family toward the village entrance. They were afraid to stay longer, fearing the mountains on both sides might collapse and bury them. Once that happened, they wouldn't be able to leave. The two families that had lost people simply returned the elderly to their homes, considering it a place to rest in peace. At this moment, it wasn't the time for sadness. They took their silver, money, and still wearable clothes and left. Those stubborn old folks who initially refused to leave now urged the children to go quickly. They told them not to carry unnecessary burdens, just silver, food, and 2 sets of clean clothes. Duan Zishang saw the Fong family getting on the ox carts to leave and signaled to Roman. The Duan family had no food, no clothes, no luggage, and no silver money. Without money, they couldn't move forward. Since their family was outside, no one was digging at the collapsed house. They had been watching nearby and didn't dig up their own house or help rescue the other 5 families. Apart from the village chief's family, only Duan Zishang's family stood by and watched. Everyone in the village saw this clearly. Many people looked down on them with contempt. They even thought that Duan Zishang, being a scholar, was lacking in character. People like him didn't deserve to read, and studying was a waste. But at this moment, no one cared about the Duan family. Escaping was the priority. Originally, Roman didn't want to linger around the Fong family anymore. She had almost been buried just now, and was still scared. But they couldn't stay in the village any longer. She had to leave, especially since she didn't want to be buried by the mountains while sleeping. The Duan family had lost their home now. Thinking that following the Fong family might give her a chance to meet Fong Hanjiao and maybe retrieve the jade pendant, she decided to follow Duan Zishang's mother toward the Fong family. Duan Zishang's mother pulled Roman and ran to the Fong family. Her unborn child is the only son of Heir Lang. He must be safe. You good people, considering the past friendship between our 2 families, let us leave together. She said this while pulling Roman onto the Fong family's ox cart. Roman also pretended to be weak and was about to fall onto the cart. The driver, Fong Lichuan and Fong Qingming, didn't seem to hear. They waved their whips, and the old ox stepped forward, kicking up mud that splashed onto the 2 of them as they hurried away. The Fong family didn't bother to care about Mother Duan and Roman's angry outbursts. They thought those people had no shame and paid no attention. Not long after leaving the village, they reached a fork in the road near the neighboring village. Dr. Qin's house was in this village. Fong Lurong called his 2nd and 4th sons to go see the situation in the neighboring village. He wanted to ask Dr. Qin and his family to escape together. With many women and children at home, having a doctor with them would make them feel safer. Fong Hanjiao naturally wanted to go along, maybe to use her spiritual spring water if needed. The others waited at the fork in the road. When they arrived at Dr. Chin's house, they saw that the Chin family had already piled all their belongings on the beds or on high cabinets to keep them from being soaked by the water. Dr. Chin looked at the herbs with a heavy heart. These were all herbs he had painstakingly gathered from the mountains, and many were collected from villagers. Some had already been soaked by water. His wife was crying nonstop, wiping her tears and trying to save what she could. Their son and daughter were helping carefully pack things away. Who would have thought they would wake up to such a situation overnight? Fong Hanjiao also felt sad looking at the herbs. If she had come earlier, she could have stored them in her space. But these herbs were all prepared by Dr. Chin himself. She didn't dare to move them, knowing that if she took them out to use, Dr. Chin would recognize the herbs he had made himself. Each doctor has a unique way of preparing medicines. Others can't tell, but she could recognize them. Even if the herbs were wasted, she didn't want to take the risk. Still, they could work together to try to save them. Uncle Fong, why are you here? Is someone sick? What's going on? Tell me the situation. Seeing Dr. Chin come personally, the Fong family quickly packed up their medicine boxes. Fong Lurong stopped Dr. Chin from leaving with the boxes. Dear nephew, it's not a patient from our family. Fong Lurong explained that a mountain near the village had collapsed, burying several families. He also mentioned that Fong Yud had been caught in Jiangyu. When Dr. Chin and his family heard that the mountain in Qinghe village had collapsed and buried many people, their pupils shrank suddenly. In this area, no village was without mountains. Since the mountains in Qingshan village had collapsed, it was possible that other villages' mountains could also fall. It is indeed urgent to move to a safe place. Dr. Chin was already thinking about where his family should go. He looked up and asked Fong Luran. Fong Luran was originally here to invite Dr. Chin's family to join their group. We plan to go northwest, where the land is higher, and we have relatives there who can hide for a while. The rain is getting heavier here, and if we don't leave soon, even if the mountain doesn't collapse on us, the floodwaters will drown us. Once that happens, we won't be able to leave. It would be better for you, my nephew, to come with us. My family has 3 pregnant women and many children, as you know. I hope your family can come along. Of course, you will also benefit from this, and we won't let you work for nothing if there's any trouble. This matter is urgent and should not be delayed. It's getting dark, and before night falls, we should reach the town. Who knows what the situation will be after another night? Dr. Chin's family didn't have many relatives nearby, just a son and a daughter, both close by. Their family roots trace back to Dr. Chin's father, who was a traveling doctor. He met Chin's mother here and settled in this village. Chin's mother was an orphan with no relatives. After her parents passed away years ago, the distant relatives who weren't close to the Chin family stopped visiting even more. If you really think about it, Chin's relationship with the Fong family was the best. Seeing the flood inevitable, Chin thought about his young children. Since Fong's family invited them to travel together, it would be better than traveling alone, and they could help each other along the way. After discussing briefly with his wife, he nodded and agreed to pack up quickly. Since Uncle Fong invited us, I can't refuse. As for money or valuables, there's no need to mention that. Our family will follow you, and it's a good deal for us. Fong Hanjiao saw Chin's family agree and quickly helped pack their belongings. Their most valuable possessions were medicinal herbs. They had no land, only 2 acres, no cattle, but a mule and a cart, bought because Chin often went out to treat patients. Now, those herbs would be useful. Chin packed the precious herbs himself. They took everything they could, and for what they couldn't carry, they didn't hesitate or linger. In less than half an hour, everything was packed. They hurriedly led the mule out of the village. Other villagers also started to leave, especially the local leader who had already held a meeting and told everyone to leave quickly. They were afraid they wouldn't have enough time if they waited too long. Just now, Fong Yuyi went around the village loudly talking about the terrifying landslide that buried half of their village. Now, every household is busy packing their belongings, preparing to escape. Before leaving, Fong Hanjiao also blessed the villagers with a rain of spiritual spring. Shuzhou is a low-lying area, often flooded during the rainy season. But this year's flood is the worst in decades. Some wise elders in the village saw the danger and urged their families to move to higher ground quickly. When Fong Hanjiao and her family arrived at the town, they found the water had already risen to their ankles and calves. If the rain continued, the town would be flooded too. The Fong family kept moving out of the town toward the northwest. Many others with a purpose also left in the same direction. Most of the people who had no specific goal just followed those with a purpose heading out of the flood zone. No matter where they went, their first goal was to get out of the water-covered area. Even if they didn't follow Fong's family, they could only go toward Jianzhou because it's the closest place with higher ground than Mianzhou. Once they reached the official roads in Jianzhou, traveling with their ox carts and horses would be much easier, and they wouldn't have to worry about flooding anymore. They also failed to sell the shad fish they planned to sell, as the roads were filled with refugees fleeing for their lives. Fortunately, Fong's family was prepared. They had plenty of dry food, enough for 3 meals a day for a whole family for 2 days, not counting dried fish and dried vegetables. They traveled all night until it was so dark they couldn't see, then stopped on a hillside. They rested for a while, and once they could see the road again, they kept moving with their mules and oxen. They traveled nonstop for a whole day, stumbling along until they reached Jianzhou, only to find it crowded with refugees. There were too many refugees, and they dared not bring their ox carts and mules close to the crowd. They paused behind some trees nearby to rest and sent a few people to ask about the situation. Fong Yud went to find out and learned that the refugees had come from Guizhou. Guizhou is even lower than Mianzhou and had already been flooded half a month ago. At first, the people in Guizhou Prefecture didn't pay much attention to the rainy season, just waiting for the water level to go down. But instead of receding, the water kept rising higher and higher. Many newly built houses were washed away by the flood, and many people were swept away as well. The scene was very tragic, and people panicked, desperately trying to escape. Many who were caught by the flood couldn't escape. Although the area is now crowded with people, they are all those who managed to escape earlier. Few of those who only started fleeing when the floodwaters reached them managed to get out, less than 1 in 10. Some people sat there blankly, looking numb. It was clear they were either the only survivors in their families or had many family members swept away. Seeing this made others feel very sad. Those who escaped from Mianzhou also felt scared when they saw these refugees. Fortunately, they listened to the village chief and followed the Fong family's group. If they hadn't, their fate might have been the same as those who escaped from Guizhou Prefecture, possibly even losing their lives trying to escape. Everyone was grateful in their hearts to the village chief and the Fong family for fleeing the village first. Fong Hanjiao changed into her brother's dull gray clothes and wrapped her head and face with a gray cloth, covering her exposed skin with mud. Fong Huixiu also dressed up to accompany his sister quietly, sneaking close to the refugees. Seeing many injured people with swollen, red and white wounds, Fong Hanjiao poured spiritual spring rain on them. Those with hollow eyes, staring at the sky, were thinking about when they might be drowned by the rain. Suddenly, they felt a faint sweetness in the rainwater. Could it be a hallucination caused by hunger? Whether the rain was truly sweet or not, they opened their mouths wide and drank eagerly. Many others nearby also heard that the rain was sweet and opened their mouths, saying, "Wow, the rain really is sweet. Heaven is blessing us." Some people shook their heads and smiled, thinking these folks were hallucinating from hunger, but they didn't want to ruin their little moment of hope. Seeing some starving people gnawing on grass, Fong Hanjiao quietly gave them about half a jean of rice. She couldn't give more, but a little help was enough for now. In a few days, the governor of Jianzhou would distribute relief grain. She can only do this now. She appears quietly and leaves just as silently, without anyone noticing. But the refugees suddenly got excited. Many people, while drinking, noticed the rainwater was no longer sweet, so they stopped drinking. Then they saw a small cloth bag nearby, which smelled of rice. When they opened it, they found it was really rice. Although the rice looked a bit green, no one cared about its color. They were so hungry that everything looked green to them, and they didn't mind if the rice was raw. They grabbed a handful and put it in their mouths. After chewing a few bites, they found it was fragrant and sweet, really rice, not a hallucination. No one knew who had given them the rice, but everyone seemed to have some. So, someone led the others to kneel and pray, shouting, "Heavenly Spirit, show your power. Heavenly Spirit, show your power." Quietly, Fong Hui-su took his sister back to their team, patting his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. It was so exciting. He knew what his sister was doing and was afraid others might see. Fortunately, his sister was clever. He had been following her and didn't see how she left the rice. He remembered how earlier at home, his mother, grandmother, and sister had collected old, torn clothes to make those cloth bags for rice. As for the rain from the spiritual spring, he couldn't see how that was affected. But he knew his sister was doing these good deeds to accumulate virtue. Seeing the refugees kneeling and shouting, "Heavenly Spirit, show your power," he thought, yes, his sister was like their heaven. As a brother, he felt very proud. Most importantly, his third and fifth brothers didn't know about this secret between him and his sister. He chuckled to himself. There were too many refugees at the city gate of Jianzhou, so the Fong family decided to keep moving. But before that, they needed to enter the city to resupply. The main goal was to sell the bucket of shadfish, which could bring in at least dozens or hundreds of taels. Saving some money for the journey was necessary. Dr. Qin was worried that their 2 oxen and the family mule might not handle the load, but he was surprised to find that the animals not only didn't tire, but looked energetic. He didn't know that this was because Fong Hanjiao had fed them good grass in the space during the night. The spiritual grass and spring water made the animals full of energy. They were eager to travel, wishing it was already dark so they could enjoy more delicious food. "This is truly shadfish." Mr. Qin saw Fong Qingming carrying a bucket of shadfish and took a quick look. He had also tasted shadfish once, and the flavor was unforgettable. But best not to think about it. "This fish is too precious. It's better to sell it quickly." "Yes, we're going now." To enter the city, one must check their household registration, and each person has to pay half a silver coin. This requirement kept most people trying to enter the city outside the gates. That's why many refugees stayed outside the city. Many escaped with no money at all. Some had not even half a copper coin, and quite a few didn't have household registration at all. The fee to enter the city was too high, so in the end, only one person from each family was allowed to go in. Fong Hui-su, Fong Lichuan, Fong Qingming, and Fong Xiaoman were the 4. Fong Lichuan and Fong Xiaoman were skilled traders, and with Fong Yid's broad knowledge, they went directly to 2 big restaurants to ask for prices. After comparing, they chose the higher offer. They sold 5 shadfish for 100 taels of silver. Fong Qingming felt a little regretful at this moment, regret that he didn't pay more attention when catching fish. Why didn't he catch a few more shad? Then, he could have made a fortune. But it was just a small regret in his heart. After selling the fish, they bought some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Usually, these items cost no more than 2 coins, but now they had increased tenfold, costing 2 taels of silver. They also wanted to buy some dried food, but Fong Lurong said it was too expensive, so they didn't buy any. Their family had enough grain to eat, and with so many people, they would need money once they reached their destination. Many people from Yanzhou had already parted ways with Fong's group at the city gate, choosing to stay in Jianzhou. After returning, the Fong family and Mr. Qin moved to a different place. They kept walking until they couldn't see the city gates anymore, then found a spot to stop and cook some warm food. Older people and children couldn't always eat dry food. They sold the shadfish and still had 2.5 buckets of other fish, mostly rice flour fragrance fish, along with some sharp-mouthed fish and other miscellaneous fish. Mrs. Chen decided to stew all of them to save space in the wagon and to prevent water from spilling inside. In fact, once they started moving, the fish and water in the buckets were in their granddaughter's space. She knew this, and because of that, she was worried others might find out. So it was better to eat the fish quickly. Fong Hanjiao saw that her bowl was filled with 2 high piles of catfish. She shared half of her food with her grandmother and half with her mother, stopping them from refusing. She happily took a sip of the fresh soup. The only bad thing now is the rain keeps falling. If it weren't raining, I'd be enjoying this delicious fish, the beautiful scenery, and feeling so happy. Fong Hanxiao truly felt that, even though they were fleeing now, she was experiencing a wonderful time she could never have hoped for in her past life. She ignored the suffering of the refugees and honestly thought things were pretty good now. She also wanted her family to relax a little, as they all looked worried as if a big disaster was happening. Especially her 3 pregnant sisters-in-law, who shouldn't worry or get too tense. Dr. Qin agreed with Fong Hanxiao. You're right, Jiao Jiao. Life is full of ups and downs. Why not try to stay happy every day? When disasters come, brave people will face them. As ordinary folks, taking good care of ourselves is the best we can do. Fong Luran nodded and smiled. My talented nephew is right. We're making the best of a bad situation, ha. His smile made everyone, who had been worried, feel a little happier. A few families from the village were also eating fish soup now. Luckily, they were far enough from the refugees. Otherwise, the smell of the fish might have caused trouble. Just after finishing, the light rain turned heavier again. Suddenly, someone and a horse rushed along the official road nearby. Everyone, get out of the way. Fong Yid suddenly stood up. I'll go see what's happening. Fong Lichuan and Fong Qingming didn't say anything and hurried to follow their uncle. 15 minutes later, the 3 of them hurried back. Quickly pack up and leave. Mianzhou Prefecture has been flooded, and many villages under Mianzhou have been destroyed. A large number of refugees are coming. We shouldn't stay here. While Fong Yid was gathering information, Fong Luran and the others had already taken down their tents and tied everything onto the carts. Now, they were ready to leave immediately. The 2 oxen and a mule, which had just finished eating and drinking, moved forward smartly, without needing to be whipped. Others who shared their idea, including the refugees at the Jianzhou city gate, also started to leave quickly. Many people inside Jianzhou city were packing up to escape as well. On the road, everyone was in a hurry, footsteps splashing in the muddy water, and no one spoke. Even the little children seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere, remaining silent and quietly being held by their mothers. The women, some with red eyes, looked worried about their families back home. But in the face of disaster, all worries seemed useless. Some tried to comfort themselves silently, hoping that heaven would watch over them and that everyone would be safe. Now was a time to escape, with no time to care for others. They kept their worries deep inside, while focusing on the journey. When passing through villages and towns, they bought some food whenever possible. After leaving a small town, a few people who went shopping returned quickly. Those merchants are really too much. They're trying to make extra money during a disaster. Don't they see that people still have money to buy things? If they can't sell their goods, they just let them rot, and they refuse to sell cheaply to those who are starving. They're so greedy. This was said by Old 8 and Old 9, Fong Zhuming and Fong Changjing, aged 18 and 17, full of youthful energy. But their understanding of the world's darkness was limited. Normally, a steamed bun cost 1 coin, but now it had risen to 5 coins, and soon after, it jumped to 10 coins. They were so angry they wanted to curse. The shopkeeper said clearly, if you want to buy, buy. If not, get out of the way. Don't block my business. It didn't matter if they didn't eat, but their little nephews, pregnant sisters-in-law, and elderly grandparents couldn't go hungry. They gritted their teeth and bought dozens of buns, their faces full of anger. Qin Dafu's 14-year-old son, who was with them, also looked furious. Fong Hanjiao saw her brothers' faces turning red with anger and comforted them. 8th brother, 9th brother, don't be upset. They have no choice. Food is very precious right now. Many supplies have been washed away, but they still want to sell some. Even if the prices are high, it can save lives. They can't be expected to lose money to help others. In these times, no family has endless silver. Exactly. Look at you two, older than your sister, but you know less. Maybe when our family has so much silver that we don't know what to do with it, we can let you two go do good deeds to make up for your current anger, okay? Mrs. Wang saw her 2 sons' chests heaving with anger. She felt both sad and annoyed. Anyone listening could tell she was trying to send a message that was meant to sting them. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, her two sons didn't dare to speak again. But they still felt upset and stepped forward to hold the ox's reins and start moving. Fortunately, the rain was getting lighter and the road was less muddy, making travel easier. One person carried a steamed bun and ate it while walking. Fong Hanjiao added a few drops of spring water to everyone's drinking water to help prevent colds. She didn't add too much, as it might seem too magical, and she was worried that Dr. Qin, who was a healer, might notice. Even so, Dr. Qin often asked for water from their family, saying it was especially sweet and tasty. If you like it, drink more. I can't control that. For now, you can drink enough water. All these waters come from mountain springs we fetched earlier. How could they taste bad? Fong Luran smiled and lied confidently. Others who didn't understand believed him. The Fong family planned to travel a route that first took them through Jianzhou, then Lizhou, followed by Jizhou. After crossing the Daba Mountains to Jinzhou, they would reach Fangzhou in about 4 or 5 days. If everything went smoothly, they could arrive in about half a month. The Fong family originally thought that once they left Jianzhou, the villagers wouldn't follow them anymore. But unexpectedly, most villagers still followed along. The Fong family had a clear destination and a long journey ahead. They felt it was necessary to explain their plans to the villagers. Everyone, what are your plans now? Where do you want to settle down? The village elders saw Fong Luran speak and quickly called their children and grandchildren to listen carefully. They also came over with their walking sticks to hear better. Although Fong Luran worked in the fields, he was much more educated than these villagers. Not to mention, he had a nephew working as an official outside, which made him more knowledgeable than these simple farmers. Listening to him was always a good idea. In the past few days on the road, and even when they were in Jianzhou, the villagers had been closely following the Fong family. Now that Fong Luran asked about their plans, 2 elders immediately said they wanted to travel with the Fong family. Brother Fong, I won't hide it from you. We don't have many relatives or friends outside, and we don't know where to go. We thought about staying with you, because we come from the same village. It's good to stick together and help each other out. Isn't that right? This elder has no close family and is weak, so he tries to use these words to keep everyone together, afraid of being left behind. His family doesn't know where to go and feels like a headless chicken. When Fong Hanjiao hears what the old man says, she thinks they want to rely on their family. After the old man finishes speaking, others quickly nod in agreement. We're strangers in a new place, but since we come from the same village, we all listen to you elders. Yes, even if we're not from the same village, everyone in the 10 or 20 miles knows each other. It's better than being alone on the road. If something happens, we can discuss and decide together. This person is from the neighboring village and knows Qindafu, but they're not close. Still, they usually greet each other politely when they meet the Fong family. He directly goes to Fong Luran and says, Brother Fong, your family is capable. I've decided to follow your lead on this journey. Whatever you say, we'll do. How you want to go? That's how we'll go. We won't argue. Some people have already shown they agree, and others also say they will follow the Fong family's lead. Fong Luran's heart skips a beat. Luckily, he notices something is wrong at this moment. Those people are all talking loudly and trying to support the Fong family. Fong Luran raises his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone, let me speak first. When everyone sees Fong Luran wants to talk, they all hush. Other refugees passing by see a group gathered here. Curious, they stop to listen. Everyone knows we have a relative who is an official in the city. Our family has decided to go and visit that relative. The journey is long. If everything goes smoothly, it will take about half a month to reach. But if something delays us, it could take 1 or 2 months. When he said this, someone couldn't help but speak up. Fong Luran confidently continued, What I mean is, if any of you have relatives or friends nearby or in the next village, you can stay there immediately. Don't keep following our Fong family, since we're not on the same path. I won't explain everything clearly now. If you follow me halfway and I haven't made things clear, it might cause misunderstandings later. As soon as Fong Luran finished speaking, a few elders' faces changed. They wanted to go to relatives, even if they were far away. They had heard that Fong's relatives held important official positions, but they were far away. They wondered if they could handle the long journey and the exhaustion. They worried about dying on the way. Brother Fong, if you want to visit those relatives, can't you stay in the next village first? Our village's water might not always be flooded. Once the water recedes, you'll go back home anyway. The old man was still not willing to give up and wanted to keep Fong's family. Over the past few days, everyone had seen the refugees fleeing the flood. They looked miserable. They felt sad for them. They were grateful that Fong's family was like a backbone for them. Now, if Fong's family wanted to split up and go their own way, they didn't have the courage. They were afraid of being bullied wherever they went. Even if they wanted to stay in the next village, they would feel uneasy in unfamiliar surroundings. If they stayed together as a big group, even if someone tried to bully them, they wouldn't be afraid because they had many people. Most people thought this way. Some still wanted to follow Fong's family. They didn't know where they could settle, and maybe following Fong's family could help them meet officials or get some benefits. Not much, just a little help to survive. Especially those with scholars in their families, they wanted to stay close to Fong's family, because being associated with officials could bring advantages. Everyone wanted to take this chance. Fong Luran knew what some people were like, so he decided to be honest and clear about his intentions. Seeing the noise die down a bit, he raised his hand to signal them to be quiet and then spoke again. We had planned this trip before the rainy season started. My nephew's family has an important event to attend, and they invited us to go along since we haven't seen each other in many years. We had already decided to go. Maybe we won't come back for a long time. Of course, Qingshan village is my hometown, where my ancestors are buried. After the floods, we will return to pay respects at the family shrine. Fong Luran made it clear that they might settle elsewhere permanently and not return. If these people want to follow them, it's hard to say. After all, they're also going to visit relatives. But some families have scholars, and they don't want to miss the chance to stay connected with a Fong family, which is a good relationship. Some clever people quickly realized that the Fong family probably has plans to take part in the imperial exams. If the weather hadn't been so bad this year, they would have left earlier. Some sensible folks immediately left the group to go to their own destinations. Those without a specific destination also understood that the Fong family had a plan, so they didn't follow and instead wandered aimlessly in a different direction, hoping to reach the next village and find a place to stay. About half of the people left, but the remaining group still had around 200 people, including some families with children who were studying and wanted to stay close to relatives of the Fong family. They thought that since they all came from the same village and their children were talented students praised by teachers, Fong's family might help take care of them. Fong's family wouldn't refuse, so they boldly approached Fong Luran and whispered, "Old brother Fong, I won't hide it from you. My grandson is studying, and the teacher always says he's talented. I was thinking of traveling with your family. You have 2 grandsons, right? Are they planning to take the exams next year? Could you bring my grandson along? Since we're from the same village, having one more person is just another way forward. Don't you think?" Fong Luran nodded. "Brother Zhao, you're right. But if your family wants to follow us, I have to be honest. The journey is unpredictable, especially during a time of fleeing. We don't know what the road ahead will be like. If anything happens, don't blame our Fong family. We can't just think everything will go smoothly. Have you prepared enough food for the half or month-long journey?" When Fong Luran asked this question, the old man surnamed Zhao looked a bit more serious. "Our family doesn't have much prepared. But when we left, we took all our silver and money. We thought if we really couldn't find food, maybe we could buy some later. Having silver might help us reach the relatives of the Fong family who are officials." Then Fong Luran continued, "We just left our town 2 days ago, and the situation here is already so serious. We don't know what the road ahead will be like. There might not always be food when you want it. If you really want to come with us, we can travel together. There's nothing wrong with that, but we can only take care of our own matters. In other words, if your family runs out of food, I won't be responsible. We mostly travel on mountain paths and worry about bandits. If we encounter bandits, anything could happen. Brother Zhao, you should think this through carefully. Of course, if we do meet bandits, we must stick together and face them as one. No matter what everyone is thinking, my granddaughter Jiao Jiao is the most important. Let's hurry and leave. Now, the world is chaotic, and bandits are definitely around. After Fong Luran finished speaking, Old Man Zhao's face turned even paler. When he heard Fong's addition that bandits are inevitable, he was already feeling hesitant. But thinking about this good opportunity, if he gave up, he felt a bit regretful. Yet, if they encountered bandits, his old limbs might slow them down, and his grandson's small arms and legs wouldn't be able to resist a bandit's strike. After some thought, he finally decided to part ways with Fong's family. Fong Luran and Old Man Zhao's voices were loud enough that others nearby could hear. Now, most of the group had already split up into small groups. In the end, only Fong's family and Dr. Qin's family remained. Fong Luran looked at Dr. Qin and said, "Sai, my dear nephew, I sincerely invite your family to join us. Of course, wherever you are, you should be able to live well. But I hope you will travel with us. After all, our Fong family needs you. I promise that as long as we stay together, I will ensure your family's safety and food. If you really don't want to travel with us, we can part ways here." Fong Luran took out a few pieces of broken silver, about 5 taels worth, intending to give Dr. Qin as a reward for accompanying their family these past few days. After Fong Luran finished speaking and saw him take out the silver, Dr. Qin understood his meaning and quickly tried to return it. These days, life isn't easy. Our family can live wherever we want, so it's better to go out and see the world with you. My son is also studying. I won't say how well, but he has big dreams of learning. Whether he can succeed depends on his own luck. They say that reading thousands of books is good, but traveling 10,000 miles is better. We didn't have the chance before, but now we do. Our family is brave enough to follow Uncle Fong, and we have enough to eat and drink. If anything happens on the road, I hope Uncle Fong can lend a hand. Dr. Qin was not a fool. He only had 2 children. His son wasn't interested in medicine at all. Only his daughter wanted to learn. Now, his daughter was helping him with chores. His son loved reading from a young age. Now he was 14. If it hadn't been for the big flood this year, he planned to let his son take the imperial exams and become a child scholar. Maybe next year, he could even become a talented scholar. Of course, they didn't expect to succeed immediately, but they wanted to gain experience. If they followed Fong's family, his son wouldn't need to worry about studying. Fong's family would take care of that. Such a big opportunity. If they didn't take this chance to help each other, they would be waiting for things to get even better, which might never happen. When the time comes, both sides could end up looking bad. So, he wisely chose the option that was best for his family. Fong Luran also thought about it. He knew Dr. Qin's son was talented at studying, so he definitely didn't want to miss out on this big support. They couldn't do much to help, but if they went to Fangzhou with his family, he could ask his nephew to help introduce Dr. Qin's son for the imperial exams. That wouldn't be a problem. Right now, scholars couldn't just take part in exams whenever they wanted. They needed someone to recommend them, and the recommenders had to be respected and well-known. For example, to recommend someone for the lowest level of the imperial exams, like a child scholar, the person had to be recognized by official schools or be a qualified scholar. To recommend someone for the provincial level exams, the recommender had to be an official at the county level or higher. His nephew is a government official, and he has recommended more than 10 people to participate in the spring and autumn exams, all of whom are quite capable. Seeing that Mr. Qin indeed chose to travel with them as he expected, he felt relieved. His granddaughter has a special space and a magical spring water that can cure all illnesses. She wouldn't need to use it often, and she has been using it on this journey. So, he decided to find a doctor to help cover for her. Of course, he didn't want Mr. Qin to know about the magical space. Instead, he wanted his granddaughter to learn medicine so that in the future, when she used the spring water, she could openly say she was naturally talented and skilled in medicine. After 4 tough days of travel, they originally thought they could reach Jizhou in 2 days, but it took 4 days. This shows how difficult the road was. Fortunately, the rain in Jizhou wasn't too heavy. Because the road was hard to travel, not many refugees came here, though there were still some. The entrance fee to the city was 10 copper coins per person and 5 copper coins for each animal. The Fong family didn't complain about the price. They thought it was very cheap. At that time, 10 coins per person was indeed very affordable. After entering the city, their first task was to find an inn. Since they had many people, they rented 2 large rooms costing 2 silver coins each, one for men and one for women. They unloaded their luggage and decided to wash up first. Because they were so many, they borrowed a small kitchen for 100 coins and cooked for themselves. These days, they had been caught in the rain on the road, so Chin took out a lot of herbs and boiled several large pots of medicinal broth for everyone to soak in. Once everyone was cleaned up, they started cooking and eating. Some people went out to gather information and returned. They said, recently, the Daba mountain area has been quite unstable, with bandits appearing. 2 wealthy families were attacked when passing through, and everyone was killed. Only one person survived and crawled back at midnight to report. It's dangerous to cross the mountains. It's better to find a guard agency to escort you. Hearing about the 2 wealthy families being slaughtered by bandits, even the women looked worried, and the men felt uneasy too. Zhao Hongjin had found evidence of corruption in the Salt and Tea Bureau in Mianzhou. He had just returned to the capital to report when his brother started scheming again, wanting to arrange a marriage for him. At this moment, they received urgent news about a flood in Guizhou, followed by reports of floods in Mianzhou, Longzhou, and other places. The entire Shu region was suffering from severe flooding. Zhao Hongjin's mind moved quickly. He was responsible for investigating corruption in the Shu province's tea and salt department. Knowing the area well, he took on the role of transport officer and returned to Shu province once again. He came to do real work. However, he couldn't help but think of the girl from the Red Bean family, who was from Mianzhou. But before he reached Mianzhou, he had to stop in Jizhou. Surrounding disaster victims had gathered in Jizhou, Lishou, and Jianzhou, which are higher in elevation. However, Jianzhou and other places were also close to flooding, though not as badly as Mianzhou and Guizhou. When Zhao Hongjin arrived, the city gates, which had been closed, were opened wide, and the government opened granaries to distribute food. Just as he was handling this, Chuan Bai was reporting on the bandits in the Daba Mountains. Now, many refugees have gathered. The mountain bandits have recruited many homeless refugees to strengthen their groups and have also robbed and killed many refugees. Women have been taken up the mountain. While Chuan Bai was speaking, Zhao Xingji suddenly kicked open the door and barged in. Yes, Zhao Xingji had come again, mainly to avoid his mother's pressure to marry and also to go out and have fun with the young uncle. Zhao Hongjin frowned. If you don't have serious business, don't blame me for breaking your leg. I do have serious business. I found some news about that girl from the Red Bean family, who is poisoned. She saved you twice, so we must repay her kindness. Now is the perfect time to do so. He paused, then added, I just met someone outside who said she is from the same village as that girl. She's here now. Do you want to see her? Before Zhao Hongjin could reply, Zhao Xingji slipped out quickly. Although the young uncle's face was still dark, he didn't say no. He understood. He brought the person without a single unnecessary word. Zhao Xingji thought the young uncle would definitely praise him this time. Didn't you say you knew where that girl was? Hurry up and tell me. Seeing the woman staring blankly at the young uncle, Zhao Xingji quickly spoke to remind her, fearing she might do something to cause trouble. The woman looked startled, appearing delicate and respectful as she bowed. My name is Luo Man. Greetings, young master. After dinner, it was still early. Fong Hanjiao and Qin Jiwan, arm in arm, followed behind their mother and sister-in-law to the street to browse and buy things they needed for the journey. But before they had gone far, Fong Hanjiao suddenly saw the members of the Duan family among the crowd across the street. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. At this moment, the Duan family also saw Fong Hanjiao and the others. A little further away, Luo Man immediately spotted Fong Hanjiao, who was surrounded by many women from the Fong family. Her face first showed a look of panic. She shouldn't be here. thinking about the two handsome young men in the luxurious restaurant behind her. If this unworthy woman kept moving forward, she might be discovered by them. Seeing their cold expressions and how they eventually drove her out, she felt a deep hatred. Why is it that this divorced woman can still meet such handsome, elegant young men with noble backgrounds? She couldn't let this woman be proud. No, she absolutely must not let her meet those two young men. Suddenly, she remembered Yuan Zhou, who had also been looking for Fang Hanjiao. If those two handsome young men saw Fang Hanjiao and Yuan Zhou, who is known as a troublemaker, in a complicated situation, they would think Fang Hanjiao was also a flirtatious woman. Coincidentally, Yuan's family also lived in the same luxurious restaurant as those two young men. If she called Yuan Zhou over, the two young men would naturally find out about Fang Hanjiao and Yuan Zhou's relationship. She could also get many benefits from Yuan Zhou, truly a win-win situation. Luo Man smiled maliciously, slowly stepping behind the Duan family, and when no one was paying attention, she quickly turned around and ran to call someone. They weren't far away, so it wouldn't take long to summon help. Thinking about what would happen soon, she felt very excited. When Duan Zishang and his family left the village for Sana town, they happened to meet Yuan's family leaving the city. They also heard Yuan Zhou crying and calling for Fang Hanjiao to come with him. With no money, Duan's family claimed they knew where Fang's family was and that they were good friends with Fang Hanjiao from the same village. They followed Yuan's family all the way to Jizhou. At first, Yuan Zhou believed them, thinking they really knew where Fang's family was and kept following them. But once they reached Jizhou and saw no sign of Fang's family and couldn't find any information about them, Yuan Zhou realized he had been tricked by Duan's family. So she drove the Duan family members out of their group. Now, the Duan family had nowhere to go and no money. They just wanted to see if they could meet someone they knew. And they really did meet someone. When the Duan family saw Fang Hanjiao and her group, they looked as happy as hungry dogs seeing meat, rushing forward eagerly. Fang Hanjiao felt like she was about to give up on saving the Duan family. Even if Duan Zishang still had helpful connections like in the past, given his illness and the Duan family situation, they would soon all die out. Unexpectedly, this family came to her again. It made sense. Duan Zishang was proud and had a scholar status. Even if he lost a leg, he would probably still try to take the imperial exams in the capital. Whether he could succeed was another matter, but Duan Zishang was very confident. It was not surprising to meet the Duan family here. She thought that now they might all be suffering from a contagious disease, so she prepared some itch relief powder in her space. When close to the Duan family, she planned to sprinkle it on them. She had made this powder herself during her herbal gathering with Dr. Qin's family, mainly for self-defense. It worked quickly, and its effects didn't last long, so now was a good time to use it. Xiao and Qin led the children, planning to pretend they hadn't seen the Duan family and to ignore them. But the unkempt, dirty mother Duan, smelling quite bad, approached smiling happily and headed straight for Fang Hanjiao in the crowd. Zhao Zhao, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems we're really destined. After you left, our house was flooded. We were hoping Erlang would go to the capital for the exams and come back quickly. We never thought we'd meet you here. It's truly fate. Duan mother reached out to pull Fang Hanjiao. Not only did Fang Hanjiao dislike how dirty Duan mother was, but she also knew that the Duan family might be infected with a contagious disease. She definitely wouldn't let Duan mother touch her or her family. Everyone stay back. Don't let her get close. Who knows if her family has some infectious disease? With that, Fang Hanjiao flicked her sleeve and successfully sprinkled the powder on the Duan family members. It was a pity that Roman had run away just now. The Fang family members all quickly dispersed, staying far from Duan mother, then gathered together, protecting Fang Hanjiao in the middle. Passers-by nearby heard Fang Hanjiao's words and quickly kept a safe distance from the Duan family. Duan's mother was so angry at Fang Hanjiao's words that her face turned pale, and she trembled as she pointed at her. How can you say that to me? Fang Hanjiao, how can you be so mean? What do you mean? We are from the same village. In the past, you were even the second son's fiancé. If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for hitting you with my shoe. Chio's wife, hearing Duan's mother, who was trying to smear her precious daughter, couldn't tolerate her arrogance. She quickly took off a shoe and raised it to scold her. Seeing this, Duan's mother remembered the 2 times Chio's wife had hit her with her shoe, and her teeth ached again. She was so frightened she didn't say another word. Duan Zishang looked at Fong Hanjiao with disappointment. Jiao Jiao Yu. Before he finished speaking, he felt something hit his face hard. His vision blurred, and his nose hurt badly. He quickly covered his face with his hand. After a while, he saw a rotten fruit roll off his face onto the ground, smashing into pieces and emitting a sour smell. It was thrown by Fong Hanjiao. Duan Zishang shouted angrily, Fong Hanjiao, why are you so disgusting now? You don't look like a lady at all. You're so rude and uncultured. I really misjudged you before. Fong Hanjiao ignored Duan Zishang completely. As long as he didn't call her Jiao Jiao, she felt sick. Not only did she ignore him, but she also turned to the stall owner and said, Old sir, sorry about that. How much money do I owe you? The fruit seller, who was just watching the scene, didn't expect to be caught in the middle of the fuss. But seeing such a beautiful girl, who looked like an angel, grabbing rotten fruit from his stall, he quickly waved his hand. No need to pay. It was just some rotten fruit meant to be thrown away. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he looked at the unkempt people across from him and thought they didn't seem like good folks. The others were well-groomed women, but these ragged people came up trying to pull and hug them. Wasn't that just trying to annoy people? All right, thank you, old sir. Please weigh a few jin of fruit for me. These look delicious. Fong Hanjiao had just seen the rotten fruit, which is why she grabbed and threw it. The fruit seller didn't expect to see a crowd and realized it was good for business. He happily picked the best fruits and weighed them. He said, I only picked ripe fruits. The unripe ones are not good, and the rotten ones are gone quickly. Just buy 2 jin, and if you like them, come back for more. Fong Hanjiao saw that the old man wasn't greedy and even thought about her, which made her feel good. She waved her hand and decided to buy everything. Old sir, please weigh all these fruits for me and deliver them to the Jixiang Inn for Fong Luran. My family is big, and I'm not sure everyone will get a share. How much money do I owe you? I haven't finished paying yet, so please help me send them over. She took out a small silver coin worth less than 2 cents, ready to pay. The old man, hearing that her family was large and she wanted to buy all the fruits, didn't weigh them but waved his hand. Thank you for your business, miss. Since you want everything, just 80 coins will do. I'll send them over now. You can go do your work. Chun Shi quickly took some coins from her purse, gave 20 coins back, and handed 80 coins to the old man. The old man happily put the money in his pocket. Thanks a lot. He then picked up 2 baskets of fruits to deliver to the Jixiang Inn. After walking a few steps, he turned back. By the way, miss, do you need me to call your family over? Zhang Zishang's face was hurt badly. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his face. Thinking it was from rotten fruit juice, he wiped his face with his sleeve, but it itched even more. He reached out and scratched. He didn't expect Fong Hanjiao, that mean girl, to hit him and then ignore him while buying fruits. He was so angry he wanted to curse, but his face itched terribly, and the more he scratched, the bigger the itch became. Now his neck, hands, and whole body started to itch. Same with Zhang's father, mother, and Mingyue, they kept scratching non-stop. Qiu Shi and the others saw the Zhang family acting like monkeys, scratching their heads, faces, and even their bottoms, and felt embarrassed on the street. This family was really disgusting. Thinking they had to stay in town for another night, Qiu Shi decided to say something. Now, our 2 families are practically enemies. We can't pretend nothing happened before. Our family won't accept that. It's best if you stay away from us. Otherwise, I won't mind spreading the news about the bad things Zhang Zishang and Roman did. She finished speaking and saw that the family was still performing with monkeys. She guessed that her precious daughter might have caused some trouble and was worried about being discovered. She quickly called everyone to leave the scene. Before leaving, Fong Hanjiao deliberately looked surprised and pointed at the Duan family loudly, saying, Oh, look at their faces. necks, and bodies. Why are there so many red patches? Some are even raw.
What kind of disease is that?
Fong Hanjiao wasn't just talking nonsense. The Duan family members scratched their itchy spots, revealing parts of their skin on their necks and arms with large red patches, patchy and obvious. It was clear at a glance. They weren't caused by scratching but were present naturally. It's a disease called syphilis. Oh, so disgusting.
Ugh.
Everyone in this family has it. Quickly disperse. Syphilis is contagious. Someone in the crowd shouted in fear, like drops of water hitting hot oil, causing a burst of chaos. After dropping her bomb, Fong Hanjiao pulled her mother and others to leave quickly. Duan Zishang initially looked unwillingly at the departing Fong family, but his whole body itched so badly he couldn't focus on anything else. When he heard someone mention syphilis, he didn't react immediately. Suddenly, people started throwing rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at their family, cursing as they threw, "Get out. Get out of Jizhou. Beat those shameless people. All of them have this dirty disease. Their family is rotten." Some even threw stones and splashed feces water at them. Duan Zishang, feeling both itchy and painful all over, finally realized they were accusing his family of having syphilis. He always kept himself clean. How could he have syphilis? The red patches on his skin were just rashes caused by the rain recently, not syphilis at all. Nonsense. You're lying. We just have rashes, not syphilis. Not syphilis. You have syphilis. I've seen it. The girls in Liuli Lane in the West City have it too, and their red patches look exactly like yours. The man proudly finished speaking. The people around him quickly made space, giving him a clear zone. Since he said he had seen it, that meant he had been to Liuli Lane and had contact with girls with syphilis, because those girls didn't go out during the day. Realizing he had slipped up, the man quickly covered his face and ran away, afraid that he would be the next to be hit with rotten eggs. Roman hurriedly brought Yuan Zhu over, but she didn't see the Fong family and noticed the Duan family seemed to have been beaten and even splashed with manure. She hadn't yet understood what was happening when suddenly, her wrist was tightly grabbed by Duan Zishang, causing her pain. She instinctively tried to pull back. The more she pulled, the tighter Duan Zishang's grip became. He then roughly pulled her forward, causing Roman to fall into his arms, her face pressed against his dirty clothes. Roman immediately felt sick and vomited. "You shameless woman, is it you?" Duan Zishang saw that what others said seemed true and wondered if he really had a contagious disease. But he had only slept with Roman, so he was sure he was fine. If he really had a disease, Roman must have given it to him. Thinking about this possibility made him furious. He wanted to hurt Roman, and seeing her still disgusted by him and vomiting made his anger worse. He clenched his fists with the itching all over his body and slapped Roman twice. "Shameless woman, is it you? Who have you been with?" After hitting her, regardless of whether anyone was watching on the street, he tore off Roman's clothes. Seeing the same spots on her shoulders and neck as on himself, he suddenly went crazy and started hitting and kicking her. Roman thought Duan Zishang might not recognize her. She cried out, "Master Duan, what's wrong?" "I am your sister-in-law."
What are you talking about?
"I am pregnant. How can you hit me?" She was beaten without understanding why, instinctively protecting her belly and running toward Yuan Zhu. "Young Master Yuan, help. Help. I am the only one who knows where she is." Yuan Zhu, who came to find Fong Hanjiao, saw the commotion here. It was still smelly and chaotic, with no sign of the Fong family. He immediately realized Roman had tricked him again. He wanted to leave quickly, but suddenly saw the Duan family fighting among themselves. He didn't want to get involved, but when he heard Roman's words, he waved his hand to his attendants. They hurried forward to separate Duan Zishang, who was chasing and hitting Roman. Duan Zishang's eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was filled with the sound of his own voice, saying he was finished. He was pulled away by two attendants and thrown to the ground, motionless like a dead person. The crowd's kind-hearted onlookers spoke up at this moment. "Do you know that their whole family has contracted a contagious disease?" "Contagious disease?"
Them?
Yuan Zhu looked at the crowd and nodded, her face turning pale with fear. She kept stepping back. Roman didn't know how all this happened, but she knew she was in great danger now. If Yuan-ju didn't help her and just walked away, she would surely be beaten again by the confused Duan Zishang, and even his family might join in. Thinking quickly, she whispered to Duan Mingyue, "If you don't want to starve or get sick, listen to me." Duan Mingyue was just a young girl from the village, only a teenager. She was frightened by the chaos, itchy all over, and had scratched herself until she bled. She was also pelted with rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Even if she didn't understand much about the outside world, she had heard how terrible the disease was. She wondered if she might have caught it too. Seeing Yuan-ju trying to run, Roman hurriedly asked Duan Mingyue loudly, "Where did the Fong family go?" Duan Mingyue only cried and shook her head. "I don't know, I really don't know," sob. Roman then went to ask the people watching from the roadside. Surely someone knew where the Fong family had gone. But when Roman approached, the crowd suddenly moved back behind a barrier, avoiding her completely. A few of the onlookers, who had been watching from the start, either because they weren't satisfied or for some other reason, pointed in the direction the Fong family had left. Yuan-ju hurriedly headed in that direction, but Roman stopped her, shouting to her parents-in-law and younger sister-in-law, "All of you, stop them." Yuan-ju was furious.
How dare you?
"You wicked girl, I kindly brought you here, and now you're trying to repay my kindness? Stay away from me. Don't let your dirty disease infect me. Get out of here. If I don't find Miss Fong soon, you'll regret it. We came with the Yuan family. If the spots on our skin are really from the disease, it must have been spread by the Yuan family. So, young Master Yuan must give us money to see a doctor and cure us, or no one will have a good time." Roman, fed up, decided to give up. Things had gone this far. She had to get some money. Otherwise, all she had suffered today would be for nothing. "Our family is clean and healthy, with no illnesses. Please stop spreading false rumors and stay away." Yuan-ju saw Roman daring to bite him. If she didn't have a contagious disease, he would have kicked her away long ago. He signaled to his followers, but they knew about the family's illness and dared not approach, fearing infection. Yuan-ju was so angry he decided to replace his followers as soon as he returned. "They are useless. I advise young Master Yuan to give us the money quickly, so you can go find Fong Hanjiao. Otherwise, if you delay too long, she might have already left the city." As she finished speaking, the family from the Duan household came together to stop Yuan-ju. Even Duan Zishang, pretending to be dead on the ground, got up and stared at Yuan-ju. He wondered if Roman, that shameless person, had caught Yuan-ju's illness from sleeping with him. It must be true. Everyone knows the Yuan family is full of playboys who run brothels. Having an illness like that is normal for them. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. Roman had truly grasped Yuan-ju's weakness. Seeing Duan Zishang glaring at her with a sinister look, she hurriedly looked for Fong Hanjiao. She took a silver ingot weighing 5 taels from her purse and threw it at Roman. "Get lost." Roman saw that Yuan-ju was trying to dismiss her with just 5 taels of silver. She became angry and lunged at Yuan-ju, grabbing his money pouch. Yuan-ju was so frightened he quickly let go, thinking it was more important to find Fong Hanjiao. The pouch didn't contain more than a few dozen taels anyway. Seeing the family watching how much silver there was, she hurried to run away. She looked in the direction others pointed, but couldn't find anyone. The Duan family, upon receiving the silver, initially wanted to see a doctor. But besides Roman, everyone else smelled of rotten vegetables, eggs, and sewage, so they had to change their dirty clothes. Everyone on this street knew about their contagious illness. No one dared to visit, refused to accept the silver, and chased them away with brooms, cursing their bad luck. The Duan family had to move to a quieter street, gave the silver to a shopkeeper to get clothes for their family, and found a small, secluded inn. They quickly changed into new clothes. They didn't have much silver and needed to see a doctor, so they only bought cotton fabric. After changing, each person ate 5 or 6 large meat buns and went to a clinic. But they were immediately turned away. The doctor saw Duan Zishang's condition and immediately knew he had the contagious disease. "I can't cure it. You should find another doctor." The doctor finished speaking and closed the door. In the end, a kind person pointed them to a clinic that looked very old but was willing to treat such illnesses. The clinic was quite run down, but it was clean. The doctor examined the patient and said, "This illness can only be managed with medicine and proper care. Keeping clean might help, but it's not guaranteed. Here is an anti-itch ointment." Everyone knew that once someone contracted a venereal disease, they would carry it for life. "Doctor, how is this disease transmitted?" Duan Zaishang really wanted to know, and others were curious too. Because the whole family had contracted the disease, except for Duan Mingyue. The doctor looked at the family and said, "It spreads through contact with infected blood or fluids. The main way is through beautiful activity." As soon as the doctor finished, Duan Zaishang, Duan father, and Duan Sanling all looked at Roman. This made Duan mother suddenly realize something. She clutched her chest and took a step back. Her blood rushed to her head, and before she could faint, the doctor looked at Roman again. "This young woman is 3 months pregnant. The baby might also have the disease. Even if the baby is healthy, it could be infected at birth. You're better off keeping this pregnancy. Even if you don't want the baby, it might be lost naturally. It's getting late. You should go home quickly. I am closing the clinic now." The whole family had the disease. The doctor had seen many cases like this. As soon as one person was infected, it was only a matter of time before the whole family caught it. It was not unusual. But seeing that this family's infection was not simple, the doctor hurried to send them away to prevent a fight or damage to his clinic. His clinic couldn't handle any more trouble. When Roman heard that her unborn child might not survive, her pupils trembled. She instinctively reached out to the doctor, but he dodged her. The doctor looked at Roman with annoyance and said, "Madam, please show some respect. Doctor, is there no way to save my child? I can't lose this baby. I am begging you." Roman knelt before the doctor, truly unable to bear losing her child. Without this baby, she felt she would have nothing left. The Duan family would not keep her anymore. The doctor was unimpressed by her plea. He had seen all kinds of cases before. "No, unless you can find the Penglai Immortal Medical Valley, which might have a cure, but it's not guaranteed." The doctor didn't want to deal with this family anymore and just wanted to send them away quickly. "Where is Penglai Immortal Medicine Valley?" "I don't know either. I've told you everything I know. If you don't leave now, I'll report you." After leaving the clinic like walking corpses, Duan Zaishang's family didn't go to any other clinic because they had run out of money. On the way back, only Duan Mingyue looked happy because she was glad she didn't catch any disease. When they returned to their room at the inn and just closed the door, Duan's father slapped Roman. Roman was knocked to the ground, clutching his face and crying. He looked at Duan Zaishang, but his expression was even scarier than Duan's father. Duan's father thought he was about to die. He didn't care about anything else and just wanted to beat Roman to death. Duan Sanling also started hitting Roman, punching and kicking him. "You wicked woman, it's all your fault. I'm about to die because of you. Why don't you just die? I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death." Duan's mother joined in the beating. She never expected Roman to be so depraved. She had already lost her eldest son because of her, and now her most promising second son was also harmed. Seeing her husband and third son like this, she understood everything. She had a good family, but this wicked woman had destroyed it all. Duan Sanling was only 14 years old, still naive and inexperienced. Since he thought he was going to die, he wanted to kill the main culprit to vent his anger. Seeing that his father and younger brother looked so angry, Duan Zaishang stepped in and asked Roman, "Tell the truth. Who else have you slept with?" Roman was already in pain from the beating, and his stomach hurt from being kicked by Duan Sanling. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Seeing Duan Zaishang's fierce look, he instinctively looked at Duan's father and Sanling, then burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
"I married into your family. My husband is a short-lived man. You blame his death on me. Then your old father sneaks into my room in the middle of the night, and after he leaves, Sanling peeks in and then sneaks in himself, copying his beastly father, haraha. As for you, you just have to flick your finger, and you come over like a dog, haraha. A house full of thieves and prostitutes, and now you turn around and blame me? After Roman finished speaking, Duan's mother suddenly went crazy and pounced on Roman. You wicked woman. You should have drowned in the pond.
Drowned.
I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Seeing her family lose their minds, Roman no longer held back and started fighting back with Duan's mother. Duan Zaishang stopped his mother and looked at Roman. Whose child is in your belly? Roman had several bloody cuts on her face and smiled even more broadly. I don't know. Maybe it's yours, maybe it's his, or maybe it's his. Who can tell?
Haha.
Roman pointed to Duan Zaishang, Duan Sanlang, and Duan Fu. She truly didn't know whose it was. It could be anyone she had slept with. Duan's mother suddenly went crazy and tried to hit Roman again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Why are your family still awake and making noise so late? If you keep arguing, get out of the inn. Roman heard the young servant's voice and sighed in relief. She had deliberately shouted so loudly to let people know she was coming. She didn't want to die, so she quickly shouted outside the door, "Help! They're going to kill me! Save me!" Duan Zaishang hurriedly covered Roman's mouth and looked at her with a deadly stare. If you really want to die, I can kill you now. Then I'll tell others you died from a miscarriage. No one will care. If you don't believe me, try it. Roman thought Duan Zaishang was serious and quickly nodded to stop talking nonsense. Duan Zaishang opened the door, apologized to the young servant, and said it was just a fight among women at home. The servant thought it was a man hitting his wife, and he warned them that if they argued again and disturbed others, they would be kicked out of the inn. Then he left. That night, Roman, just falling asleep, suddenly woke up feeling sore all over. She found her hands and feet tied, her mouth gagged, in a strange place. Nearby were women also bound and gagged, some older, some younger, even just a few years old. She panicked inside. Where was she? Last night, she was clearly sleeping in the inn. How did she end up here? Who brought her here? Did Duan Zaishang know? Or was it Duan Zaishang who brought her here? She struggled desperately, but her hands and feet were tied very tightly, so she couldn't move. Suddenly, her stomach hurt so badly she curled up, but her mouth was gagged, and she could only make muffled sounds. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open from outside. The first to enter was an old madam from the brothel. The madam looked in and said, "Take all of them down to wash and clean, then train them properly." Yesterday, after dinner, Fong Yud went out with a few nephews. Not long after, he heard that a trading company was heading to Daba Mountain, hiring 2 escort agencies. They set out early this morning, willing to take their group along. Early in the morning, after having breakfast and hacking their luggage, the Fong family arrived at the designated meeting point to wait for departure. However, they discovered that there were not only the Fong family members, but also others who were not heading to the Daba Mountain. It made sense, as it was rare to encounter a merchant convoy with 2 bodyguards. Zhang Jiao, unexpectedly, was behind the crowd waiting and saw the Zhang family again. What a persistent presence. She waved and whispered a few words to Fong Jingqiu, who quickly ran away. The head of the escort agency was a man named Qian, known as Qian the escort master. When he saw Fong Yud, he hurried over with a smile to greet them. "Hello everyone, I am from the Qilin escort agency. Just call me Old Qian." "Fong Xiaozai, your family is quite prosperous. Oh, and this young man is Master Duan from Minzhou, also a scholar. You are all from the same hometown." Fong Yud didn't look at Duan Zishang or the Zhang family but only smiled and said to Qian the escort master, "Yes, we are from the same place, but our families have a grudge. Of course, now we are relying on the escort agency and the merchant guild to help us cross the mountain, so we must depend more on Qian the escort master and the guild." Duan Zishang didn't expect to meet the Fong family again and was afraid they might reveal that their family had a contagious disease, so he avoided eye contact with them. When Fong Yud directly mentioned their family's feud, Duan Zishang almost lost his temper but dared not say anything, trying to hide himself. Qian the escort master thought that the Fong and Zhang families must have deep hatred, or they wouldn't openly mention such things in front of scholars. He didn't say anything further, only politely responded to Fong Yud and then introduced the other wealthy families traveling with them. "This is Lord Wang, and this is Lord Liu, both of whom are traveling with us." Fong Yud nodded in greeting to the two wealthy men. At that moment, Fong Jingqiu returned, giving Fong Hanjiao a signal that everything was settled. When everyone was ready, checked the number of people, and counted the goods of the merchant guild, they set off. The convoy was quite large, with 8 wagons and more than a dozen carriages, all loaded with large wooden boxes. It was unclear what was inside, but the procession looked very wealthy and impressive. Just as the front of the convoy was leaving the merchant guild's gate, someone on the street suddenly pointed at the Zhang family and exclaimed loudly, "Isn't that the family with someone suffering from a contagious disease?" Yes, everyone should stay away to avoid catching that dirty disease. It's really unlucky. Exactly, I saw it yesterday. They all have those red patches that only come with that illness. It's definitely that disease, no doubt about it. Duan Zishang heard these voices and felt nervous. He was most afraid that the worst would happen. Duan's mother quickly covered her face with her sleeve, worried about being splashed with rotten vegetable leaves or smelly eggs again. She loudly said, "It's not us who have that disease. The people with it are no longer here. We are all healthy, really. Yesterday, we just got some rashes. If you don't believe us, look, we are clean. Otherwise, let's find a doctor to check our pulses and see that our family is healthy." Seeing the suspicious look from the money escort, Duan Zishang rolled up his sleeve and showed everyone that he was clean and had no red patches. Haha, luckily, he was prepared. "Yes, we are fine. Look, we are perfectly clean." Passers-by saw the Duan family rolling up their sleeves for everyone to see. Just as they were about to say something, the money escort arrived. Since it was their own team, ignoring it wasn't an option. He had already taken money from the Duan family, and now, backing out would make his team seem untrustworthy. But if the Duan family really had that disease with so many people in his team, he had to take responsibility. So, he found the nearest doctor to check the Duan family's pulses. The doctor confirmed they did not have the disease, and the Duan family finally relaxed. The business side asked about the situation. Since everything was fine, they urged the money escort to hurry and continue the journey. The team set off again. Duan Zishang saw the Fong family in the crowd and noticed no one was paying attention to them. He felt very proud. They probably didn't expect that. He was in a good mood now, feeling much lighter inside. Just wait and see. Fong Hanjiao instinctively thought that the Duan family must have done something sneaky, and even the doctor might have been bribed. She clearly saw the red patches on Duan Zishang yesterday. They couldn't have disappeared overnight. She also hadn't seen Luo Man, and thinking about what the Duan family had said earlier, she wondered if they had beaten her badly yesterday. Would she have been beaten to death? That would be too easy on Luo Man. But she didn't care anymore, because she saw a small familiar figure among the Fong family. I didn't pay much attention at first, but the boy around 6 or 7 years old kept following the Duan family closely. During rest times, the Duan family also showed concern for him, acting humbly like servants. Seeing the boy's face, she suddenly remembered that on their way to Fangzhou in her previous life, the Duan family also had a child of that size with them. That child was the son of King Kong, specifically his illegitimate son. She only learned about this later. King Kong had a child with a palace girl when he was 13, but he kept it secret from others. A year ago, King Kong married a princess, and fearing she might find out, he secretly sold the child far away. The child was clever and had a good memory. Even after being sold for nearly 2 years, he still remembered where his home was and who he was. In her previous life, King Kang's illegitimate son was rescued by the Duan family from a trafficker. Suddenly, she understood. Roman must have been sold by the Duan family. Considering what she found out yesterday about the Duan family's activities, no wonder they could still afford a mule cart despite having no money. In her previous life, the Duan family relied on her Fong family to get into the capital. This time, without their help, the Duan family last night stole Yuanzhua's silver, spent it on clothes and medicine, and then sold Roman. It seems it's truly karma. The Duan family, lacking silver, would sell as much as they could. Only places like brothels would pay the highest prices. She also heard that people with venereal diseases still go to brothels. Normal girls refuse to serve them, so they have to find others with similar issues, which makes the prices higher. Selling Roman at a high price makes sense, considering she wasn't ugly to begin with. Roman probably never thought she would end up like this. Suddenly, she felt better. Duan Zishang was truly as ruthless as ever. He even abandoned Roman, who bore his child. TSK. But now, many things have changed from her previous life. She didn't expect that Duan Zishang would meet King Kang's son, his own ability. She really wants to see how Duan Zishang, without Roman and her jade pendant, will help King Kong rise again this time. Little sister, you don't need to look at that disgusting stuff. If it gets too bad, tonight your brothers can cover his head with a sack and break his legs. Mr. Wang and Ms. Su saw Fang Hanjiao's serious and thoughtful expression and thought she was upset because of the Duan family. They spoke to comfort her. Fang Hanjiao looked around at everyone in the car, who were all paying close attention to her. She quickly put on a bright smile. There's no need to bother anymore. Their family is really sick with a disease, and I don't know how they covered it up. Let them do as they please. We should stay as far away from them as possible, or others might think I still care about such lowly people. Avoid that bad influence. If I catch it, it won't be good. The family agreed that she made a lot of sense. I was just thinking about how many bandits are on this mountain. Can we get through safely? We need to stay alert and be ready to handle anything. We can't all sleep deeply tonight. Some people should stay awake and wake everyone at the first sign of trouble. At this point, Fang Hanjiao was really tired of dealing with the Duan family. Of course, if she had a chance to step on them, she would take it. Luo Man was badly beaten by the turtle official, but he avoided hitting her pregnant belly. He knew she was pregnant to prevent hurting the baby and wasting his effort. He didn't hit her face either, because he needed her to earn money with her looks. Luo Man begged, "Please let me go. The father of my baby is a scholar. Aren't you afraid he'll come looking for you? The old lady doesn't care about your family's status. No matter how your child came to be, he's got a disease. No one wants to acknowledge your baby. Even if you're just a scholar, your parents sold you to me for 20 taels of silver. Even if you tell the heavens, you're still bought by me. Do what I say. If you disobey, I'll beat you to death until you're obedient." The madam wanted Luo Man to see the situation clearly. She told the guard at the door, "Watch her carefully. Don't ruin her looks. After giving her medicine tonight, dress her in thin silk and send her straight to the auction." Even if she had to die, she wanted to make sure her money doubled. The guard nodded immediately. From then on, Luo Man's life was filled with nightly entertainment. This inn is also the only one after entering the mountains. The inn is mainly for government officials. Ordinary people like us are not allowed to stay there. Even when stopping to rest, we shouldn't stay too close to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tonight, we'll stay here. Have you brought everything you need for camping outside? The responsible escort asked each family carefully. The Fong family had already prepared, and on the way, they had set up tents with oilcloths at night. They were quite experienced. The two wealthy families' attendants stayed in their own carriages, and their helpers could rest outside for the night. However, when Duan Mingyue saw the inn, she asked the escort, "Isn't there a guest house? Can't we stay there?" The escort wasn't angry. He knew many people didn't understand who was allowed to use the inn. He thought Duan Mingyue couldn't read and kindly explained. But after explaining, she still wanted to stay. She didn't want to sleep outside where bugs might bite her. Although there weren't many bugs now, there were some, and she was mainly worried about catching an illness from her family. Others didn't know, but she knew very well what was going on. "We paid money, but they still won't let us stay. I see there's no carriage or horse at the gate, so there shouldn't be many people." Duan Zishang didn't expect his sister to suddenly cause trouble. He shot her a sharp look and whispered, "Shut up. Do you think you can stay just because you wanna? None of us here are officials or their family members. Do you think everyone can stay?" He suddenly understood why Duan Mingyue wanted to stay at the inn. His eyes turned cold, and he whispered in her ear, "If you don't behave, We might have to sell you like Roman. As long as you're obedient and help me, sister. What do you think? Duan Mingyue knew well where Roman had been sold. The thought made her shiver, so she quickly acted very obedient. I know, brother. I'll listen. I don't want to stay at the inn. Fong Hanjiao was out gathering herbs with her younger brother and nephews when she overheard Duan Mingyue and Duan Zishang's conversation and couldn't help but sneer inside. In her previous life, she and her companions first passed by the relay station without understanding its rules, but she knew it was not a place for ordinary people. However, she couldn't resist Duan Mingyue's persistent coaxing, who kept saying they were delicate girls and shouldn't be seen by outsiders. Plus, Roman's meddling, so she went to ask at the relay station, only to be scolded harshly. Her brothers naturally wanted to help her, but they almost got into a fight with the station staff over causing trouble. Originally, Fong Hanjiao could calmly face Duan's family, but now she felt some anger rising inside. She took out a packet of itching powder from her space and discreetly sprinkled it on Duan's family members. She wanted to see what tricks they used to hide their skin conditions. Fong Hanjiao thought no one noticed her move. She was just passing by with her younger brother and nephews to gather firewood, and even the Duan family didn't realize that the people they just passed were from Fong's family. But someone did notice Fong Hanjiao's gesture of waving her sleeve. Inside one of the wagons of the merchant caravan, Zhao Hongjin, disguised, signaled to Chuanbai, "Go, watch how the Duan family reacts." Chuanbai, also disguised as a bodyguard, quietly observed what each family was preparing for dinner. When he reached the Duan family, they started acting like monkeys again. Something's biting me. It itches so much. Because they were feeling guilty, the Duan family members were scratching and itching all over, just like when they were caught with skin diseases before. They dared not make a sound. However, the illegitimate son of King Kong, a boy only 6 or 7 years old, couldn't resist. He scratched his head and butt, crying out in discomfort. Fong Hanjiao wouldn't go easy on him just because he was a child. In her previous life, their entire family was killed by King Kong, even the baby in swaddling clothes. She only knew to repay kindness with kindness, so she decided to act like a monkey too. Now, hiding in the bushes nearby, she picked up some twigs and watched the Duan family act out their monkey performance, happily amused. Although this trick wouldn't hurt the Duan family badly, it was very satisfying. Fong Hanjiao decided to enjoy watching the Duan family all along the way. Could there really be mosquitoes or bugs? The women from the 2 wealthy families saw the Duan family scratching themselves like monkeys and felt a bit scared. Many of the women hurried back into their wagons. Someone looked toward the merchant caravan, thinking that with such a large operation carrying many goods and many people, there must be a doctor among the entourage. Is there a doctor in the caravan? Doctor, please come and take a look. Let's prepare a herbal mosquito repellent. We're willing to pay money. Yes, we also want to buy some. The 2 wealthy men watched the merchant team, waiting for the doctor to come out. The people with the money escort also looked toward the merchant team. There really was no doctor in the merchant team. Zhao Hongjin kicked Zhao Xingji. You go explain. Zhao Xingji, under the pressure of the young emperor's authority, had no choice but to get out of the carriage and explain to everyone. There's no doctor in the team. Everyone, be careful and try to use mugwort to repel mosquitoes. The others felt disappointed, but had no other options. After speaking, Zhao Xingji openly headed toward the Fong family. He wanted to get a close look at the young emperor's lifesaver, the girl with the red bean poison. TSK, she's the lifesaver. I heard that last time she fell off a cliff with the young emperor, but he held onto her tightly and didn't let her fall, nor did he throw her down. The Fong family didn't care about the Duan family, but they enjoyed watching their antics. Especially some young children, who imitated the Duan family by scratching their heads and giggling non-stop. Mrs. Chun and Fong Luran looked at their mischievous great-grandchildren with full affection. Mrs. Huang and Mrs. Chiu, along with a few daughters-in-law, were calmly preparing dinner for the family. They had already lit the stove and started cooking meat soup, and the aroma was drifting out. Mrs. Wang and the other daughters-in-law were gathering wild vegetables nearby, which were quite plentiful. The men went to the nearby bushes to gather firewood and fetch water. When Zhao Xingji arrived, he saw this scene and felt envy. The Fong family was truly prosperous, all boys. No wonder everyone from the oldest to the little toddlers loved that girl with the red bean poison. The Duan family saw Dr. Qin but didn't dare ask him to examine them, afraid of revealing their situation. But Dr. Qin was a good doctor. He took the initiative to step forward and ask, "Are you bitten by mosquitoes? May I take a look?" No, no. Duan's mother quickly realized she was too aggressive and raised her voice. "We have no money.
It's just mosquito bites.
It will heal soon. We'll find some mugwort to use." Seeing the Duan family avoiding him like a snake, Dr. Qin was a bit annoyed. Truly ungrateful. "Nephew, come here. I have something to ask you." Fong Luran saw Dr. Qin being upset and called him over. The members of the Duan family went out for a walk and returned feeling less itchy. They quickly reapplied the medicinal powder they had scratched off to avoid revealing the skin spots caused by the disease. Fong Hanjiao had been watching the Duan family closely and saw everything clearly. "Just as I thought. I wonder if that powder will last until they cross the mountain." She didn't plan to sprinkle more powder on the Duan family today. If she did it all at once, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Using a dull knife to cut is more painful. "Big sister, what are you looking at?" Fong Hanjiao asked when Fong Jingqiu called her. "Nothing much. There are no herbs here. Let's go back," she replied. Seeing a person dressed like a servant staring at her strangely, she hurriedly took her younger brother and nephews and left faster. Zhao Xingji thought, "Does he look like a bad person easily?
No.
He needs to change his face." After passing the relay station, they officially entered the Daba mountain range. As the weather warmed up, wild grasses along the roadside increased, hiding various herbs. The herbs in Daba mountain were even more abundant. Whenever they stopped to rest, Dr. Qin's family would be outside gathering herbs. Fong Luran would call Fong Hanjiao to join them, and Fong Hanjiao nodded obediently. She understood her grandfather's intentions and was told to be more attentive to Dr. Qin, hoping he would accept her as a disciple. Her grandfather truly cared about her spiritual spring water. Fong Hanjiao was very touched and behaved properly. At first, the Fong family didn't immediately ask Dr. Qin to take Fong Hanjiao as a disciple. Instead, whenever they rested, the Qin family would be gathering herbs, and Fong Hanjiao would help too. At first, she brought along her two oldest nephews to help gather herbs, so it wouldn't seem too obvious or make others uncomfortable. After all, medical skills were the foundation of a person's reputation. Being targeted by outsiders was naturally unsettling. Gradually, Dr. Qin grew to like Fong Hanjiao more and more. He thought that this lovely girl from the Fong family was not as lazy or frivolous as rumors suggested, always thinking about men. Instead, he saw a gentle, hardworking girl who was not easily annoyed or tired. However, Miss Fong was a delicate girl, afraid to let go of her cherished herbs, holding them carefully to avoid breaking them. In the end, she came over to gather herbs for him. At first, he didn't dare accept the herbs she picked, but she was persistent and kept following him tirelessly. Mr. Fong and Mrs. Chen noticed Dr. Qin's nervousness and said directly, "She's just a young girl, very curious about everything right now. She's been kept at home before, so it's rare for her to come out and see the world. Naturally, she talks a lot." Mr. Fong thought that after a few days of her following him every day, pretending they had no plans, it would be over the top. He decided to openly admit that he wanted Miss Fong to learn something useful. Mrs. Chen played the kind role, while Mr. Fong played the strict one. "Don't worry about her, nephew. She probably just has a short attention span, coming and going like that. If she has the patience and talent, she might really learn something. That would show she's smart." Dr. Qin wasn't really foolish. At first, he didn't understand, but after a few days of Miss Fong bringing delicious food and asking questions, combined with what Mr. and Mrs. Fong said casually, he understood everything. He didn't feel annoyed. Mostly, he was interested because the girl genuinely liked herbs and had talent. She was studying seriously. In fact, Miss Fong's talent might even be better than his own daughter's. For example, The first time Miss Fong picked some herbs, he explained their effects and uses. She remembered everything clearly and even thought of new combinations, like making insect repellent ointments herself. After a few days, she had learned dozens of herbs and remembered their effects and uses perfectly. She was truly a natural healer in the making. He genuinely considered taking Miss Fong as his apprentice. But he was worried her family wouldn't like it. The Fong family had several scholars. Her older brother Fong Hui-su was a scholar, her uncle was a scholar, and a cousin on the main house was also a scholar. If it hadn't rained and forced them to leave, her brothers might have already become scholars. Did the Fong family really need a young girl to learn medicine just to make a living? He hesitated to ask. Now, the old couple had spoken up, but Miss Fong's parents hadn't said anything, and he was unsure about their feelings. However, given how much that family loves Fong Hanjiao, as long as she is willing to learn medicine, her apprentice status is secure. Right now, her daughter is happily walking with Fong Hanjiao, picking wild vegetables and herbs while chatting and giggling. The two young girls are about the same age, and they get along very well, staying close to each other all day. Among the group, only these two girls are close in age and play together so well. If Fong Hanjiao becomes her apprentice, her daughter will have a companion. Dr. Qin increasingly thinks that taking Fong Hanjiao as a student is a good idea. Maybe he should try asking boldly. If Fong Hanjiao's parents refuse, he will do his best to teach her about medicine and herbs. Because that girl has a talent for it and is well-liked, even if he only teaches her a little, it's worth it. At least, if Fong Hanjiao learns medicine, she can help her family with minor illnesses without needing to ask others. It would be a useful skill for her. Oh, it smells so good. Is that locust tree flower? Fong Hanjiao suddenly spots a tree nearby with bunches of white flowers blooming. The fresh scent makes her eyes light up. Actually, the locust tree flowers are still some distance away. She can smell the fragrance because her senses are unusually sharp, thanks to her body's long-term exposure to spiritual spring water and food from the space. That's also why her memory suddenly became so good. Locust tree flowers are valuable, they smell nice, can be used in medicine, and also as food. Hearing Fong Hanjiao's voice, the women nearby look in her direction. When they see the flowers, they realize they are locust tree flowers. Exactly. Hurry, let's pick some to bring back, steam them, and eat fresh. Su Shi's mouth waters at the sight of the flowers, eager to taste them. Jinkuzi Yuan, you two come with me to pick locust tree flowers. Fong Gu sees his wife staring at the flowers and drooling, clearly craving them. He calls his 10th brother and a few young nephews to go pick locust tree flowers together. Fong Lichuan sees his 5th brother taking the children to gather flowers. He ties up the ox and asks his 2 brothers to go into the woods to collect dry firewood and see if they can hunt some game. At this time, wild rabbits and other animals are still plentiful in the Daba mountain area. Fong Hanjiao, seeing her brothers go to pick flowers, calls her sister Qin Jiwan and her brother to join them. Quickly help me finish this, and take your brothers to pick more locust flowers. Watch over your sister, and make sure she doesn't get scratched by any branches. Fong Hui-su understood what his mother meant. He guessed that his sister wanted to send locust flowers into the space again, maybe even plant 1 or 2 trees. The outermost part of Fong Hanjiao's 10-acre space is now planted with peach, pear, cherry, apricot, mulberry, and elm trees, along with a Sichuan pepper tree and black pepper. She has recently become interested in planting locust trees again. Fong Hanjiao's purpose isn't just to grow tasty things for eating. She plans to make a living by raising fish, but she knows she can't rely on that alone. Her family has many brothers, and they will eventually split up. She needs to find more ways for her brothers to succeed. So, she has been collecting various fruit trees, herbs, and tasty crops along the way. In the future, her family can buy more land to grow fruit forests, herbs, and crops. With the help of the space's spiritual spring water, it will definitely work. Later, they can open a few more fungi shops. With the snowball effect, they won't have to worry about making a fortune. Right now, what they lack are these things. When she sees them, she naturally wants to gather them into the space.
Ah, wah.
There's a snake, I got bitten by a snake. Will I die? I can't move. Help. Mom and Dad, I'm being unfilial and leaving first. While Fong Hanjiao was busy picking locust flowers with energy, she was suddenly startled by Fong Ziyue's loud crying. She dropped the locust flowers she was holding, scattering them all over the ground. When Fong Hanjiao heard that Fong Ziyue had been bitten by a snake, she quickly ran over. She saw 2 bite marks on his calf, and blood was oozing out with a darker color. She immediately tore a strip from her skirt, tied it above the wound, and started to squeeze out the blood. Fong Guyu, who was picking locust branches for her nephews, also jumped down from the tree. Seeing the 2 snake bites on Ziyue's calf and the continuous bleeding, she panicked too. But her sister couldn't help much, so she instinctively blocked others' view. Fortunately, those picking locust flowers were a little farther away. Seeing the blood turning bright red from the poison, Fong Hanjiao took out a leather water bag from her waist and poured water directly onto the wound. The water was from the spiritual spring. Fong Guyu saw that the bleeding on Ziyue's leg had stopped and was almost scabbed over. She hurriedly stopped her sister and used her sleeve to wipe the wound. Fong Ziyue originally thought her injury didn't hurt anymore, but after Uncle Wu wiped it, it felt like the wound reopened and hurt so badly she screamed like a pig. Ziyue, hold on. Squeeze out more blood so the poison can come out faster. Fong Hanjiao watched helplessly as her older brother wiped Ziyue's wound, causing it to bleed again. She felt speechless. However, she was sure that once the poison blood was squeezed out, Ziyue wouldn't be in danger anymore. She could only feel sorry for Ziyue and planned to give him some good food later to help him recover. Just now, she was worried and scared that something might happen to Ziyue, so she didn't notice that the snake bite was already scabbing. She kept in mind that next time such a thing happened, she must not use too much spiritual spring water. Fong Guyu also had no choice because the Qin family had already arrived. If he didn't act, his sister might be at risk of being exposed. But Fong Hanjiao still fed Ziyue 2 sips of water. The water was mixed with half spiritual spring water, worried that some poison might still remain. Seeing her aunt's eyes red, Ziyue quickly stopped crying and held her hand to comfort her. It's okay, Auntie. At worst, in 18 years, I'll be a strong man again. I'm not hurt, just a little scared. It doesn't hurt at all. Really, he was only 8 years old, and although he felt like a little man, he was still very scared that he might die. His voice trembled with suppressed tears. But he didn't want his aunt to be sad because of him, so he held back his tears. Seeing this, Fong Hanjiao felt even more heartbroken and distressed. She patted his head. Foolish child, what nonsense are you talking about? This snake probably isn't venomous. It just bled a lot. Eat more good food to replenish your blood, and you'll be fine. No need to wait 18 years. In a few years, you'll be a strong man. Guyu listened to his young nephew's sad words, feeling both angry and amused. Who did he learn that kind of talk from? He wanted to slap him, but he was already hurt and couldn't bear to do it. Now, he nodded along with his sister's words. Exactly. The snake that bit you probably isn't venomous. It just bit you twice, hurt a little, and caused some bleeding. You're a real man, look at you, so brave. At this moment, people who heard his crying and shouting had come over. Dr. Qin was the first to check Ziyue's bitten leg. He looked at the wound carefully, checked his pulse, lifted his eyelids, listened to his heartbeat, and confirmed there were no signs of poisoning. It's okay, it's just a harmless snake. I'll find some herbs to apply, and you'll be fine by tomorrow. Dr. Qin nodded happily as he watched Fong Hanjiao tie the bandage on Fong Ziyue. If it had been poisonous, your aunt's quick first aid would still be helpful. I will find the antidote herbs for you. Everyone felt relieved after hearing Dr. Qin's confident diagnosis. Li Shi, who had been worried, suddenly got angry. She had heard her son scream so painfully earlier, worried he might be dying, and almost cut her finger while chopping vegetables. She threw down the knife and ran to see her son. Now that she knew he was safe and well, she was angry and wanted to slap him, but Fong Hanjiao noticed and quickly hugged him to protect him. Fong Hanjiao knew very well that the snake was not poisonous. She was just worried about her nephew and didn't want him to be hurt. Seeing her nephew about to be hit by his mother, she stopped her. If she hadn't come to pick some locust tree flowers, Ziyue wouldn't have been bitten by the snake. It was her fault. Ziyue, apologize to your mother quickly. Look how scared she is. Next time, don't speak like that. Fong Ziyue was being held by his aunt, spinning happily. Now that the adults were here and he felt shy, he realized his earlier words were embarrassing. But he was a boy, brave and responsible. He immediately struggled to get down, knelt, and bowed his head to his mother. It was my reckless mistake. Seeing his younger brothers watching him from afar, his face turned red with embarrassment.
Oh.
His big brother face today was truly shameful. Fong Guyu and Fong Jingchu also looked apologetic. Sister-in-law, don't blame Ziyue, who knew the snake would suddenly come out of nowhere. It's our fault for not watching him properly. You can blame us. Li Shi was originally worried about her son, but hearing her brothers-in-law take responsibility made her less angry. It's not your fault. I often tell him there are many weeds in these wild mountains. Wherever we go, we have to scare the snakes first. He probably didn't follow my advice, so the snake got him. Next time, I hope he won't be so careless. As the saying goes, a mother knows her child best. Ziyue shrank back, afraid of making his mother angrier. He knew a beating was inevitable. Since he was still injured and his mother was soft-hearted, he decided not to be naughty for now. Girl, Ziyue knows she made a mistake. Next time, she should scare the snake first, or else I will be the one to get hit. All right, it's good that you're okay. The meal is almost ready. Come quickly and get ready to eat. Don't let the traders leave before we finish cleaning up. Mrs. Chun and Fong Luran were also startled. They guessed that the great-grandson was probably bitten by a poisonous snake. Fortunately, there is a granddaughter. It's just that Ziyue, this child, learned those rough words at such a young age. It's no wonder his mother was angry and wanted to hit him. Right now, everyone just wants to eat first. Everyone hurriedly helped pick up the scattered locust flowers on the ground. They collected enough, 3 large baskets, to have a big locust flower feast for the whole family tonight. Jiao Jiao is becoming more like a doctor. She handled the snake wound very well. Even if it was poisonous, your treatment was perfect. On the way back, Dr. Qin couldn't help but praise Fong Hanjiao again. Fong Hanjiao immediately looked happily at Dr. Qin. Uncle Qin, are you serious? Did I really do as well as your doctors? Do you think I'm suitable to learn medicine? Fong Hanjiao saw this as a good chance to ask Dr. Qin to be her teacher. If she missed this, she wouldn't know when she'd get another chance. If it weren't for her clever brother earlier, she almost revealed herself. She decided to quickly secure the title of being able to treat illnesses. Dr. Qin laughed heartily at Fong Hanjiao's question. He had the same idea. He didn't expect this little girl to beat him to it. It seemed destined that she would be his apprentice. Their minds were in sync. Yes, Lao Qin, look at our girl. She likes learning about herbs and medicines, just like your daughter. She's been following you around every day. It's no surprise she's learned a little. She didn't mean to sneak it. She just likes it. If you could take her as a disciple, maybe her brothers could help take care of you in the future. Fong Yi saw an opportunity and took it. Dr. Qin burst out laughing even more at Fong Yi's words. There's no way he would take her as a disciple just to have her brothers take care of him. People would laugh if they heard. But he also knew how much the Fong family loved Fong Hanjiao. This kind of thing was really something only the Fong family could do. Seeing how capable Fong Hanjiao is in every way, I wouldn't be willing to let this young girl serve me. Her parents, brother, and sister-in-law are all very caring for her, so it wouldn't be fair if I, as her teacher, didn't show her the same kindness. There's no need to worry about taking care of me in old age. I have my own son, but if I could have another apprentice to honor me, that would be a great gain.
Haha.
Having such a smart apprentice, even my late father would be very happy in the afterlife.
Haha.
When Dr. Qin thought about Fong Hanjiao's future achievements, he felt like he was dreaming and couldn't help but smile. Well, Dr. Qin, instead of waiting for a better day, let's do it today. Let Jiao Jiao serve you tea as a sign of respect. Fang Yui turned to his wife and said, Quick, quick, quick. Jiao Jiao's mother, hurry up and brew some hot tea. Fang Yui was genuinely happy. Not only he but everyone in the Fang family was very pleased. They also felt happy for Fang Hanjiao, especially since her studying medicine might be a way to hide her space spiritual spring. It's important to know that doctors are considered middle-tier professionals. Without official titles, scholars and successful candidates are also just average. In the Fang family, there was no disrespect towards doctors like Dr. Qin might have expected. Instead, everyone was happy for Fang Hanjiao. Learning medicine at least gave her the ability to support herself, so she wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. They didn't even need Mrs. Chiu to step in. Wang had already boiled water and quickly prepared a pot of tea. Their table was already set. Fang Yui respectfully invited Dr. Qin to sit in the main seat. Fang Hanjiao, with both hands holding the tea, knelt down and said, Apprentice asks master to drink tea. Dr. Qin hurried forward, receiving the precious apprentice's offering with both hands. He took a quick sip and was about to help Fang Hanjiao up. However, Fang Luran stopped him.
Hey?
We've offered the tea, but the bowing of the head is also important. Since we're officially becoming master and apprentice, we should do it properly. Even if the conditions aren't perfect now, the formal ceremony can't be skipped. When the time is right, you must make up for Fang Hanjiao's formalities. Yes, I will follow my father's instructions. Fang Hanjiao respectfully bowed 3 times to Dr. Qin, completing the apprenticeship. As her master, Dr. Qin naturally had some words of advice for his new disciple. Although I am not from a noble family, I still have some things to tell you. Studying medicine doesn't mean I expect you to save the world, but you must follow good medical ethics. Don't bully the weak or do wrong things. Of course, if someone bullies you, you should fight back hard. Dr. Qin's smile, which had just lifted at the corner, never faded. Disciples, I follow your teachings. Good, good. My obedient disciple. Get up quickly. Dr. Qin wanted to step forward and help Fang Hanjiao up to show his approval of his beloved student, but his daughter Qin Zhuan beat him to it. Great, little sister. From now on, you'll be my little sister. Qin Zhuan is the same age as Fang Hanjiao, both 16, but she is 2 months older. She was very happy that Fang Hanjiao had become her father's student. Now she would be the senior sister. She had always wanted a gentle younger sister, and a student sister is also a sister. Although they haven't officially become a family, they are almost like one. There's a saying, a lifetime as a teacher, a lifetime as a parent. Since her father is now her father, she feels no different from having a sister. So, besides Fang family and Dr. Qin, the happiest person is Qin Zhuan. From now on, if I do anything wrong, my senior sister must remind me. Fang Hanjiao was also quite happy. Qin Zhuan truly looked like a noble young lady, gentle and considerate. She has many brothers at home, and suddenly having a senior sister feels very nice. After Fang Hanjiao became Dr. Qin's disciple, he took her everywhere he went, teaching her carefully about everything related to medicine. Of course, his own daughter was also learning and reinforcing her knowledge. Dr. Qin wished he could teach her all the medical knowledge he knew at once, because his talented disciple remembered everything after just a glance. In just half a day, she already learned the basics of taking pulses. Understanding the principles is easy once learned, but Fang Hanjiao is the smartest he has ever seen. It's truly heaven's mercy to have a talented and gifted disciple in middle age. In a year or so, I might not have much more to teach you. When Fang Luoran and the others heard Dr. Qin's words, they couldn't help but smile widely. Dr. Qin, even though you've taken Jiao Jiao as your disciple and consider her half your daughter, you don't need to be so biased and speak so insincerely. Just a few days of learning, and you're already praising her so highly. If others hear this, they'll just laugh. Although Fang Luoran said this with a smile, deep down he believed that Dr. Qin had good judgment. Their family's Jiao Jiao was truly the best girl in the world. She was the smartest, most sensible, most capable, and most talented girl. No one could compare to her. Uncle Fong, I'm telling the truth. It's not just because Jiao Jiao is my apprentice that I say this. Take her senior sister, Jiwan. She's interested in medicine and has some talent, but compared to Jiao Jiao, she quickly fell behind. Look at how much she has learned in such a short time. She's now on par with Jiwan. Dr. Qin said this, without worrying about his daughter getting jealous. He wanted to encourage his daughter, Fong Hanjiao, because she was much smarter than his own girl. Jiwan knew this too, but she didn't feel jealous at all. Because such a good person was her little junior sister. Exactly. When my little junior sister becomes more capable, she must not forget her senior sister. I'm your only senior sister. 14-year-old Qin Tiandong also boldly came over. Senior sister, don't forget, I also have a junior brother. Although I don't study medicine, I am your dear junior brother. From now on, my life is in your hands, senior sister. As soon as Qin Tiandong finished speaking, someone slapped the back of his head. When he turned around, he saw it was his own father, who dared not say anything in anger. You naughty boy, you've wasted your books. Is that how you talk? Wasn't he putting pressure on his obedient apprentice? Dr. Qin's originally happy mood was now filled with anger because of his son. Afraid of scaring his obedient apprentice, he quickly smiled and said to Fong Jiao, "Don't mind him, girl." Qin Tiandong was quite talented at studying. Since traveling with the Fong family, whenever he had questions about learning, he would eagerly ask Fong Huaisu. Sometimes, Fong Yudo would answer him, which made him happy for days. Fong Yudo was the most famous and talented scholar in their 10-mile area. Although he was good at studying, he was still young and lively with a playful personality, just like Fong Jingqiu and Fong Ziyu. In his free time, he often played with Fong Jingqiu and Fong Ziyu. Since all the children of the Fong family were studying, they shared common topics, so the age difference of 4, 5, or 6 years didn't matter to them. However, Dr. Qin's children are very well taught. They do not envy others' talents, but instead learn from their strengths and work on their weaknesses. Because of their good character and behavior, Fong Luran had already brought Dr. Qin's family along early in the morning. It was unexpected that the two families would become so close. Master, I think my younger brother is very good. He might exaggerate a little, but I will definitely work hard to learn from you. Fong Hanjiao's family has also seen how mischievous Qin Tiandong can be, and they like him quite a bit. They quickly changed the subject. When Dr. Qin saw his obedient student speaking, he naturally wanted to give face. If it weren't for your older sister speaking up, I wouldn't have disciplined you today. I'm not afraid anymore. Qin Tiandong quickly hid behind Fong Hanjiao and stuck out his tongue at Fong Jingqiu. Actually, he did it on purpose. That brat keeps bragging about how great his sister is and how kind she is to him. Now his own sister has become his senior sister, so he has two sisters.
What does he have to brag about now?
And now his senior sister is helping him. Fong Jingqiu understood Qin Tiandong's proud attitude and thought he was more sensible than him, so he didn't argue. But then he ran over and tugged at his sister's sleeve, saying, "Sister, you will definitely become the greatest divine doctor in the world someday. Of course, your sister will definitely be the best." Fong Yi's words sounded like his daughter had already become a divine doctor, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with what Fong Jingqiu said. Fong Yud and the others didn't bother to look at Fong Yi's behavior, but agreed that Jiao Jiao was definitely the best. Seeing other people in the caravan looking over, Fong Hanjiu still had some pride and quickly went to help with cooking. From now on, our two families will eat together. Dr. Qin's family doesn't need to cook separately. Fong Yi was so happy he wanted to treat everyone. Dr. Qin gave his wife a look, and she immediately brought their grain supplies. Then a few wives started passing food back and forth, looking very lively. Inside one of the wagons in the merchant convoy, Zhao Xingji, with his familiar face, looked like a sneaky thief. He peeked through a crack in the curtain, watching the happy Fong family, shaking his head with envy. They are all martial artists with good hearing. The Fong family members and Dr. Qin's conversation were heard clearly by everyone. Really jealous and envious. Zhao Hongjin, sitting opposite, looked at the secret report just delivered by the scout and also listened to the conversation between the Fong family members and Dr. Qin. Thinking back to the last time he was found on the cliff by Chuan Bai, the imperial doctor said it was fortunate someone had given him an antidote, which even improved his hidden illness, allowing him to hold on until Chuan Bai found him. Otherwise, even if he had been found, he might have been ruined. He was sure that before he was chased, and until Chuan Bai found him, he hadn't contacted anyone else, only the girl from the Fong family. Recalling that moment on the cliff, because of the medicine's influence, he had acted improperly toward her, and his ears turned red. But after reviewing all the details, he was certain that the girl hadn't given him anything like an antidote. The only problem was that he had behaved improperly toward her, which might be related to her blood. He remembered that the blood smelled sweet, which made him unable to resist holding her tightly and acting impulsively. That was also the main reason he wanted to find her, to uncover her secrets. Why could her blood detoxify his poison? No matter what, he couldn't let the people in the palace know about her, or both she and her family would be in danger. But he also couldn't ignore the situation, or the danger would be even greater. So when his elder brother hinted at arranging a marriage for him, he took the opportunity to accept the role of transport officer to Shu, and at the same time, he eliminated all the remaining hidden threats from before. He had already found out that some of the bandit hideouts were actually controlled by corrupt officials using bandits to hide their illegal activities. They had kept this secret for a long time, but now, because of the floods in Shu, they no longer wanted to hide. They thought no one could stop them. Those scoundrels dared to act so openly, and he thought his elder brother was too kind. However, during his investigations, he found that the Fong family only had one relative serving as a prefect in Fangzhou and no other deep connections. The Fong girl had always lived in Qingshan village and never gone out. Previously, she was just a passionate girl who only cared about men. Based on the current investigation, it seems unlikely that the girl was truly so devoted before. Could she have been pretending all along? Was she deliberately hiding another identity? Or perhaps she is the legendary healer from the Penglai Immortal Medicine Valley. Or maybe she is the divine healer from Penglai. I lean more towards her being a medicine person. According to legend, a single drop of her blood can cure all poisons, which matches what happened to him. However, the Penglai Medical Immortal Valley is at least 4 or 5,000 miles from Shu. The girl was born and raised in Qingshan village, Mianzhou, unless she was replaced somewhere along the way. This explains why she suddenly called that doctor her master and showed extraordinary talent in medicine. She was probably trying to hide her medical skills by pretending to learn from the doctor. But how did she secretly replace the original girl from the Fong family without anyone noticing? It's easy to change appearances with a mask, especially for the people from the Medical Immortal Valley. He himself is wearing one now. Replacing a person is simple, but mimicking all her actions and mannerisms is very difficult. He has been observing her interactions with the Fong family these past days. The Fong family treats her as usual, with no suspicion. Clearly, they don't know their treasured daughter has been replaced. Or maybe she was never replaced at all. For now, everything is just his guess and needs confirmation. He hopes she really is the medicine person, so the poison from the emperor's brother can be cured. Zhao Xingji waited a long time for the young prince to respond, but got no reply. He asked, "Young prince, you don't recognize that girl with the red beans and poison, do you? Are you upset with her?" Seeing that the young prince finally looked at him, Zhao Xingji said, "Young prince, do you think their family is laughing too happily?" He grew more annoyed. Why are they still smiling so happily on the way to escape? It's like they're going out for a picnic. Meanwhile, he can't go home and has to eat plain food outside. It's so frustrating. What are they eating? It looks so delicious. Zhao Hongjin glanced at Zhao Xingji and said calmly, "Are you a rat in the drain?" Zhao Xingji was furious when the young prince called him a rat in the sewer. His face turned red with anger, and he couldn't hold back. "Young prince, even if you are a prince, you can't say that to me." Zhao Xingji felt guilty, as if caught doing something wrong. The young prince, Zhao Hongzhen, was indifferent. You're not a rat in the sewer, so how come you get so jealous when you see others simply fleeing from danger?
You, they.
Zhao Xingji was not good with words. Only the young prince dared to speak to him like that, and he usually couldn't argue back. He could only stay silent and feel upset. He was afraid that if he spoke again, the prince might get even angrier and scold him. Still, he muttered quietly, annoyed. Humph, now everything is still fine, and you're already protecting them. Boys are so outgoing.
What did you say?
Zhao Hongzhen's question surprised Zhao Xingji so much he almost bumped into him. He quickly put on a flattering smile. How did he end up saying what was on his mind? Young prince, you must be too tired. You heard wrong. I didn't say anything. Are you hungry, young prince? I'll find something for you to eat. Don't call me young prince. If you cause trouble, I'll send you straight back to the capital. Zhao Xingji hurriedly sat up straight. Yes, sir. I will remember. Yes, it was his own choice to follow and pretend to be Zhao Hongzhen's servant. Zhao Hongzhen didn't bother with him. He took out a map of the Daba Mountains, pointing to a spot marked as a bandit hideout, and discussed plans with Chuan Bai about the number of men and locations. Let the caravan stop at the foot of the mountain tonight. The bandits are likely to attack in the middle of the night. You set up defenses here, and I'll lead some men around the back to attack their hideout from behind, surprise them from both sides. Try to capture the leader alive. By then, the team had resumed their journey and stopped in a mountain hollow before dark. Everyone was preparing food. Zhao Hongzhen asked Chuan Bai to quietly remind the caravan guards that they should stay close to the outer edge at night. If the bandits came from the front, the guards wouldn't have to face them directly, reducing unnecessary injuries. Chuan Bai received the order and told the caravan guards discreetly, but the guards were quite unhappy. However, he was only doing things for money. The head of the family asked those people to stay away from their caravan, and he had to follow the order. If anything in the caravan went missing, it would be his fault. Not only would he have to pay for the loss, but it would also damage the reputation of their escort agency. As a result, the members of the Duan family insisted on camping in the middle of the crowd. Why should our family be at the back? We are already deep in the mountains. There are wolves, tigers, and leopards here. If we wake up in the middle of the night and there's a wild animal, who will be responsible? We also paid silver. The money escort's nose almost twitched in anger. Next time, he definitely wouldn't be so kind as to bring people along casually. Ma'am, can you be reasonable? We have guards patrolling at night. Even at the outer edges, there are guards watching. If there are wolves or tigers, we will notice them immediately and protect you. There's no space left inside. Who should move out? I don't care. You can't bully our family just because we are fewer in number. Duan's mother was unwilling to let her family stay at the very edge. It was only evening, and they could hear faint sounds from the forest on the mountain. She was truly scared. Your family should stay farther away from us. Who knows if you have any contagious disease? Forcing your way into the crowd, do you have some hidden purpose? The wealthy man surnamed Wang saw that the Duan family was eyeing a small empty space next to their family, wanting to squeeze in. Before they could move, Mr. Wang ordered his servants to stop the Duan family. The Wang family's guards were strong and stood firmly, so the Duan family dared not push forward. In front of the Wang family was another wealthy family, further ahead was the caravan, and behind the Wang family was the Fong family. Seeing that the Wang family refused to let the Duan family pass, the Fong family members deliberately squeezed into the small space in front of them, keeping their distance from the Wang family.
It was truly disgusting.
The brothers of Fong Hanjiao certainly didn't want the Duan family to succeed. Their family was not easy to bully. They already disliked the Duan family, and now Fong Hanjiao had blocked them. Stop arguing with them. Let's step back a little and leave them there. Their family was at the very end. Doing something now with fewer people would make it harder for others to notice. The rice in the field is ripe again, and tonight the brothers need to go harvest it. Master Qian Biao saw that the Fong family was very easy to talk to, so he stopped the arguments among his team members and came to thank them. He also gave them a deer leg as a meal addition. The deer is a type of antelope, and its taste is similar to that of a deer. This deer was hunted by the people from the escort agency just now. There are 2 in total. In the Daba mountain range, I don't know much about other things, but there are plenty of wild animals. It's easy to catch a dozen wild rabbits at once. Of course, this is because our people are skilled at hunting. The Duan family went out twice but only dug up some wild vegetables. They didn't catch any rabbits, and they didn't even see any rabbit fur. Fong Laron is not someone who likes to take advantage of others, so even his 4 sons don't like to do that. He didn't take the deer leg from Master Qian Biao for free. Instead, he gave 2 plates of dried fish and took 2 wild rabbits. Oh, wow. These dried fish look really nice, smell good, and look delicious. I don't want the wild rabbits. We already caught some. We can't finish eating tonight, and the taste won't be good if we keep them until tomorrow. You can eat them at your own home. The children are still growing after all. Master Qian Biao spoke sincerely. Mrs. Chen also brought some dried bamboo shoots and a basket of wild vegetables. Then you can take these. They are dried vegetables and wild vegetables we dried ourselves. The bamboo shoots can be cooked with meat, and the wild vegetables can be blanched in meat broth. It's convenient and can also improve the flavor. Oh, I like that very much.
Thank you, Auntie.
Master Qian Biao and his team usually travel with their escort business. They only hunt when they are outside and rely on passing through villages to buy vegetables. They've never dug wild vegetables before because they don't know how. They happily took a basket of wild vegetables and dried bamboo shoots back to their team. Soon, each household started to smell various kinds of meat, except for the Duan family. Kong Wang's illegitimate son was arguing with the Duan family members about wanting meat. When they ignored him, he suddenly changed his tone to a commanding one. Duan Zaishang, go get me some meat to eat. How your days will be in the future depends on how you serve me now. You better think this through. As soon as Kong Wang's illegitimate son finished speaking, he suddenly felt itchy all over his body. He looked at the Duan family members in horror. Why am I itchy again? Don't tell me you really have contagious diseases? You're just a kid. What nonsense are you talking? It's definitely just mosquito bites again. That day, you knew that the doctor had already checked and said there was no contagious disease. You wanted to eat meat, so I went to get some for you. The illegitimate son of King Kong heard there was meat to eat, and since the family had previously been told by the doctor that there was no venereal disease, he believed what Madame Duan said. While scratching his itch, he urged Madame Duan, "Hurry up and go. I want to eat that deer leg meat." The deer leg meat from the Fong family was simmering in the pot, smelling so good that it made the child drool. Even Duan Zishang and Duan father couldn't resist the tempting aroma. Since Duan Zishang broke off the engagement with Fong Hanjiao, almost 2 months have passed. The only time Duan mother killed the last chicken at home was on the day Duan Zishang's leg was broken. That day, only Duan Zishang ate, while the others just drank some chicken soup diluted with a lot of water. A few days ago, they ate some meat in the meat buns in Jizhou, but it didn't satisfy their craving. Recently, they've been craving meat even more, especially with the smell of meat from the Fong family nearby, and the Wang family also spending money to buy deer meat from the escort agency, which was roasted and smelled even more tempting. The aroma from both sides was overwhelming. If the Duan family members weren't so itchy and uncomfortable right now, they'd really want to snatch some meat to eat. Madame Duan kept scratching her itch and headed straight to the money escort agency. Passing by others, they saw her scratching her head and her bottom, so everyone kept their distance. Before leaving Jizhou, the doctor had indeed diagnosed that the Duan family had no contagious disease. But these days, seeing them constantly scratching like monkeys, it looked like they might have a contagious illness. On the way, Fong Hanjiao also paid attention. If anyone from the Duan family had contact with others, they would secretly add a few drops of spiritual spring water into their drinks at night to prevent infection. The money escort saw Madame Duan staring straight at him and felt nervous. His instincts told him something was wrong. He was about to step back and avoid her, but Madame Duan seemed to notice his intention. She scratched her itch and ran faster. When she reached the money escort, she reached out to try to grab his sleeve. Seeing her nails full of dirt, possibly with blood streaks and skin flakes, he was disgusted and took a big step back, avoiding her completely. "Madam, if you have something to say, just stand there and speak." Madame Duan saw that the escort had figured out her intentions, so she didn't move forward. She chuckled and said, "The thing is, you asked us to stay at the back of the line, right?" We agreed. The bodyguard thought that this family's way of thinking was truly unusual, almost abnormal. He was about to say that they didn't need to stay at the back anymore, but then Mother Duan suddenly said something even more shocking. "Let our family stay at the end of the line, but there's one condition. You must give us a deer leg." After saying that, Mother Duan looked at the bodyguard, who was skinning a deer. She picked out the biggest deer leg, thinking it was enough for her family to have a big meal. They wouldn't finish it all, so the leftovers could be breakfast the next morning. "I don't want anything else, just this one deer leg." "I'll take it myself," she said, reaching out to grab it. But the person skinning the deer pushed her hand away with the handle of his knife. He was a hot-tempered man and stood up angrily, glaring fiercely. "Old lady, do you need to be so bold? We were just discussing with your family nicely. You pretended not to understand and kept arguing about not wanting to stay at the back. Now you see our boss giving a deer leg to the Duan family, and you come to snatch it? Do you think you're bandits? If you don't stop being so rude, I swear I'll kick your family out of the group." Hearing this, Mother Duan was so scared she kept stepping back, especially when she saw the blood-stained skinning knife in his hand. It felt like he might attack her at any moment. But when she heard they might be kicked out, she was genuinely afraid it was true. If that happened, her family wouldn't have any way to survive in these mountains. Seeing everyone around watching, she suddenly sat down on the ground, crying loudly. "Why do you want to kick us out? We paid money too. We haven't eaten meat in a long time. Why can you give the Duan family, but not us? That's so unfair. Stop talking nonsense. Who's as shameless as your family? You only paid 200 coins per person. Our boss was kind enough to take you along, but we didn't expect your family to be so ungrateful, acting like fools. You're taking everyone for fools. I'll double the payment, 400 coins per person. Your family must leave our group immediately. We're giving you the road ahead for free for the next 2 days. Having your family join us just ruins our reputation as bodyguards." Master Qian Biao believed his brother's words were very reasonable. He stayed silent and watched Mother Duan cry and make a fuss on the ground. The more you argued with such a person, the more they enjoyed it. He was also considering the possibility of doubling, tripling, or even quadrupling the silver money owed by the Duan family. Seeing his own father being disturbed by the noise, Chuan Bai approached with a stern face. "Here are 2 choices. First, shut up and obediently go back to your own team, and don't cause any more trouble. Second, you and your family will be thrown onto the mountain to feed the wolves." Mother Duan looked at the several bodyguards who were glaring at her and shivered when she met Chuan Bai's gaze. She quickly scrambled to her feet. "1. I choose 1. I choose 1. Over at the caravan, Zhao Xingji was eating tasteless dried meat. Watching Mother Duan's drama, he found it quite entertaining. He wanted to say a few words to the young master, but after finishing his meal, the young master returned to the carriage. Mother Duan didn't get the meat back. The illegitimate son of King Kong caused another fuss, but no one paid attention to their family anymore because it was getting dark. At first, there was faint moonlight, but as the night deepened, the already dim moon was covered by thick clouds, making it impossible to see anything. It felt like a storm was coming. Fong Hanjiao could see what was nearby, but her family was already asleep. She quietly moved to the edge, where her grandfather, father, and brothers were sleeping. Almost as soon as she arrived, Fong Luran and Fong Yuyi woke up. In the next moment, 3 generations of the family entered the space. "Jiao Jiao, you should go outside. If something happens, you can help us get out quickly." Seeing her granddaughter come in, Fong Luran tried to send her out. The work inside the space was for the men to do. There was no need for a young girl like her to work. During this time, she had been going out every day to pick wild vegetables and herbs. Her hands were calloused, and her grandfather looked at her with concern. Her father and 3 brothers nodded vigorously. Yes, you should go outside. I feel this valley isn't very safe. If anything happens, you need to get us out quickly. Fong Hanjiao nodded. Okay, then help feed the chickens, ducks, and fish. Fong Huaishu patted his chest to promise. I'll take responsibility for that. I have been traveling these days, especially when traveling with the caravan. Fong Hanjiao didn't dare to enter her space easily. She only fed the chickens and ducks when she went out, taking advantage of the opportunity to hide from her grandmother. After quickly feeding the animals in her space, she would come out again. The animals inside her space would make noise and call out when they saw someone approaching. Fong Huaisu went to get feed to feed the animals, while the other 4 people were already cutting rice with sickles. Just as Fong Hanjiu stepped out of her space and was about to return to her spot to sleep, she suddenly noticed that the guards who had been patrolling in the distance were now quickly gathering near the caravan. What surprised her even more was that many people were also quickly and orderly coming out of the wagons. Because they were a bit far away and it was dark, she couldn't see exactly how many there were. She only saw these people quickly forming 2 lines, silent and without a sound. Coincidentally, at that moment, some clouds were blown away by the wind, revealing a bit of moonlight, but it was soon covered again by thicker clouds. In that brief moment, Fong Hanjiao saw that everyone was holding large knives that shimmered with a cold light, which made her feel very scared. Seeing this situation, Fong Hanjiao gasped in fear. Could they be mountain bandits? She immediately dismissed the idea. If they were bandits, then these people would have already been wiped out or were in the process of being attacked. Could it be that these people discovered the bandits? She was thinking about whether to wake up her little uncles or let her father and others out first, but she was also worried about disturbing those people. Then something even stranger happened. She saw that the large boxes in the caravan all opened quietly at the same time, and 4 people jumped out of each box. Because she was closer, she saw clearly. Fong Hanjiao almost screamed. That caravan wasn't really a caravan. Inside the boxes were all people. She felt both scared and curious about what those people were doing. She saw a large group of people ahead, suddenly splitting into 2 teams. One team went up the mountain from the side, and the other quickly disappeared at the mountain pass ahead. Fong Hanjiao decided to wake her mother and grandmother first, to prevent any sudden emergencies and to call the others. She wanted to go into her space to tell her grandfather what was happening outside. She wondered whether her family should take the chance to leave the group or just leave on their own. Just as she was about to move, suddenly a shadow flashed in front of her. Fong Hanjiao instinctively took out a kitchen knife and held it tightly. She wanted to shout for her family to wake up, but she found she couldn't speak or move. Her chest felt tight and painful. She was very scared but tried to stay calm. She quickly moved spiritual spring water into her mouth. Even if she couldn't swallow it, having it in her mouth was helpful. Yesterday, she heard her master and senior sister say that for people with heart problems, holding medicine under the tongue works faster and better than swallowing it directly. Soon, she found she could move and speak again. She quickly swallowed the spiritual spring water and shouted, "There are bandits." Zhao Hongjin was startled by her voice. Seeing that the sleeping people woke up, he also got up quickly and headed toward the bandit hideout. He only wanted to test Fong Hanjiao's background. As he suspected, she was not simple. She easily broke through his trap to stop her from practicing the way. Even Chuan Bai couldn't do that in half an hour. It was good that the others woke up too. Since everyone went to fight the bandits, no one was on patrol. If wild animals had come in and everyone was still asleep, it would be dangerous. Fong Hanjiao watched as the person in black suddenly appeared and then disappeared. If she hadn't remembered how she couldn't move or speak just now, she might have thought she was seeing things. Her body was very healthy. She definitely didn't have a heart problem. Even if she did, she had been drinking spiritual spring water and eating from the space for over a month, so she was already healed. She was sure she was only immobilized and unable to speak because someone had pressed her acupoint. But why did that person press her acupoint and then leave? With his unpredictable skills, Killing someone would be easy. If he was a bandit, there was no need to press her acupoint. She couldn't figure it out and didn't have time to think. After confirming she couldn't see that person's trace, she quickly released her grandfather, father, and brothers when her family woke up and found they were missing. The 5 of them were busy harvesting rice when they were suddenly released. They still held sickles, and Fong Luoran and Fong Qingming each held a heavy handful of rice in one hand. Suddenly, the scene shifted from a visible place to a dark, black area. The 5 of them reacted immediately. They understood there was a serious situation outside. Then they heard Fong Hanjiao say again, "There are bandits." The 5 people quickly surrounded Fong Hanjiao in the middle. Fong Luoran and Fong Qingming even reached out with their hands holding rice towards Fong Hanjiao. Fong Hanjiao immediately stored both bundles of rice in her space, and the sickle was taken away from them. If there really were bandits, these would be excellent weapons. Her father and the others had sharpened their sickles to a very fine edge inside the space. Fong Guyu, should we light a fire? The dark night meant bandits were coming, but no one knew where they were or which direction they were heading, so they might accidentally hurt their own people. Fong Hanjiao hurriedly stopped them. Don't light it yet. It might make us a target. Fong Luoran, gather around our ox cart. Qingming and Guyu, go see if Mr. Qin's family has woken up. Fong Qingming, okay. Fong Guyu, good. Everyone, stay close together, back to back, with the women and children in the middle. Fortunately, before sleeping, everyone remembered where they were supposed to sleep, so even in the dark, it was easy to find each other. Many of those sleeping had already been woken up by Fong Hanjiao, but now the noise from the men of the Fong family had woken even more people. Get up quickly. Bandits are coming. Fong Huaisu thought that since everyone was awake, they could distract the bandits a little. In life and death situations, only the living can survive, so if he lived, he would get a lot of paper money when they reached Fangzhou. Fong Huaisu didn't dare shout inside his own team, afraid his voice might be mistaken for a target by the bandits. So he ran around the entire group shouting loudly. Everyone was awakened by his loud voice, and hearing about the bandits, they were all panic-stricken. The women from the 2 wealthy families were even crying openly, clutching their husbands and shouting, "What do we do? Husband, what do we do? I don't want to die, and I definitely don't want to be a hostage's wife." Sob sob. Where are the bodyguards? Yes. We paid silver to have them protect us. Now, we need those bodyguards to come and protect us. The Wang family woman was also very scared. She protected the woman in her arms with one hand and lifted the car curtain slightly with the other, shouting loudly outside the carriage. The scene was chaotic and disorderly. However, the Fong family and Mr. Qin's family were the first to gather together. The men all stood back to back, forming a large circle, with women and children inside. The Chen family and 3 pregnant women, along with 10 children including Fong Jingchun, were on the carriage. When the 3 pregnant women heard Fong Hanjiao's voice, they woke up immediately. The first thing they did was quickly check if all the children were accounted for. Without making a sound, they stayed quietly on the carriage and reached for weapons hidden under the carriage deck, such as hammers, axes, and scissors, for self-defense. The Fong family had already prepared for the possibility of encountering bandits in the Daba mountain area. As soon as they heard the word bandits, everyone woke up at once. The women and children in the family were just as frightened, but they acted calmly and gathered together as they had practiced many times before. "Don't be afraid, sister. I will protect you all," Qin Tiandong said, trying to keep his voice steady. Fong Hanjiao whispered, "Shuh. Stay quiet. Let the Duan family go first." She had already told her grandfather and brothers about the strange things she saw. Now, the whole family knew that if there really were bandits, they wouldn't be able to escape, no matter which way they ran. But staying silent was the best way to avoid attracting the bandits' attention. The Duan family was the last to wake up. They heard the commotion from the 2 wealthy families talking about bandits and were frightened. They immediately rushed toward the wealthy family's direction. When Wang's family had just lit their torches, a bandit charged toward them. Without hesitation, they kicked at him, ready to fight, as they had no weapons in hand. It was clear they intended to attack. "Spare us, Bandit King. We have no money. Lord Wang and Lord Liu are rich families. They have money and valuable things on their carriages. Please don't kill us," they begged. Duan's father, who had been kicked down, quickly got up, knelt, and desperately kowtowed, hoping the bandits would spare him so they could loot the wealthy families instead. With the torches shining brightly, the scene suddenly fell silent. Duan Zishang noticed something was wrong and hurried forward to help his father up. "Dad, it's not bandits. Get up quickly." Soon, more torches from Lord Liu's and Lord Wang's families lit up. Even the Fong family, who hadn't planned to light torches, saw that only their 4 families were illuminated, and the surrounding area seemed empty except for them. They also lit their torches. "Who said there are bandits? Who spread that rumor? Where are the bandits?" Lord Wang saw that everyone was gathered in his camp. He didn't see any bandits, nor did he see the guards who had been around the caravan before. "Why is no one patrolling? It seems like only our families are here. Why is the caravan so quiet? Not a single sound? With all this noise on our side, they haven't heard anything? Are they sleeping so deeply? Could there really be bandits? Have they already taken care of them?" The Liu and Wang families, closest to the caravan, were told, "Go, check what's happening up front." Both Lord Liu and Lord Wang sent 2 servants ahead to see what was going on with the caravan. It was strange that they were so loud here, yet there was no sound from the other side, as if everyone there had vanished. Thinking about this, they all shivered. Even if everyone was dead, there should be bodies. The ground was spotless, with no bloodstains at all. But those who noticed this found it even more frightening. A few servants, sent by their masters to check, trembled as they held torches and slowly moved forward. They finally reached the front, no matter how slowly. The 2 leading servants saw that the large boxes in the caravan had their lids lifted, and they were empty inside. They sighed in relief, afraid they would see bodies lying inside. With the torches, they could see more clearly. All the boxes were open, and they were empty. "There's nothing here. Let's check the wagons." The 4 servants encouraged each other and decided to look inside the wagons. But even though the caravan was once full of people, now it was silent and still, which made them very scared. The first servant quietly called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" After a while, no one answered. One of them quickly lifted the wagon curtain with a torch and stick. "Sorry to bother you."
Ha!
No one's inside. They checked all the wagons, about a dozen, and found they were all empty. One brave servant, not believing it, went further ahead and searched every wagon compartment, but saw no one. Could it be haunted? One of them kept thinking, maybe the ghosts took the caravan away? The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became that this was the case. Before going to bed, everything was fine. They even saw the guards patrolling around, and the merchants came out to eat dinner outside. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the merchants and guards disappeared completely. No shadows, no one in sight. So many people vanished all at once, which was really frightening. When he said that, the other 3 also felt their hair stand on end. They all ran in their own directions at the same time. One of them dropped his torch and didn't have time to pick it up. They didn't dare look back. "Master, no one is here. Not a single person." The people from the Fong family also heard the servants say this. When the servants raised their torches, they clearly saw the merchant team. There was not a single shadow or figure. However, they also listened to Fong Hanjia's account of what she saw and found it very strange. "Where did those people go? Did you really see mountain bandits earlier, sister?" Fong Huaisu and the others had just been released from the space after a short time, so they knew only a little more than others. They didn't agree with what Fong Hanjia said, but right now it all seemed very odd. If mountain bandits had attacked the convoy, there should be some clues left behind, right? They had quietly checked the ground from the side just now, but there were no footprints at all. It was really terrifying. If it was truly mountain bandits, the scene didn't look like something bandits would do. Maybe those so-called bandits were just using the name to hide their true identities. Fong Hanjiao was also unsure. I really saw all the guards from the escort agency and the merchant team split into two groups and left. I didn't see any mountain bandits. She only shouted out because she was frightened. She didn't dare tell her family that she had been tied up earlier, worried they would be worried. And now, with so many people around, she couldn't explain how she broke free from the tie or how she knew she had been tied up. Her main reason for shouting about bandits was because she was tied up by someone whose face she hadn't seen. If she didn't wake everyone up, she didn't know what might happen to her. Maybe she'd be kidnapped or worse. No matter if that person was really a bandit or someone else, if they wanted to hurt her or do something, they could have easily killed or kidnapped her the moment they tied her up. But that person didn't hurt her. So, why did they tie her up? Could it be that they intentionally appeared to scare us because they saw us watching? Maybe they wanted us to stay silent? That makes sense now. Should our family leave now? Fong Lichuan thinks the situation is unclear and quite strange. It's better for us to leave this group early, to avoid real bandits. If we stay, we might not have time to run if danger comes. Fong Yid interrupts his nephew. It's better to wait here. According to Jiao Jiao, those people might have gone to fight the bandits. If not, we can't escape the bandits' pursuit by leaving now. Going back is unrealistic. We have to cross the mountain. Moving forward alone is even more dangerous. We should wait here and see what happens tomorrow morning. If they want to fight the bandits, someone should return by then. If no one comes back, the bandits will come to take us soon. We can find a safe place nearby to hide for now. I think Uncle Four is right. The so-called trading caravan might not be real. They could be using the name to hide people and deceive others, just to fight the bandits. Jiao Jiao listens to Uncle Four's analysis and connects everything. The family agrees it makes sense. They quickly gather their most important belongings and quietly go up the mountain from the back to find a hidden spot. Their goal is to prevent the bandits from succeeding in their attack and then turning around to rob them. If that happens, they won't be able to escape. Out of kindness, they quietly tell Lu Wang and his family about their plan to hide, but they won't interfere. They should hide separately, not all together, to avoid being a big target. As for the Duan family, they don't tell them anything. Before leaving, Jiao Jiao even sprinkles some tickle powder on them. The Duan family members scratch their heads and look confused, not noticing that Lu Wang and Fong San's torches have gone out. When they realize it, only 5 of them and the ox carts are left in the valley. Ghost! Ghost! Duan's mother screams and trembles in fear. Even if they are not hiding, those bandits probably wouldn't expect that these people are actually undercover agents pretending to be bandits. At this moment, Fong Hanjiao has already asked her grandmother and others to help cover for her, taking her grandfather, father, and 7th brother into the space. Since the sky is dark and they are hidden, others can't see them, so no one notices they've disappeared. They are not gathering grain now, but are busy making itching powder to defend themselves. This helps prevent the bandits from finding them and allows some chance for self-rescue. The bandits probably wouldn't expect them to use powder as a weapon. As long as they can distract the enemy even a little, they have a good chance to fight back and win. Fong Hanjiao has already told her parents and others that if bandits come, she will be the first to send her nephews into the space to keep them safe. Even her 3 pregnant sisters-in-law are willing to try. Fong Lurong and Chen Shi didn't say much, and even Xiao Shi nodded in agreement. When life is at risk, she still hopes her daughter has family with her. Otherwise, if she's alone, how can she survive? Of course, this is the worst-case plan. Fong Hanjiao also thinks the itching powder isn't enough. She took out a lot of Sichuan peppercorns they previously harvested and ground them into powder. Basically, anything that can hurt the enemy she made. Inside the space, the 3 of them were sneezing from the pepper dust, tears, and runny noses non-stop. Finally, they covered their faces with cloths to continue. They didn't want to call more people in to help because her 3rd and 5th brothers both have children. Especially 5th sister-in-law, who is pregnant. If 5th brother isn't with her, she would be very worried, and Fong Mingqiu also needs to take care of her. So only the 4 of them, the grandparents and grandchildren, entered. This Sichuan pepper is really 10 times stronger than outside. Things that are usually delicious are now being used as weapons. Such a waste. Fong Hui-su said as he ground the powder. Fong Yui rolled his eyes at his son. What's the waste? If it can save lives, isn't it worth it? Life is more important than food, Fong Hui-su replied decisively. The four of them kept grinding the powder until late at night. If they hadn't been drinking spiritual spring water to keep going, they wouldn't have lasted. When they finished, they saw that the others at home, especially the children and a few sisters-in-law who had been worried, were now sleeping peacefully. When they appeared, the Chen family, the Chiu family, and Fong Qingming and Fong Guyu all noticed them. Fong Hanjiao and the others patted each other's hands, showing they were ready, and the family finally felt more at ease. However, they waited until dawn but saw no sign of bandits coming, nor heard any sounds. Only when the sun rose did they notice noisy sounds coming from the valley, but it didn't seem like bandits. Fong Qingming and Fong Lichuan quietly went to investigate. They saw that it wasn't many people inside the valley, and none looked like bandits. Especially, half of them were bodyguards. It was clear these people had gone to fight the bandits, and it seemed they had succeeded. Zhao Hongjin returned successfully after dealing with the bandits, but he found that the Fong family members and the two wealthy Liu family members were missing. Only the Duan family was still there. But the Duan family looked very frightened, trembling and huddled together. He coldly asked the trembling Duan family members on the ground, "Where did the others go? Please don't hurt us, don't hurt us. We have no money or silver. Please don't kill us, sob sob." Hearing a noise on the mountainside, Chuanbai thought it was leftover bandits. He threw a dagger, and a servant from the Wang family, who came to check, was so scared he knelt down with a thud. "Please spare me, sir. Spare me. I am a servant of the Wang family." The servant knelt just in time. The dagger brushed past his scalp, cutting off his top knot, leaving his hair uneven and somewhat funny. Suddenly, a foul smell of urine came from the servant, indicating he was so scared he peed himself. The servant was trembling all over because he had almost been killed, just a little more, and it would have been over. Could he not be afraid? Could he not have peed himself? Fortunately, he recognized Chuanbai as one of the bodyguards right away. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the dagger would have hit his face. Chuanbai also moved his hand slightly away the moment he saw the Wang family servant. Otherwise, the dagger might have hit him. "Quick, come down. Do you know where the others went?" The servant, still shaken, nodded quickly. Yes. They are hiding in the mountains." Chuanbai wondered if some bandits had escaped and come back. The Wang family servant stammered, explaining that they had been disturbed by shouts of bandits during the night. When they woke up, the caravan and bodyguards seemed to have vanished, as if they had evaporated. They were afraid that bandits were causing trouble, so they all went up the mountain to find hiding places. It was only after hearing their voices now that they came to check. Fong Yid saw Chuanbai and the escort master, knowing that the caravan and the guards had all returned. It should be said that everyone involved in the anti-bandit operation had come back. Most of these people had bloodstains on them, enough to show what they did last night. He was about to go down first to ask about the situation. Before leaving, he told Fong Lichuan, "You wait here first. When I wave to you, go up the mountain and call everyone down. If the situation looks bad, I will signal you to leave quickly and hide. Make sure your family doesn't act rashly." Fong Lichuan didn't want his uncle to take risks. "Little uncle, maybe I should go down instead." If something happened to him, the grandparents, who were old, couldn't handle it. Also, the youngest brother was still very small, and losing their mother was enough. Losing their father would be too much. Fong Yud, with a commanding presence, said firmly, "Do what I tell you. Don't be stupid and endanger the family. Even if something does happen, I can handle it. Just listen to me." Although Fong Lichuan was only 4 years younger than Fong Yud, the authority of an elder was very real. Not long after Fong Yud went down, Fong Lichuan suddenly saw 2 more people beside him. He almost shouted out loud. It was his 7th brother bringing their sister. He wished he could hit his 7th brother right now. He whispered, "Why did you bring your sister along?" "Big brother, I insisted on coming." "What's the situation below?" Fong Hanjiao came over because she was worried about bandits in the mountain valley and feared danger for her little uncle and older brother. If necessary, she would take her little uncle and older brother into the space. No one in their family could be left out. Just as she was about to say something, she saw her little uncle waving. That meant it was safe below, and their family could return. Later, we'll settle the score. Hurry and call everyone down. The people below have returned from fighting the bandits. After everyone came down the mountain, the still shaken family members of the Duan family realized that those who had gone missing last night had all come down from the mountain. Duan Zishang suddenly understood. They had all gone up the mountain to hide last night. He was also angry. So, you all went up the mountain last night. Why didn't you call us? Dr. Qin frowned and looked at the family. May I check your pulses? He looked at the family as if they had contracted a contagious disease. If that were true, everyone in the family would have to stay away from them. Duan Zishang's previously high spirits suddenly faded, and he felt anxious inside. Now it was over. The ointment they used to cover the marks was gone after last night's scratching, and because they were afraid, they didn't reapply it. When Dr. Qin spoke, people nearby also noticed the family's skin marks. Some who had seen the marks before looked shocked and stepped back quickly. They have these marks, which are contagious. Stay away from them. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly explained, No, I don't have those marks. Really, I don't. Please, doctor, check my pulse. Manhwa understood her brother's look and stepped forward to ask Dr. Qin to check her pulse. She didn't have the marks, so she wasn't afraid of the doctor examining her. As long as it's confirmed she's healthy, the family can pretend they're fine. Manhwa also pulled King Kang's illegitimate son and said, We really don't have those marks. It's just that we got wet in the rain, which caused some dampness and bad air. Plus, we've been bitten by mosquitoes a lot lately and we scratched ourselves badly, so that's why. This was a story they had all agreed on beforehand. Dr. Qin looked at Manhwa and King Kang's illegitimate son and saw they didn't have the marks. But the 4 others clearly did. Still, to be sure, he needed to check their pulses and examine the marks more carefully. He didn't bother to check Manhwa's outstretched hand, nor did he pay attention to King Kang's illegitimate son. You two are different from them. Your scratches are just from scratching, but theirs are the real marks. Dr. Qin looked at Duan Zishang and said. Duan Zishang was annoyed by the doctor's stare. I know you've never liked the Duan family, but we already had a doctor in Jizhou examine us. We don't have those marks. I know you're close to the Fong family and even took Fong Hanjiao as your apprentice, but just because she's your student doesn't mean you can falsely accuse us to vent your anger. Dr. Qin didn't expect Duan Zishang to argue so stubbornly. But he didn't argue back. With 20 years of medical experience, he was sure that you and your parents and brother all had the marks. Your family spots have been scratched open and are bleeding. It's better to stay away from others to prevent spreading trouble. Right now, your family is covered in blood from scratching, making it easy to infect others. Dr. Qin is tired of arguing with Duan Zhe. Since they won't cooperate, there's no need to show them respect. Nothing is more important than keeping our people safe. It's clear that the Duan family knows they have a contagious disease, but still stay among the crowd. They don't seem to care about infecting others and have bad intentions. You, a careless doctor, are talking nonsense. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Why are you so mean? You just can't stand us doing well. What did our family do to offend you? Why are you spreading dirt on us? Duan's mother tries to attack Dr. Qin. Fong Hanjiao and her brothers block her with sticks. If your Duan family dares to come closer, I'll beat you to death. Qin Tiandong also holds a long stick, warning Duan's mother. Everyone has sticks, used for late-night mountain patrols or guarding against snakes. It's common in this season, and now they're useful for keeping people away. Duan's mother has bad intentions, hoping to infect Qin's family, so they can't be proud anymore. But these people don't follow the usual rules, and now they're even hitting her harshly. Someone's being hurt. Someone's being hurt. No matter how loud Duan's mother screams, no one comes to help her. Dr. Qin has been gathering herbs all along. Everyone sees this, especially one of the guards who was treated by him. They trust his medical skills more. He may not be a miracle doctor, but his skills are good enough. When he speaks, everyone believes him. They all resent the Duan family, especially the Wang and Liu families, who remember how the Duan family used to squeeze in with them. Now, they even want to hurt them. Dr. Qin, we've been traveling with them lately.
Could we get infected?
As long as you haven't had close contact with the Duan family or touched their blood, you should be fine. If you're worried, you can wash with mugwort water. They decide to keep their distance from everyone on the road, just in case. The Liu and Wang families immediately remembered whether they had close contact with the Duan family, but the women from both families refused to stay. Send them away. Yes, people so dirty and sick, they can't stay with us anymore. Now, not only the women refused to travel with the Duan family, but even the guards were worried about catching the illness. The money guard stepped forward, took a silver ingot, and placed it into an empty bag. He used a stick to carry it to the Duan family. This is your silver. The rest is compensation. You really can't travel with us anymore. Please leave on your own. No, I don't agree.
Why not?
Just because you say we can't travel together, we won't? Duan's mother really wanted to take the bag, which contained a silver ingot worth 5 taels. But she was afraid that if she took it, she wouldn't be able to stay with the guards anymore. In this wild mountain area, how could their family cross the mountains alone? They absolutely couldn't leave the group. The other members of the Duan family felt the same and didn't say anything or accept the silver. Kong Wang's illegitimate son was about 10 years old. Although he wasn't very mature, he knew about contagious diseases. When Dr. Qin mentioned it, he looked at the Duan family with fear. He hurried over to Dr. Qin, but was stopped by several sticks. Doctor, check my pulse. I hope I haven't been infected. The illegitimate son of Kong Wang raised a sleeve and stretched out his arm to Dr. Qin, begging him to check his pulse. Dr. Qin didn't check his pulse, but, seeing he was just a child, kindly said a few words. You haven't been in contact with the Duan family for long. Even if you're infected now, it won't be serious. For safety, it's better if you stay away from the Duan family. No, you can't leave us. We saved you. Otherwise, who knows where you'd be now? Duan's mother, hearing Dr. Qin tell Kong Wang's illegitimate son to leave, quickly stepped forward and held his hand. He was saved by their family, and they couldn't let others take credit. Besides, this boy kept saying his father was a powerful person in the capital, and their family was counting on that to rise in status.
Don't touch me.
I won't stay with your family. You all are sick, and I won't be with you. King Kang's illegitimate son directly pushed away Madame Duan, looked at the Liu royal family, and finally focused on the Fong family. Take me to the capital. If you are willing to take me, I will surely bring you wealth and honor, whatever you want. Fong Hanjiao knew that the boy was not lying. No need. Now, she could have killed him but chose to hold back, which was her greatest mercy. Drive them away. Zhao Hongjin glanced at King Kang's illegitimate son and ordered, 2 people, go and get the family with big knives. They almost peed their pants when they saw the shining blades. Suddenly, a bald monk stepped forward. Amitabha, I am compassionate. Perhaps I can cure their illness. Zhao Hongjin looked back at the monk. Is what this master says true? This monk was rescued from a bandit hideout. He had been with them all the way, but hadn't spoken a word. If someone hadn't said that he had saved many people kidnapped by mountain bandits, he would have thought the monk was one of them. Because the monk was living very well in the bandit hideout, with people taking care of him. I know a little medicine. Maybe I can try, the monk said. There's a saying, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I cannot stand by and do nothing. He was speaking directly to Zhao Hongjin. He knew everyone was listening to him. Everyone else was surprised when they saw the monk. Because the monk was very handsome. Even though he was bald, his good looks couldn't be hidden. Fong Hanjiao thought this monk was as handsome as the Jin King she had met before. Even in plain gray monk robes, he looked more attractive, making him seem even more charming. This made Fong Hanjiao think of the famous 4 great beauties in the capital in her past life. Besides the Jin King, the Crown Prince, and the Carefree Prince, the 4th was a monk. She wondered who was more handsome, this monk or that beautiful monk? Not only Fong Hanjiao was thinking this. As soon as the monk appeared, everyone's eyes turned to him with surprise. The monk seemed used to being watched by many people, appearing calm and unbothered. However, he kept looking at Zhao Hongjin, waiting for his answer. You are a monk, not my person. Whether you help or not is your own choice, Zhao Hongjin said, then signaled to Chuanbai and got into the carriage. Chuanbai saw his master get on the carriage and immediately shouted, "Let's go." The Fong family members passed by without stopping. Some chose to be kind and help, while others hurried to catch up with the group. Inside, Fong Hanjiao thought to herself, if that monk really can cure the Duan family, then their luck is truly good. When they passed the Duan family, she sprinkled some itching powder and now added Sichuan pepper powder. She wanted to see if the monk could really heal the Duan family and if they could be as prosperous as before. What she didn't see was that, while she was sprinkling the powder, the monk looked at her, clearly noticing what she was doing, but he said nothing. The wealthy Lu Wang families also followed the group. The Duan family thought they could continue with the group, so they happily followed, but were stopped by two men with knives. The monk was about to speak, but Chuanbai said directly, "Monk, helping people is your choice, but you can't let others risk their lives with you. You can follow that family and help them heal their illness before leaving together. Anyway, the bandits have been eliminated, so there's no danger now." After saying this, Chuanbai saw the group walk away and quickly followed. The monk hadn't said anything yet when Duan Mu and King Kang's illegitimate son hugged him, begging, "Bodhisattva, please help us. Please cure us." The monk clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha, I will do my best to help you." Seeing the group had already gone far, the monk shook his head helplessly. "It's better for all of you to leave this place first. I also need to find some herbs." Duan Zishang saw that the monk wasn't afraid of their illnesses and looked confident, which made him excited. "Can you really cure us?" The group traveled all day without stopping for rest until night, when they camped at a flat place near a water source. Fong Hanjiao's family had just started boiling water when Chuanbai approached from ahead. "This doctor, my young master, was injured while fighting bandits.
Please go and see him."
Payment for the consultation is not a problem. Even if it wasn't for the bandit fight, they would need to follow someone to safely cross the Daba Mountains. Dr. Qin would go to see him. He told his wife and then followed Chuanbai. Fong Hanjiao and Qin Jihuan also followed behind. When they reached the carriage, they saw Chuanbai didn't stop them, so they also approached the carriage. They didn't get inside but waited at the door, ready for Dr. Qin's instructions. Zhao Xingji asked Fong Hanjiao, "Miss, aren't you going to help inside?" Fong Hanjiao always felt that this person's gaze was strange, so she replied, "Master didn't call for me. If needed, he will call." Zhao Xingji nodded. "I didn't expect a young girl like you to know medical skills." Fong Hanjiao didn't want to explain or say anything. She just smiled and stayed silent. Qin Jihuan saw that this person looked at her sister with bad intentions, so she stepped forward and blocked her sister from view. Seeing Qin Jihuan's fierce look, Zhao Xingji's eyebrows twitched. He was about to say something when Dr. Qin inside the carriage frowned while checking the pulse. "Jihuan, go get the silver needles." Qin Jihuan agreed and was about to pull her sister to avoid being bullied by someone who looked untrustworthy. But unexpectedly, Dr. Qin told Fong Hanjiao to get inside the carriage. Fong Hanjiao nodded to her sister and entered the carriage. Dr. Qin said that Fong Hanjiao was allowed in with Zhao Hongjin's approval. As soon as she got inside, he said, "Check the pulse." This was a rare good opportunity, and she couldn't miss it. When Jihuan arrived, she would also have her check the pulse. Fong Hanjiao followed her master's instructions and checked the pulse. Just as her fingers touched the wrist, she felt the other person look at her. She looked up and met their deep, abyss-like gaze. She quickly lowered her eyes. That person's eyes were a little frightening. She hurriedly looked down and focused on feeling the pulse. Zhao Hongjin, however, didn't feel awkward about being caught. Instead, he kept watching Fong Hanjiao and quietly observed her expression. If she was from the immortal Dr. Valley, she might recognize him by checking the pulse. After all, They had been so close and spent so much time together last time. She should know a little about his condition. Plus, he had drunk her blood, so she should be able to notice that too. Therefore, he paid close attention to any change in her expression. Fong Hanjiao has been studying medicine seriously these days. When she took the pulse, she really wanted to complain. Does this person's pulse really match her own? If it does, then just being alive is a miracle. She thought her master was asking her, so she quickly answered, "The pulse is reversed, sometimes weak and floating, as if poison has entered the heart." Such a pulse shouldn't be compatible with someone still alive. After she finished speaking, she realized her master wasn't the one asking, but she had already spoken. She couldn't take it back. "I'm still new to this, so I must have read it wrong. Don't listen to my nonsense." Zhao Hongjin saw no sign of doubt on Fong Hanjiao's face. "Miss, don't you think I look familiar?" Fong Hanjiao. Huh? She genuinely thought this person's strange words were odd. Could he be trying to flirt with her? Although she wasn't ugly, she didn't think she was the type everyone wanted to flirt with. Dr. Qin looked unhappy. Go get the medicine bag for the master. How dare he use such a common excuse to flirt with his precious disciple? After hearing her master, Fong Hanjiao got off the carriage to fetch the medicine bag. She didn't know exactly what her master wanted, but she knew he was helping her out. Before stepping out of the carriage, that young servant-like man was still staring at her strangely. Even Fong Hanjiao, who was slow to suspect, started to feel suspicious. Their behavior was really strange. Could one of them be the person who secretly pricked her last night? If so, that would explain all the weirdness. She kept her expression calm, casually grabbing a bag of insect-repellent medicine. At the same time, she made up her mind. On this journey with these people, she couldn't let herself or her family members easily enter her space. Maybe those two had been secretly watching her all along. After grabbing the medicine bag, Fong Hanjiao didn't get back on the carriage, worried that the man might say something strange again to test her, and she wouldn't be able to answer. Zhao Xingji wanted to say more to Fong Hanjiao, but he felt a chill down his spine. He knew the young prince was secretly watching him. If he really ignored her and kept talking to that girl, he would surely face the young prince's punishment. So, he naturally turned around and went to the side to watch the cooking. As soon as he walked away, he no longer felt the prickling sensation on his back. Sure enough, the young prince immediately disliked him when he saw him approaching the girl. Dr. Qin couldn't do anything about Zhao Hongjin's poison, but he still gave acupuncture and prescribed some medicine to detoxify and promote circulation. The effect was minimal. I am not skilled enough to treat this young master's illness. It's best to find another doctor for a proper diagnosis. If it's delayed too long, it might threaten his life. Zhao Hongjin listened to Dr. Qin's polite words and nodded, knowing his own health best. He wasn't really there for a full consultation. He gave a glance to Chuanbai, who immediately handed over 10 taels of silver. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Dr. Qin hurriedly waved his hand, refusing the money. He felt he hadn't done much to help. The prescription was based on the young master's own medication, with a few herbs changed, but it didn't really make a difference. Young master, you led the bandits away and helped us cross the Daba Mountains. We should be thanking you, not the other way around. I only checked your pulse, so I shouldn't accept such a heavy payment. Besides, I didn't do much. I feel ashamed to take the money. Dr. Qin refused the silver, and Zhao Hongjin nodded at Chuanbai, who then didn't give any more silver. Really? Thank you, Dr. Qin. It's nothing, really. Dr. Qin politely excused himself and returned to his team. Jiao, tell me about your pulse reading. Dr. Qin carefully examined Zhao Hongjin's condition through his pulse, but there was no way to treat it. With all his knowledge, he truly couldn't find a cure. The best he could do was keep the condition stable and prevent it from worsening, but there was no real solution. Such cases are rare, so he wanted Fong Hanjiao to learn more. It's a pity that Jiwan didn't have the chance to check the pulse herself. Earlier, that young master said strange things to Jiao, but he didn't let Jiwan examine him afterward. Fong Hanjiao knew her master was a bit disappointed, so she carefully explained her own pulse reading. Seeing her serious expression, the teacher listened more attentively. Jiwon looked at her with surprise and regret. She regretted not being able to personally check such a rare pulse. The three master and disciple were so absorbed in their discussion that they followed the team without noticing the time. They only stopped when it was dark, realizing that their family had already served them dinner. Fong Hanjiao didn't notice it was already night. She hadn't paid attention to whether she was walking or riding the ox cart before. Only when they stopped to discuss their plans did she realize her legs felt sore and her stomach was growling with hunger. She never thought she would spend a day so engrossed in her research that she forgot to eat and sleep. After half a day of discussion, she found that her master had answered many of her questions. After eating, she poured a cup of tea for her master, adding 2 drops of spiritual spring water. Her master was old and probably tired, so drinking some spiritual spring water would help him stay strong for tomorrow. Of course, not only her master's family drank the spring water. Everyone in her family also enjoyed a cup of spring tea after their meal. Once everyone was full and satisfied, they all felt their fatigue disappear. Why do I feel like there are fewer people in the caravan? Fong Huai-su, her brother, said as he noticed that the discussion about medicine had stopped. Except for the youngest brother, Fong Jingchu, the others took turns driving the cart. Fong Huai-su kept watching the people ahead in the caravan. When he looked carefully, he saw several people were missing and the number of people seemed to have decreased. He had a good memory, and after drinking the spiritual spring water all day, his memory was even sharper. He shared his observation, and soon others agreed. Stop talking nonsense. Maybe they just went to let the oxen rest for a while, Fong Yud, their uncle, said, warning them not to meddle in things they shouldn't. In the middle of the night, Fong Hanjiao felt like someone was watching her. She opened her eyes but saw nothing, only a few patrols silently walking around the perimeter of the group. Later, she dreamt that her right finger was bitten by a mosquito. She woke up suddenly, pinched her finger, and indeed felt a slight pain. All her sleepiness was gone instantly. She was sleeping in the same ox cart with her sister-in-law and grandmother. Despite spraying insect repellent powder inside the cart and around their area, using herbs grown in their own space, their surroundings were protected. The herbs used were mostly cultivated in their own space, so the effectiveness was unquestionable. No mosquitoes should have come near. She saw that only her family was inside the car, and outside everyone was sleeping peacefully. The patrol guards were also far away, so she didn't dare to enter the space. Until dawn, she checked the pad of her right finger and noticed a faint small red spot, like a needle prick. She was even more sure that she was pricked last night. Her mother and the others would never do such a thing. The only possible culprit was the mysterious person who came and went like a shadow that night. This means it could be the strange pulse person who is supposed to be dead but is alive and well, or perhaps that person's odd little servant. But why did they prick her finger? What were they trying to do? Her blood isn't special or useful for anything. Jiao Jiao, why are you so distracted? Are you feeling unwell? Mrs. Chiu saw her daughter eating breakfast without her usual enthusiasm and noticed she was lost in thought, so she asked with concern. Fong Hanjiao quickly changed the subject when she saw her family watching her. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about how close we are to Fangzhou. I wonder what that big brother is like. I haven't seen his face clearly, and I don't know if the big sister-in-law is easy to get along with." She diverted the conversation, and her family immediately started discussing. That night during camping, as she expected, the person who pricked her again came back. It was too dark to see who it was. She didn't foolishly try to catch the mysterious thief who moved like a ghost, but she could send a small gift. In her space, besides food and drinks, she had various powders, especially itching powder, which she liked to use the most. As soon as she sprinkled the powder, she felt a gentle breeze brush her face. The person who came to prick her was gone. She didn't believe they wouldn't find out who it was by tomorrow, such a reckless act in the middle of the night.